Socialism from Below. Center for Socialist History. Chapter I. The Two Souls of Socialism. Chapter 2. Karl Marx and Simon Bolivar. A Note on Authoritarian Leadership in a National Liberation Movement. Chapter 3. The Fabian and the African Ore. How Sidney Webb became Lord Passfield and John Stone Kenyatta became Yomo. Chapter 4. Neo-corporatists and Neo-reformists. Chapter V. The New Social Democratic Reformism. Chapter 6. The Socialism That Died. An Obituary for Maynard Kruger. Chapter 7. The Mind of Clark Kerr. Chapter 8. The Student Movement of the 30s, A Political History. Chapter 9. Is There a Socialism from Below? Chapter X. In Defense of the New Radicals. Chapter 11. Berkeley, the Student Revolt. Chapter 12. Free Speech and Political Struggle. Chapter 13. Sex and Sectism. Chapter 14. Marx, Marxism, and Trade Unions. Chapter 15. Vladimir Ilyich Jefferson and Thomas Lenin. Chapter 16. The Myth of Lenin's Concept of the Party. Chapter 17. James Morrison and Working Class Feminism. Chapter 18. The Principle of Self-Emancipation in Marx and Engels. Reference Notes. Bibliography. Introduction. The essays of Hal Draper collected here fall into three groups. The first section consists of a number of historical studies, most of them published in the socialist journal New Politics in the 1960s. All of them illustrate the thesis that he felt was central to understanding the current plight of the socialist movement. In his view, the divisions running through the history of the socialist movement between reformists and revolutionaries, authoritarians and democrats, putschists and gradualists, the divisions and disputes which have provided the categories in terms of which the history of the movement has been written, were secondary. The important distinction was between those socialists who looked for some outside authority which would hand down salvation to the grateful masses from above, and those who saw the key to the reform of existing society in the struggle from below for self-emancipation. This conviction did not arise in a vacuum. It was not the result of quiet contemplation. Hal Draper joined the socialist movement in 1934. It was 1 year after the triumph of Nazism in Germany. In Russia, the purge trials were just getting underway. The next few years saw the massive revolt of the Spanish working class in defense of democracy and socialism, and the betrayal and defeat of that revolt. The decade ended with the signing of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. By the early 1940s there were plenty of prophets. James Burnham is perhaps the best known example, who insisted that hard-headed logic required everyone to accept the victory of the new totalitarian order, their term, as scientifically predetermined, however distasteful that prospect might seem. Capitalism was doomed, but so was any democratic alternative to it. Hopefully, this new order would move in a more liberal and humane direction in the course of its development, leaving behind the admittedly somewhat crude and harsh early models built by Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini. Socialism and democracy, however, were definitely dead. Whatever progressive tasks the working class movement might have claimed as its goal were being carried out by the dictators much more expeditiously. The 30s were, however, a time of popular rebellion as well as of defeat. The successes of fascism and Stalinism, which led some to despair, drove others to the left. In the United States, the elementary explosion of labor militancy that gave birth to the CIO was as much a part of the story as was the demagogy of Huey Long or the pro-fascist sympathies of some liberals and leftists. It was the side of the 30s that had formed Hal Draper's socialism. As one of the leaders of the student strike against war in the mid-30s, he saw firsthand a popular movement which began as an angry revolt against the system turned into a pro-administration, completely respectable and pretty much dead, organization. In this episode, which Draper describes in some detail in Chapter 8 of this collection, the Communist Party played a prominent role in alliance with liberals and the right wing of the socialists in taming the movement. At the time this behavior was explained as a function of the American CP's dependence on Russian foreign policy. But what explained that? Throughout the Second World War an even more disturbing pattern kept repeating itself. A liberal administration or, at any rate, an administration supported by practically all liberals and leftists carried out some of the most reactionary policies the country had seen in the name of fighting fascism. Japanese Americans were shipped off to concentration camps for the crime of having the wrong ancestry. Segregation of African Americans went unquestioned even in the armed forces. Black men were expected to fight and die in the name of a freedom they did not enjoy. The gains won by a militant CIO were systematically dismantled and a no-strike policy rigidly enforced throughout the Union movement. Through it all the Communist Party outdid the most rabid of traditional reactionaries in its denunciations of anyone who dared speak out against the militarization of American society. From the late 30s on this behavior forced large sections of the socialist movement, and its liberal periphery, to re-examine old ideas. Was state ownership the defining characteristic of socialism? If so, was Stalinist Russia socialist? And, if that was socialism, who needed it? New class theories of Russia proliferated. As the war against fascism gave way to the Cold War and Stalinism replaced Nazism as the bogeyman whose defeat required the sacrifice of all the values and institutions that were supposedly being defended, this process of re-examination intensified. Hal Draper, first as a trade union organizer and shipyard worker active, along with his wife Anne, in the rank-and-file revolt against the no-strike pledge, and then as a socialist journalist and editor of the independent socialist paper Labor Action, participated in this process of re-examination. Labor Action, in particular, was a major contributor to the discussion. Its articles and editorials had an influence on left socialist opinion both in America and in Europe. Draper's unique contribution was his emphasis on the global character of what was going on. It was not just in Russia that traditional socialist and democratic values and ideas were being transmuted into something else, even into their opposites. For many, James Burnham again being the prime example, this rethinking led to nothing more than a vulgar anti-communism. Politically, that meant support for the NATO alliance as the lesser evil and a deep pessimism about the possibility of human progress. Theoretically, it led to a shallow fatalism. For Hal Draper, this kind of Cold War theorizing represented a failure of intellectual as well as political nerve. The first selection in this book is the 1968 pamphlet The Two Souls of Socialism. It presents the thesis that is the theme of the collection and sums up the political evolution described above. Its political impact on a generation of socialists in the United States and Great Britain has been considerable. The first section concludes with a debate between Draper and Max Nomad, which appeared in New Politics in response to the publication of The Two Souls of Socialism. I know of no other contemporary discussion of the meaning and future of socialism which makes it as clear as this debate does that what is at issue is the possibility of democracy in any sense. The second section of this anthology contains articles dealing with the New Left in the 1960s. Hal Draper was one of the very few leftists of his generation who unreservedly endorsed and supported the radicalism of the new generation. His pamphlet, The Mind of Clark Kerr, which is included in this selection as Chapter 7, played a key role in clarifying the aims of the free speech movement for the movement itself. It is hard to see how anyone without Draper's politics could have understood just what was going on in the mind of this liberal administrator. Despite his unqualified support for the New Left's radical rejection of American politics, which is what frightened so many ex-radicals, Draper was well aware of the difficulties faced by a predominantly student radical movement in a country where the working class and the people in general were still quite conservative. The article in this section titled Free Speech and Political Struggle, was written as the New Left was beginning to collapse in the face of these difficulties. It, as well as the article in defense of the New Radicals, was not intended merely to point with alarm to some of the problems of the New Radicals but to understand the movement and its limitations in the belief that any movement for self-emancipation has to understand itself, including its own weaknesses, if it is to move forward. These articles appeared in the magazines New Politics and The Independent Socialist. The chapter titled Berkeley, The New Student Revolt is taken from a section of the paperback book on the Berkeley events published by Grove Press. 1. The last section is a small sampling of Hal Draper's prolific writing in defense of the tradition of socialism from below. I have included in this section 3 previously unpublished essays which defend Marx's emphasis on the working class as the agent of social change. The first, on the feminism of the early 19th century working class socialist James Morrison, is a chapter from an unpublished manuscript on socialist feminism. The second is an edited transcript of a series of talks directed at an audience of New Left students which attempted to disabuse them of their anti-union prejudices. The third is a re-examination of Lenin's writings on party organization. The last article in this section, and a fitting conclusion to the book, is an early version of what became several chapters in Draper's study of Marx's political theory and activity. It was published in Socialist Register and describes the evolution of Marx and Engels from typical New Leftists of the 1840s to advocates of socialism from below. E. Haberkern. November 2000. Chapter I. Two Souls of Socialism. I pondered all these things, and how men fight and lose the battle, and the thing that they fought for comes about in spite of their defeat, and when it comes turns out not to be what they meant, and other men have to fight for what they meant under another name. The Dream of John Ball. Socialism's crisis today is a crisis in the meaning of socialism. For the first time in the history of the world, very likely a majority of its people label themselves socialist in one sense or another, but there has never been a time when the label was less informative. The nearest thing to a common content of the various socialisms is a negative, anti-capitalism. On the positive side, the range of conflicting and incompatible ideas that call themselves socialist is wider than the spread of ideas within the bourgeois world. Even anti-capitalism holds less and less as a common factor. In one part of the spectrum, a number of social democratic parties have virtually eliminated any specifically socialist demands from their programs, promising to maintain private enterprise wherever possible. The most prominent example is the German social democracy. As an idea, a philosophy, and a social movement, socialism in Germany is no longer represented by a political party, sums up D.A. Chalmers' recent book The Social Democratic Party of Germany. These parties have defined socialism out of existence, but the tendency which they have formalized is that of the entire reformist social democracy. In what sense are these parties still socialist? In another part of the world picture, there are the communist states, whose claim to being socialist is based on a negative, the abolition of the capitalist private profit system, and the fact that the class which rules does not consist of private owners of property. On the positive side, however, the socio-economic system which has replaced capitalism there would not be recognizable to Karl Marx. The state owns the means of production, but who owns the state? Certainly not the mass of workers, who are exploited, unfree, and alienated from all levels of social and political control. A new class rules, the bureaucratic bosses. It rules over a collectivist system of bureaucratic collectivism. Unless statification is mechanically equated with socialism, in what sense are these societies socialist? These two self-styled socialisms are very different, but they have more in common than they think. The social democracy has typically dreamed of socializing capitalism from above. Its principle has always been that increased state intervention in society and economy is per se socialistic. It bears a fatal family resemblance to the Stalinist conception of imposing something called socialism from the top down, and of equating statification with socialism. Both have their roots in the ambiguous history of the socialist idea. Back to the roots, the following pages propose to investigate the meaning of socialism historically, in a new way. There have always been different kinds of socialism, and they have customarily been divided into reformist or revolutionary, peaceful or violent, democratic or authoritarian, etc. These divisions exist, but the underlying division is something else. Throughout the history of socialist movements and ideas, the fundamental divide is between socialism from above and socialism from below. What unites the many different forms of socialism from above is the conception that socialism, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, must be handed down to the grateful masses in one form or another, by a ruling elite which is not subject to their control in fact. The heart of socialism from below is its view that socialism can be realized only through the self-emancipation of activized masses from below in a struggle to take charge of their own destiny, as actors, not merely subjects, on the stage of history. The emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. This is the first sentence in the rules written for the First International by Marx, and this is the first principle of his life work. It is the conception of socialism from above which accounts for the acceptance of communist dictatorship as a form of socialism. It is the conception of socialism from above which concentrates social democratic attention on the parliamentary superstructure of society and on the manipulation of the commanding heights of the economy, and which makes them hostile to mass action from below. It is socialism from above which is the dominant tradition in the development of socialism. Please note that it is not peculiar to socialism. On the contrary, the yearning for emancipation from above is the all-pervading principle through centuries of class society and political oppression. It is the permanent promise held out by every ruling power to keep the people looking upward for protection, instead of to themselves for liberation from the need for protection. The people look to kings to right the injustices done by lords, to messiahs to overthrow the tyranny of kings. Instead of the bold way of mass action from below, it is always safer and more prudent to find a good ruler who will do the people good. The pattern of emancipation from above goes all the way back in the history of civilization, and had to show up in socialism too. But it is only in the framework of the modern socialist movement that liberation from below could become even a realistic aspiration. Within socialism it has come to the fore, but only by fits and starts. The history of socialism can be read as a continual but largely unsuccessful effort to free itself from the old tradition, the tradition of emancipation from above. In the conviction that the current crisis of socialism is intelligible only in terms of this great divide in the socialist tradition, we turn to a few examples of the two souls of socialism. 1. Some socialist ancestors. Karl Koski, the leading theoretician of the Second International, began his book on Thomas More with the observation that the two great figures inaugurating the history of socialism are More and Munzer, and that both of them follow the long line of socialists, from Lycurgus and Pythagoras to Plato, the Gracchi, Catilina, Christ. This is a very impressive list of early socialists, and considering his position Koski should certainly have been able to recognize a socialist when he saw one. What is most fascinating about this list is the way it falls apart under examination into two quite different groups. Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus led the early socialists to adopt him as the founder of Spartan communism. This is why Koski lists him. But as described by Plutarch, the Spartan system was based on equal division of land under private ownership. It was in no way socialistic. The collectivist feeling one may get from a description of the Spartan regime comes from a different direction, the way of life of the Spartan ruling class itself, which was organized as a permanent disciplined garrison in a state of siege, and to this add the terroristic regime imposed over the helots, slaves. I do not see how a modern socialist can read of the Lycurgan regime without feeling that he is meeting not an ancestor of socialism but a forerunner of fascism. There is quite a difference. But how is it that it did not impress itself on the leading theoretician of social democracy? Pythagoras founded an elite order which acted as the political arm of the landed aristocracy against the plebeian democratic movement. He and his party were finally overthrown and expelled by a popular revolutionary rising. Koski seems to be on the wrong side of the barricades. But besides, inside the Pythagorean order a regime of total authoritarianism and regimentation prevailed. In spite of this, Koski chose to regard Pythagoras as a socialist ancestor because of the belief that he organized Pythagoreans practiced communal consumption. Even if this were true, and Koski found out later it was not, this would have made the Pythagorean order exactly as communistic as any monastery. Chalk up a second ancestor of totalitarianism on Koskai's list. The case of Plato's Republic is well enough known. The sole element of communism in his ideal state is the prescription of monastic communal consumption for the small elite of guardians who constitute the bureaucracy and army, but the surrounding social system is assumed to be private property holding, not socialistic. And here it is again, Plato's state model is government by an aristocratic elite, and his argument stresses that democracy inevitably means the deterioration and ruin of society. Plato's political aim, in fact, was the rehabilitation and purification of the ruling aristocracy in order to fight the tide of democracy. To call him a socialist ancestor is to imply a conception of socialism which makes any kind of democratic control irrelevant. On the other hand, Catilina and the Gracchi had no collectivist side. Their names are associated with mass movements of popular democratic revolt against the establishment. They were not socialists, to be sure, but they were on the popular side of the class struggle in the ancient world, the side of the people's movement from below. It seems it was all the same to the theoretician of social democracy. Here, in the prehistory of our subject, are two kinds of figures ready-made for adoption into the pantheon of the socialist movement. There were the figures with a tinge of alleged collectivism, who were yet thorough elitists, authoritarians and anti-democrats, and there were the figures without anything collectivistic about them, who were associated with democratic class struggles. There is a collectivist tendency without democracy, and there is a democratic tendency without collectivism, but nothing yet which merges these two currents. Not until Thomas Munzer, the leader of the revolutionary left wing of the German Reformation, do we find a suggestion of such a merger, a social movement with communistic ideas, Munzer's, which was also engaged in a deep-going popular democratic struggle from below. In contrast is precisely Sir Thomas More. The gulf between these two contemporaries goes to the heart of our subject. More's utopia pictures a thoroughly regimented society, more reminiscent of 1984 than of socialist democracy, elitist through and through, even slave-holding, a typical socialism from above. It is not surprising that, of these two socialist ancestors who stand at the threshold of the modern world, one, More, execrated the other and supported the hangman who did him and his movement to death. What then is the meaning of socialism when it first came into the world? From the very beginning, it was divided between the two souls of socialism, and there was war between them. To the first modern socialists. Modern socialism was born in the course of the half-century or so that lies between the Great French Revolution and the revolutions of 1848. So was modern democracy. But they were not born linked like Siamese twins. They traveled at first along separate lines. When did the two lines first intersect? Out of the wreckage of the French Revolution rose different kinds of socialism. We will consider three of the most important in the light of our question. I. Babeuf. The first modern socialist movement was that led in the last phase of the French Revolution by Babeuf, the conspiracy of the equals, conceived as a continuation of revolutionary Jacobinism plus a more consistent social goal, a society of communist equality. This represents the first time in the modern era that the idea of socialism is wedded to the idea of a popular movement, a momentous combination. This combination immediately raises a critical question: what exactly in each case is the relationship that is seen between this socialist idea and that popular movement? This is the key question for socialism for the next 200 years. As the Babeauvists saw it, the mass movement of the people has failed. The people seem to have turned their backs on the revolution. But still they suffer, still they need communism, we know that. The revolutionary will of the people has been defeated by a conspiracy of the right. What we need is a cabal of the left to recreate the people's movement, to effectuate the revolutionary will. We must therefore seize power. But the people are no longer ready to seize power. Therefore it is necessary for us to seize power in their name, in order to raise the people up to that point. This means a temporary dictatorship, admittedly by a minority, but it will be an educational dictatorship, aiming at creating the conditions which will make possible democratic control in the future. In that sense we are democrats. This will not be a dictatorship of the people, as was the Commune, let alone of the proletariat. It is frankly a dictatorship over the people with very good intentions. For most of the next 50 years, the conception of the educational dictatorship over the people remains the program of the revolutionary left through the 3 Bs, Babyuk to Bonarada to Blanky, and, with anarchist verbiage added, also Bakunin. The new order will be handed down to the suffering people by the revolutionary band. This typical socialism from above is the first and most primitive form of revolutionary socialism, but there are still today admirers of Castro and Mao who think it is the last word in revolutionism. 2. Saint Simon emerging from the revolutionary period, a brilliant mind took an entirely different tack. Saint Simon was impelled by a revulsion against revolution, disorder, and disturbances. What fascinated him was the potentialities of industry and science. His vision had nothing to do with anything resembling equality, justice, freedom, the rights of man or allied passions. It looked only to modernization, industrialization, planning, divorced from such considerations. Planned industrialization was the key to the New World, and obviously the people to achieve this were the oligarchies of financiers and businessmen, scientists, technologists, managers. When not appealing to these, he called on Napoleon or his successor Louis XVIII to implement schemes for a royal dictatorship. His schemes varied, but they were all completely authoritarian to the last planned ordinance. A systematic racist and a militant imperialist, he was the furious enemy of the very idea of equality and liberty, which he hated as offspring of the French Revolution. It was only in the last phase of his life, 1825, that, disappointed in the response of the natural elite to do their duty and impose the new modernizing oligarchy, he made a turn toward appealing to the workers down below. The new Christianity would be a popular movement, but its role would be simply to convince the powers that be to heed the advice of the Saint Simonian planners. The workers should organize to petition their capitalists and managerial bosses to take over from the idle classes. What then was his relationship between the idea of the planned society and the popular movement? The people, the movement, could be useful as a battering ram in someone's hands. Saint Simon's last idea was a movement from below to effectuate a socialism from above. But power and control must remain where it has always been above. 3. The utopians. A third type of socialism that arose in the post-revolutionary generation was that of the utopian socialists proper: Robert Owen, Charles Fourier, Etienne Cabet, etc. They blueprinted an ideal communal colony, imagined full-blown from the cranium of the leader, to be financed by the grace of the philanthropic rich under the wing of benevolent power. Owen, in many ways the most sympathetic of the lot, was as categorical as any of them: this great change must and will be accomplished by the rich and powerful. There are no other parties to do it. It is a waste of time, talent, and pecuniary means, for the poor to contend in opposition to the rich and powerful. Naturally he was against class hate, class struggle. Of the many who believe this, few have written so bluntly that the aim of this socialism is to govern or treat all society as the most advanced physicians govern and treat their patients in the best arranged lunatic hospitals, with forbearance and kindness for the unfortunates who have become so through the irrationality and injustice of the present most irrational system of society. Cabet's society provided for elections, but there could be no free discussion, and a controlled press, systematic indoctrination, and completely regimented uniformity was insisted on as part of the prescription. For these utopian socialists, what was the relationship between the socialist idea and the popular movement? The latter was the flock to be tended by the Good Shepherd. It must not be supposed that socialism from above necessarily implies cruelly despotic intentions. This side of these socialisms from above is far from outlived. On the contrary, it is so modern that a modern writer like Martin Buber, in Paths in Utopia, can perform the remarkable feat of treating the old utopians as if they were great democrats and libertarians. This myth is quite widespread, and it points once again to the extraordinary insensitivity of socialist writers and historians to the deep-rooted record of socialism from above as the dominant component in the two souls of socialism. 3. What Marx did. Utopianism was elitist and anti-democratic to the core because it was utopian, that is, it looked to the prescription of a prefabricated model, the dreaming up of a plan to be willed into existence. Above all, it was inherently hostile to the very idea of transforming society from below, by the upsetting intervention of freedom-seeking masses, even where it finally accepted recourse to the instrument of a mass movement for pressure upon the tops. In the socialist movement as it developed before Marx, nowhere did the line of the socialist idea intersect the line of democracy from below. This intersection, this synthesis, was the great contribution of Marx. In comparison, the whole content of his Capital is secondary. What he fused was revolutionary socialism with revolutionary democracy. This is the heart of Marxism, this is the law, all the rest is commentary. The Communist Manifesto of 1848 marked the self-consciousness of the first movement, in Engels' words, whose notion was from the very beginning that the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself. The young Marx himself went through the more primitive stage just as the human embryo goes through the gill stage, or to put it differently, one of his first immunizations was achieved by catching the most pervasive disease of all, the illusion of the savior despot. When he was 22, the old Kaiser died, and to the hosannas of the liberals Friedrich Wilhelm IV acceded to the throne amidst expectations of democratic reforms from above. Nothing of the sort happened. Marx never went back to this notion, which has bedeviled all of socialism with its hopes in savior dictators or savior presidents. Marx entered politics as the crusading editor of a newspaper which was the organ of the extreme left of the liberal democracy of the industrialized Rhineland, and soon became the foremost editorial voice of complete political democracy in Germany. The first article he published was a polemic in favor of the unqualified freedom of the press from all censorship by the state. By the time the imperial government forced his dismissal, he was turning to find out more about the new socialist ideas coming from France. When this leading spokesman of liberal democracy became a socialist, he still regarded the task as the championing of democracy, except that democracy now had a deeper meaning. Marx was the first socialist thinker and leader who came to socialism through the struggle for liberal democracy. In working out the viewpoint which first wedded the new communist idea to the new democratic aspirations, they came into conflict with the existing communist sects such as that of Weitling, who dreamed of a messianic dictatorship. Before they joined the group which became the Communist League, for which they were to write the Communist Manifesto, they stipulated that the organization be changed from an elite conspiracy of the old type into an open propaganda group, that everything conducive to superstitious authoritarianism be struck out of the rules, that the leading committee be elected by the whole membership as against the tradition of decisions from above. They won the League over to their new approach, and in a journal issued in 1847, only a few months before the Communist Manifesto, the group announced, "We are not among those communists who are out to destroy personal liberty, who wish to turn the world into one huge barrack or into a gigantic workhouse. There certainly are some communists who, with an easy conscience, refuse to countenance personal liberty and would like to shuffle it out of the world because they consider that it is a hindrance to complete harmony. But we have no desire to exchange freedom for equality. We are convinced that in no social order will personal freedom be so assured as in a society based upon communal ownership. Let us put our hands to work in order to establish a democratic state wherein each party would be able by word or in writing to win a majority over to its ideas." The Communist Manifesto which issued out of these discussions proclaimed that the first objective of the revolution was to win the battle of democracy. When, 2 years later and after the decline of the 1848 revolutions, the Communist League split, it was in conflict once again with crude communism of Putschism, which thought to substitute determined bands of revolutionaries for the real mass movement of an enlightened working class. Marx told them, "The minority makes mere will the motive force of the evolution, instead of actual relations. Whereas we say to the workers, you will have to go through 15 or 20 or 50 years of civil wars and international wars, not only in order to change extant conditions, but also in order to change yourselves and to render yourselves fit for political dominion. You, on the other hand, say to the workers, we must attain to power at once, or else we may just as well go to sleep. In order to change yourselves and to render yourselves fit for political dominion, this is Marx's program for the working class movement, as against both those who say the workers can take power any Sunday, and those who say never. Thus Marxism came into being, in self-conscious struggle against the advocated of the educational dictatorship, the savior dictators, the revolutionary elitists, the communist authoritarians, as well as the philanthropic do-gooders and bourgeois liberals. This was Marx's Marxism, not the caricatured monstrosity which is painted up with that label by both the establishment's professionate, who shudder at Marx's uncompromising spirit of revolutionary opposition to the capitalist status quo, and also by the Stalinists and neo-Stalinists, who must conceal the fact that Marx cut his eye teeth by making war on their type. It was Marx who finally fettered the two ideas of socialism and democracy together * because he developed a theory which made the synthesis possible for the first time. The heart of the theory is this proposition, that there is a social majority which has the interest and motivation to change the system, and that the aim of socialism can be the education and mobilization of this mass majority. This is the exploited class, the working class, from which comes the eventual motive force of revolution. Hence a socialism from below is possible, on the basis of a theory which sees the revolutionary potentialities in the broad masses, even if they seem backward at a given time and place. Capital, after all, is nothing but the demonstration of the economic basis of this proposition. It is only some such theory of working-class socialism which makes possible the fusion of revolutionary socialism and revolutionary democracy. We are not arguing at this point our conviction that this faith is justified, but only insisting on the alternative. All socialists or would-be reformers who repudiate it must go over to some socialism from above, whether of the reformist, utopian, bureaucratic, Stalinist, Maoist or Castroite variety. And they do. 5 years before the Communist Manifesto, a freshly converted 23-year-old socialist had still written in the old elitist tradition, we can recruit our ranks from those classes only which have enjoyed a pretty good education, that is, from the universities and from the commercial class. The young Engels learned better, but this obsolete wisdom is still with us as ever. For the myth of anarchist libertarianism. One of the most thoroughgoing authoritarians in the history of radicalism is none other than the father of anarchism, Proudhon, whose name is periodically revived as a great libertarian model, because of his industrious repetition of the word liberty and his invocations to revolution from below. Some may be willing to pass over his Hitlerite form of anti-Semitism. The Jew is the enemy of humankind. It is necessary to send this race back to Asia, or exterminate it. Or his principled racism in general, he thought it was right for the South to keep American Negroes in slavery, since they were the lowest of inferior races. Or his glorification of war for its own sake, in the exact manner of Mussolini. Or his view that women had no rights. I deny her every political right and every initiative. For woman liberty and well-being lie solely in marriage, in motherhood, in domestic duties, that is, the Kinderkirche cookie of the Nazis. But it is not possible to gloss over his violent opposition not only to trade unionism and the right to strike, even supporting police strike breaking, but to any and every idea of the right to vote, universal suffrage, popular sovereignty, and the very idea of constitutions. All this democracy disgusts me. What would I not give to sail into this mob with my clenched fists? His notes for his ideal society notably include suppression of all other groups, any public meeting by more than 20, any free press, and any elections. In the same notes he looks forward to a general inquisition and the condemnation of several million people to forced labor once the revolution is made. Behind all this was a fierce contempt for the masses of people, the necessary foundation of socialism from above, as its opposite was the groundwork of Marxism. The masses are corrupt and hopeless. I worship humanity, but I spit on men. They are only savages, whom it is our duty to civilize, and without making them our sovereign. He wrote to a friend whom he scornfully chided with, "You still believe in the people." Progress can come only from mastery by an elite who take care to give the people no sovereignty. At one time or another he looked to some ruling despot as the one-man dictator who would bring the revolution. Louis Bonaparte, he wrote a whole book in 1852 extolling the emperor as the bearer of revolution. Prince Jerome Bonaparte, finally Tsar Alexander II, do not forget that the despotism of the Tsar is necessary to civilization. There was a candidate for the dictator's job closer to home, of course, himself. He elaborated a detailed scheme for a mutualist business, cooperative in form, which would spread to take over all business and then the state. In his notes Proudhon put himself down as the manager-in-chief, naturally not subject to the democratic control he so despised. He took care of details in advance, draw up a secret program, for all the managers, irrevocable elimination of royalty, democracy, proprietors, religion, and so on. The managers are the natural representatives of the country. Ministers are only superior managers or general directors, as I will be one day. When we are masters, religion will be what we want it to be, ditto education, philosophy, justice, administration, and government. The reader, who may be full of the usual illusions about anarchist libertarianism, may ask, was he then insincere about his great love for liberty? Not at all. It is only necessary to understand what anarchist liberty means. Proudhon wrote, "The principle of liberty is that of the Abbey of Theleme in Rabelais, do what you want," and the principle meant, any man who cannot do what he wants and anything he wants has the right to revolt, even alone, against the government, even if the government were everybody else. The only man who can enjoy this liberty is a despot. This is the sense of the brilliant insight by Dostoevsky's Shigalev. Starting from unlimited freedom, I arrive at unlimited despotism. The story is similar with the second father of anarchism, Bakunin, whose schemes for dictatorship and suppression of democratic control are better known than Proudhon's. The basic reason is the same: anarchism is not concerned with the creation of democratic control from below, but only with the destruction of authority over the individual, including the authority of the most extremely democratic regulation of society that it is possible to imagine. This has been made clear by authoritative anarchist expositors time and again, for example, by George Woodcock. Even were democracy possible, the anarchist would still not support it. Anarchists do not advocate political freedom. What they advocate is freedom from politics. Anarchism is on principle fiercely anti-democratic, since an ideally democratic authority is still authority. But since, rejecting democracy, it has no other way of resolving the inevitable disagreements and differences among the inhabitants of Theleme, its unlimited freedom for each uncontrolled individual is indistinguishable from unlimited despotism by such an individual, both in theory and practice. The great problem of our age is the achievement of democratic control from below over the vast powers of modern social authority. Anarchism, which is freest of all with verbiage about something from below, rejects this goal. It is the other side of the coin of bureaucratic despotism, with all its values turned inside out, not the cure or the alternative. 5. Laissez-aller and state socialism. The very model of a modern social democracy, the German Social Democratic Party, is often represented as having arisen on a Marxist basis. This is a myth, like so much else in extant histories of socialism. The impact of Marx was strong, including on some of the top leaders for a while, but the politics which permeated and finally pervaded the party came mainly from two other sources. One was Laissez-aller, who founded German socialism as an organized movement, 1863, and the other was the British Fabians, who inspired Edward Bernstein's revisionism. Ferdinand Laissez-aller is the prototype of the state socialist, which means, one who aims to get socialism handed down by the existing state. He was not the first prominent example, that was Louis Blanc, but for him the existing state was the Kaiser's state under Bismarck. The state, Lassalle told he workers, is something that will achieve for each one of us what none of us could achieve for himself. Marx taught the exact opposite, that the working class had to achieve its emancipation itself, and abolish the existing state in the course. E. Bernstein was quite right in saying that Lassalle made a veritable cult of the state. The immemorial vestal fire of all civilization, the state, I defend with you against those modern barbarians, the liberal bourgeoisie, Lassalle told a Prussian court. This is what made Marx and Lassalle fundamentally opposed, points out Lassalle's biographer Footman, who lays bare his pro-Prussianism, pro-Prussian nationalism, pro-Prussian imperialism. Lassalle organized his first German socialist movement as his personal dictatorship. Quite consciously he set about building it as a mass movement from below to achieve a socialism from above, remember St. Simon's battering ram. The aim was to convince Bismarck to hand down concessions, particularly universal suffrage, on which basis a parliamentary movement under Lassalle could become a mass ally of the Bismarckian state in a coalition against the liberal bourgeoisie. To this end Lassalle actually tried to negotiate with the Iron Chancellor, sending him the dictatorial statutes of his organization as the constitution of my kingdom, which perhaps you will envy me, Lassalle went on. But this miniature will not be enough to show how true it is that the working class feels an instinctive inclination towards a dictatorship, if it can first be rightly persuaded that the dictatorship will be exercised in its interests, and how much, despite all Republican views, or rather precisely because of them, it would therefore be inclined, as I told you only recently, to look upon the crown, in opposition to the egoism of bourgeois society, as the natural representative of the social dictatorship, if the crown for its part could ever make up its mind to the certainly very improbable step of striking out a really revolutionary line and transforming itself from the monarchy of the privileged orders into a social and revolutionary people's monarchy. Although this secret letter was not known at the time, Marx grasped the nature of Lassalleanism perfectly. He told Lassalle to his face that he was a Bonapartist, and wrote presciently that his attitude is that of the future workers' dictator. Lassalle's tendency he called Royal Prussian government socialism, denouncing his alliance with absolutist and feudal opponents against the bourgeoisie. Instead of the revolutionary process of transformation of society, wrote Marx, Lassalle sees socialism arising from the state aid that the state gives to the producers' cooperative societies, and which the state, not the worker, calls into being. Marx derides this. But as far as the present cooperative societies are concerned, they are of value only insofar as they are the independent creations of the workers and not protégés either of the government or of the bourgeoisie. Here is a classic statement of the meaning of the word independent as the keystone of socialism from below versus state socialism. There is an instructive instance of what happens when an American-type academic anti-Marxist runs into this aspect of Marx. Mayo's Democracy and Marxism, later revised as Introduction to Marxist Theory, handily proves that Marxism is anti-democratic mainly by the simple expedient of defining Marxism as the Moscow orthodoxy. But at least he seems to have read Marx, and realized that nowhere, in acres of writing and a long life, did Marx evince concern about more power for the state but rather the reverse. Marx, it dawned on him, was not a statist. The popular criticism leveled against Marxism is that it tends to degenerate into a form of statism. At first sight, i.e., reading the criticism appears wide of the mark, for the virtue of Marx's political theory is the entire absence from it of any glorification of the state. This discovery offers a notable challenge to Marx critics, who of course know in advance that Marxism must glorify the state. Mayo solves the difficulty in two statements: 1. The statism is implicit in the requirements of total planning. 2. Look at Russia. But Marx made no fetish of total planning. He has so often been denounced, by other Marx critics, for failing to draw up a blueprint of socialism precisely because he reacted so violently against his predecessor's utopian planism or planning from above. Planism is precisely the conception of socialism that Marxism wished to destroy. Socialism must involve planning, but total planning does not equal socialism, just as any fool can be a professor but not every professor need be a fool. 6. The Fabian model. In Germany, behind the figure of Lassalle there shades off a series of socialisms moving in an interesting direction. The so-called academic socialists, socialists of the chair, Socialisten, a current of establishment academics, looked to Bismarck more openly than Lassalle, but their conception of state socialism was not in principle alien to his. Only, Lassalle embarked on the risky expedient of calling into being a mass movement from below, for the purpose risky because once in motion it might get out of hand, as indeed it did more than once. Bismarck himself did not hesitate to represent his paternalistic economic policies as a kind of socialism, and books got written about monarchical socialism, Bismarckian state socialism, etc. Following further to the right, one comes to the socialism of Friedrich List, a proto-Nazi, and to those circles where an anti-capitalist form of anti-Semitism, Düring, A. Wagner, etc., lays part of the basis for the movement that called itself socialist under Adolf Hitler. The thread that unites this whole spectrum, through all the differences, is the conception of socialism as equivalent merely to state intervention in economic and social life. Staat, Grief zu. Lassalle called state, take hold of things. This is the socialism of the whole lot. This is why Schumpeter is correct in observing what the British equivalent of German state socialism is Fabianism, the socialism of Sidney Webb. The Fabians, more accurately, the Webbians, are, in the history of the socialist idea, that modern socialist current which developed in most complete divorcement from Marxism, the one most alien to Marxism. It was almost chemically pure social democratic reformism unalloyed, particularly before the rise of the mass labor and socialist movement in Britain, which it did not want and did not help to build, despite a common myth to the contrary. It is therefore a very important test, unlike most other reformist currents which paid their tribute to Marxism by adopting some of its language and distorting its substance. The Fabians, deliberately middle class in composition and appeal, were not for building any mass movement at all, least of all a Fabian one. They thought of themselves as a small elite of brain trusters who would permeate the existing institutions of society, influence the real leaders in all spheres, Tory or liberal, and guide social development toward its collectivist goal with the inevitability of gradualness. Since their conception of socialism was purely in terms of state intervention, national or municipal, and their theory told them that capitalism itself was being collectivized apace every day and had to move in this direction, their function was simply to hasten the process. The Fabian Society was designed in 1884 to be pilot fish to a shark. At first the shark was the Liberal Party, but when the permeation of liberalism failed miserably, and labor finally organized its own class party despite the Fabians, the pilot fish simply reattached itself. There is perhaps no other socialist tendency which so systematically and even consciously worked out its theory as a socialism from above. The nature of this movement was early recognized, though it was later obscured by the merging of Fabianism into the body of labor reformism. The leading Christian socialist inside the Fabian Society once attacked Webb as a bureaucratic collectivist, perhaps the first use of that term. Hilaire Belloc's once famous book of 1912 on the servile state was largely triggered by the Webb type whose collectivist ideal was basically bureaucratic. Gdh. Cole reminisced, the Webbs, in those days, used to be fond of saying that everyone who was active in politics was either an A or a B, an anarchist or a bureaucrat, and that they were Bs. These characterizations scarcely convey the full flavor of the Webbian collectivism that was Fabianism. It was through and through managerial, technocratic, elitist, authoritarian, planist. Webb was fond of the term wire pulling almost as a synonym for politics. A Fabian publication wrote that they wished to be the Jesuits of socialism. The gospel was order and efficiency. The people, who should be treated kindly, were fit to be run only by competent experts. Class struggle, revolution, and popular turbulence were insanity. In Fabianism and the empire imperialism was praised and embraced. If ever the socialist movement developed its own bureaucratic collectivism, this was it. It may be thought that socialism is essentially a movement from below, a class movement, wrote a Fabian spokesman, Sidney Ball, to disabuse the reader of this idea, but now socialists approach the problem from the scientific rather than the popular view. They are middle-class theorists, he boasted, going on to explain that there is a distinct rupture between the socialism of the street and the socialism of the chair. The sequel is also known, though often glossed over. While Fabianism as a special tendency petered out into the larger stream of Labour Party reformism by 1918, the leading Fabians themselves went in another direction. Both Sidney and Beatrice Webb as well as Bernard Shaw, the top trio, became principled supporters of Stalinist totalitarianism in the 1930s. Even earlier, Shaw, who thought socialism needed a Superman, had found more than one. In turn he embraced Mussolini and Hitler as benevolent despots to hand socialism down to the yahoos, and he was disappointed only that they did not actually abolish capitalism. In 1931 Shaw disclosed, after a visit to Russia, that the Stalin regime was really Fabianism in practice. The Webbs followed to Moscow, and found God. In their Soviet communism, a new civilization, they proved, right out of Moscow's own documents and Stalin's own claims, industriously researched, that Russia is the greatest democracy in the world, Stalin is no dictator, equality reigns for all, the one-party dictatorship is needed. The Communist Party is a thoroughly democratic elite bringing civilization to the Slavs and Mongols, but not Englishmen. Political democracy has failed in the West anyway, and there is no reason why political parties should survive in our age. They staunchly supported Stalin through the Moscow Purge trials and the Hitler-Stalin Pact without a visible qualm, and died more uncritical pro-Stalinists than can now be found on the Politburo. As Shaw has explained, the Webbs had nothing but scorn for the Russian Revolution itself, but the Webbs waited until the wreckage and ruin of the change was ended, its mistakes ended, and the communist state fairly launched. That is, they waited until the revolutionary masses had been straitjacketed, the leaders of the revolution cashiered, the efficient tranquility of dictatorship had settled on the scene, the counter-revolution firmly established, and then they came along to pronounce it the ideal. Was this really a gigantic misunderstanding, some incomprehensible blunder? Or were they not right in thinking that this indeed was the socialism that matched their ideology, give or take a little blood? The swing of Fabianism from middle-class permeation to Stalinism was the swing of a door that was hinged on socialism from above. If we look back at the decades just before the turn of the century that launched Fabianism on the world, another figure looms, the antithesis of Webb, the leading personality of revolutionary socialism in that period, the poet and artist William Morris, who became a socialist and a Marxist in his late 40s. Morris's writings on socialism breathe from every pore the spirit of socialism from below, just as every line of Webb's is the opposite. This is perhaps clearest in his sweeping attacks on Fabianism, for the right reasons, his dislike of the Marxism of that British edition of La Salle, the dictatorial H.M. Hindman, his denunciations of state socialism, and his repugnance at the bureaucratic collectivist utopia of Bellamy's looking backward. The last moved him to remark, "If they brigade me into a regiment of workers, I'd just lie on my back and kick." Morris's socialist writings are pervaded with his emphasis from every side on class struggle from below, in the present, and as for the socialist future, his News from Nowhere was written as the direct antithesis of Bellamy's book. He warned that individual men cannot shuffle off the business of life onto the shoulders of an abstraction called the state, but must deal with it in conscious association with each other. Variety of life is as much of an aim of true communism as equality of condition, and nothing but an union of these two will bring about real freedom. Even some socialists, he wrote, are apt to confuse the cooperative machinery towards which modern life is tending with the essence of socialism itself. This meant the danger of the community falling into bureaucracy. Therefore he expressed fear of a collectivist bureaucracy lying ahead. Reacting violently against state socialism and reformism, he fell backwards into anti-parliamentarism, but he did not fall into the anarchist trap. People will have to associate in administration, and sometimes there will be differences of opinion. What is to be done? Which party is to give way? Our anarchist friends say that it must not be carried by a majority. In that case, then, it must be carried by a minority. And why? Is there any divine right in a minority? This goes to the heart of anarchism far more deeply than the common opinion that the trouble with anarchism is that it is over-idealistic. William Morris vs. Sidney Webb, this is one way of summing up the story. 7. The revisionist facade. Edward Bernstein, the theoretician of social democratic revisionism, took his impulsion that Fabianism, by which he was heavily influenced in his London exile. He did not invent the reformist policy in 1896, he merely became its theoretical spokesman. The head of the party bureaucracy preferred less theory. One doesn't say it, one does it, he told Bernstein, meaning that the politics of German social democracy had been gutted of Marxism long before its theoreticians reflected the change. But Bernstein did not revise Marxism. His role was to uproot it while pretending to prune away withered limbs. The Fabians had not needed to bother with pretense, but in Germany it was not possible to destroy Marxism by a frontal attack. The reversion to socialism from above, die Alte Skies, had to be presented as a modernization, a revision. Essentially, like the Fabians, revisionism found its socialism in the inevitable collectivization of capitalism itself. It saw the movement towards socialism as the sum of the collectivist tendencies immanent in capitalism itself. It looked to the self-socialization of capitalism from above, through the institutions of the existing state. The equation of statification equals socialism is not the invention of Stalinism, it was systematized by the Fabian revisionist state socialist current of social democratic reformism. Most of the contemporary discoveries which announce that socialism is obsolete, because capitalism no longer really exists, can already be found in Bernstein. It was absurd to call Weimar Germany capitalist, he declared, because of the controls exercised over the capitalists. It follows from Bernsteinism that the Nazi state was even more anti-capitalist, as advertised. The transformation of socialism into a bureaucratic collectivism is already implicit in Bernstein's attack on workers' democracy. Denouncing the idea of workers' control of industry, he proceeds to redefine democracy. Is it government by the people? Thus the very notion of workers' democracy as a sine qua non of socialism is junked, as effectively as by the clever redefinitions of democracy current in the communist academies. Even political freedom and representative institutions have been defined out, a theoretical result all the more impressive since Bernstein himself was not personally anti-democratic like Lassalle or Shaw. It is the theory of socialism from above which requires these formulations. Bernstein is the leading social democratic theoretician not only of the equation statification equals socialism, but also of the disjunction of socialism from workers' democracy. It was fitting, therefore, that Bernstein should come to the conclusion that Marx's hostility to the state was anarchistic, and that Lassalle was right in looking to the state for the initiation of socialism. The administrative body of the visible future can be different from the present-day state only in degree, wrote Bernstein. The withering away of the state is nothing but utopianism even under socialism. He, on the contrary, was very practical. For example, as the Kaiser's non-withering state launched itself into the imperialist scramble for colonies, Bernstein promptly came out for colonialism and the white man's burden. Only a conditional right of savages to the land occupied by them can be recognized. The higher civilization ultimately can claim a higher right. Bernstein contrasted his own vision of the road to socialism with that of Marx. Marx's is the picture of an army. It presses forward, through detours, stands beckoning the desired goal, the state of the future, which can be reached only through a Red Sea as some have said. In contrast, Bernstein's vision was not red but roseate. The class struggle softens into harmony as a beneficent state gently changes the bourgeoisie into good bureaucrats. It didn't happen that way when the Bernsteinized social democracy first shot down the revolutionary left in 1919, and then, reinstating the unregenerate bourgeoisie and the military in power, helped to yield Germany into the hands of the fascists. If Bernstein was the theoretician of the identification of bureaucratic collectivism with socialism, then it was his left-wing opponent in the German movement who became the leading spokesman in the Second International of a revolutionary democratic socialism from below. This was Rosa Luxemburg, who so emphatically put her faith and hope in the spontaneous struggle of a free working class that the myth-makers invented for her a theory of spontaneity which she never held, a theory in which spontaneity is counterposed to leadership. In her own movement she fought hard against the revolutionary elitists who rediscovered the theory of the educational dictatorship over the workers. It is rediscovered in every generation as the very latest thing, and had to write, without the conscious will and the conscious action of the majority of the proletariat there can be no socialism. We will never assume governmental authority except through the clear unambiguous will of the vast majority of the German working class, and her famous aphorism, mistakes committed by a genuinely revolutionary labor movement are much more fruitful and worthwhile historically than the infallibility of the very best Central Committee. Rosa Luxemburg versus Edward Bernstein. This is the German chapter of the story. 8. The 100% American scene. At the wellsprings of American native socialism, the picture is the same, only more so. If we overlook the imported German socialism, Lassaline with Marxist trimmings, of the early Socialist Labour Party, then the leading figure here is, far and away, Edward Bellamy and his Looking Backward, 1887. Just before him came the now forgotten Lawrence Grinlund, whose Cooperative Commonwealth, 1884, was extremely influential in its day, selling 100,000 copies. Is so up-to-date that he does not say he rejects democracy, he merely redefines it, as administration by the competent, as against government by majorities, together with a modest proposal to wipe out representative government as such as well as all parties. All the people want, he teaches, is administration, good administration. They should find the right leaders, and then be willing to thrust their whole collective power into their hands. Representative government will be replaced by the plebiscite. He is sure that his scheme will work, he explains, because it works so well for the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. Naturally he rejects the horrible idea of class struggle. The workers are incapable of self-emancipation, and he specifically denounces Marx's famous expression of his first principle. The yahoos will be emancipated by an elite of the competent, drawn from the intelligentsia, and at one point he set out to organize a secret conspiratorial American socialist fraternity for students. Bellamy's socialist utopia in Looking Backward is expressly modeled on the army as the ideal pattern of society, regimented, hierarchically ruled by an elite, organized from the top down, with the cozy communion of the beehive as the great end. The story itself pictures the transition as coming through the concentration of society into one big business corporation, a single capitalist, the state. Universal suffrage is abolished, all organizations from below eliminated, decisions are made by administrative technocrats from above. As one of his followers defined this American socialism, its social idea is a perfectly organized industrial system which, by reason of the close interlocking of its wheels, shall work at a minimum of friction with a maximum of wealth and leisure to all. As in the case of the anarchists, Bellamy's fanciful solution to the basic problem of social organization, how to resolve differences of ideas and interests among men, is the assumption that the elite will be superhumanly wise and incapable of injustice, essentially the same as the Stalinist totalitarian myth of the infallibility of the party, the point of the assumption being that it makes unnecessary any concern about democratic control from below. The latter is unthinkable for Bellamy because the masses, the workers, are simply a dangerous monster, the barbarian horde. The Bellamite movement, which called itself nationalism and originally set out to be both anti-socialist and anti-capitalist, was systematically organized on a middle-class appeal, like the Fabians. Here were the overwhelmingly popular educators of the native wing of American socialism, whose conceptions echoed through the non-Marxist and anti-Marxist sectors of the socialist movement well into the 20th century, with the resurgence of Bellamy clubs even in the 1930s, when John Dewey eulogized looking backward as expounding the American ideal of democracy. Technocracy, which already reveals fascist features openly, was a lineal descendant of this tradition on one side. If one wants to see how thin the line can be between something called socialism and something like fascism, it is instructive to read the monstrous exposition of socialism, written by the once famous inventor, scientist and Socialist Party luminary Charles P. Steinmetz. His America and the New Epoch, 1916, sets down in deadly seriousness exactly the anti-utopia once satirized in a science fiction novel, in which Congress has been replaced by direct senators from DuPont, General Motors, and the other great corporations. Steinmetz, presenting the giant monopolistic corporations, like his own employer, General Electric, as the ultimate in industrial efficiency, proposed to disband the political government in favor of direct rule by the associated corporate monopolists. Bellamyism started many on the road to socialism, but the road forked. By the turn of the century, American socialism developed the world's most vibrant antithesis to socialism from above in all its forms, Eugene Debs. In 1887 Debs was still at the point of asking none other than John D. Rockefeller to finance the establishment of a socialist utopian colony in a western state, but Debs, whose socialism was forged in the class struggle of a militant labor movement, soon found his true voice. The heart of Debsian socialism was its appeal to, and faith in, the self-activity of the masses from below. Debs' writings and speeches are impregnated with this theme. He often quoted or paraphrased Marx's first principle in his own words: "The great discovery the modern slaves have made is that they themselves their freedom must achieve. This is the secret of their solidarity, the heart of their hope." His classic statement is this: "Too long have the workers of the world waited for some Moses to lead them out of bondage. He has not come, he never will come. I would not lead you out if I could, for if you could be led out, you could be led back again. I would have you make up your minds that there is nothing you cannot do for yourselves." He echoed Marx's words of 1850. In the struggle of the working class to free itself from wage slavery, it cannot be repeated too often that everything depends on the working class itself. The simple question is, can the workers fit themselves, by education, organization, cooperation and self-imposed discipline, to take control of the productive forces and manage industry in the interest of the people and for the benefit of society? That is all there is to it. Can the workers fit themselves? He was under no starry-eyed illusions about the working class as it was, or is. But he proposed a different goal than the elitists whose sole wisdom consists in pointing a finger at the backwardness of the people now, and in teaching that this must always be so. As against the faith in elite rule from above, Debs counterposed the directly contrary notion of the revolutionary vanguard, also a minority, whose faith impels them to advocate a harder road for the majority. "It is the minorities who have made the history of this world," he said in the 1917 anti-war speech for which Wilson's government jailed him. "It is the few who have had the courage to take their places at the front, who have been true enough to themselves to speak the truth that was in them, who have dared oppose the established order to things, who have espoused the cause of the suffering, struggling poor, who have upheld without regard to personal consequences the cause of freedom and righteousness." This Debsian socialism evoked a tremendous response from the heart of the people, but Debs had no successor as a tribune of revolutionary democratic socialism. After the post-war period of radicalization, the Socialist Party became pinkly respectable on the one hand, and the Communist Party became Stalinized on the other. On its side, American liberalism itself had long been undergoing a process of statification, culminating in the Great New Deal illusion of the 30s. The elite vision of a dispensation from above under the aegis of the savior president attracted a whole strain of liberals to whom the country gentleman in the White House was as Bismarck to La Salette. The type had been heralded by Lincoln Steffens, the collectivist liberal who, like Shaw and Georges Sorel, was as attracted to Mussolini as to Moscow, and for the same reasons. Upton Sinclair, quitting the Socialist Party as too sectarian, launched his broad movement to end poverty in California, with a manifesto appropriately called I, Governor of California, and How I Ended Poverty, probably the only radical manifesto with two I's in the title, on the theme of socialism from up in Sacramento. One of the typical figures of the time was Stuart Chase, who wove a zigzag course from the reformism of the League for Industrial Democracy to the semi-fascism of technocracy. There were the Stalinoid intellectuals who managed to sublimate their joint admiration for Roosevelt and Russia by hailing both the NRA and the Moscow trials. There were signs of the times like Paul Blanchard, who defected from the Socialist Party to Roosevelt on the ground that the New Deal program of managed capitalism had taken the initiative in economic change away from the socialists. The New Deal, often rightly called America's social democratic period, was also the liberals and social democrats' big fling at socialism from above, the utopia of Roosevelt's people's monarchy. The illusion of the Rooseveltian revolution from above united creeping socialism, bureaucratic liberalism, Stalinoid elitism, and illusions about both Russian collectivism and collectivized capitalism, in one package. 9-6 strains of socialism from above. We have seen that there are several different strains or currents running through socialism from above. They are usually intertwined, but let us separate out some of the more important aspects for a closer look. 1. Philanthropism. Socialism, or freedom, or what have you, is to be handed down, in order to do the people good, by the rich and powerful out of the kindness of their hearts. As the Communist Manifesto put it, with the early utopians like Robert Owen in mind, only from the point of view of being the most suffering class does the proletariat exist for them. In gratitude, the downtrodden poor must above all avoid getting rambunctious, and no nonsense about class struggle or self-emancipation. This aspect may be considered a special case of 2. Elitism. We have mentioned several cases of this conviction that socialism is the business of a new ruling minority, non-capitalist in nature and therefore guaranteed pure, imposing its own domination either temporarily, for a mere historical era, or even permanently. In either case, this new ruling class is likely to see its goal as an educational dictatorship over the masses to do them good, of course the dictatorship being exercised by an elite party which suppresses all control from below, or be benevolent despots or savior leaders of some kind, or by Shaw's supermen, by eugenic manipulators, by Proudhon's anarchist managers or St. Simon's technocrats or their more modern equivalents. With up-to-date terms and new verbal screens which can be hailed as fresh social theory as against 19th-century Marxism. On the other hand, the revolutionary democratic advocates of socialism from below have also always been a minority, but the chasm between the elitist approach and the vanguard approach is crucial, as we have seen in the case of Debs. For him as for Marx and Luxemburg, the function of the revolutionary vanguard is to impel the mass majority to fit themselves to take power in their own name, through their own struggles. The point is not to deny the critical importance of minorities, but to establish a different relationship between the advanced minority and the more backward mass. 3. Planism. The key words are efficiency, order, planning, system, and regimentation. Socialism is reduced to social engineering, by a power above society. Here again, the point is not to deny that effective socialism requires overall planning, and also that efficiency and order are good things, but the reduction of socialism to planned production is an entirely different matter, just as effective democracy requires the right to vote, but the reduction of democracy merely to the right to vote once in a while makes it a fraud. As a matter of fact, it would be important to demonstrate that the separation of planning from democratic control from below makes a mockery of planning itself, for the immensely complicated industrial societies of today cannot be effectively planned by an all-powerful central committee's ukases, which inhibit and terrorize the free play of initiative and correction from below. This is indeed the basic contradiction of the new type of exploiting social system represented by Soviet bureaucratic collectivism. But we cannot pursue this subject further here. The substitution of planism for socialism has a long history, quite apart from its embodiment in the Soviet myth at statification equals socialism, a tenet which we have already seen to have been first systematized by social democratic reformism, Bernstein and the Fabians particularly. During the 1930s the mystique of the plan, taken over in part from Soviet propaganda, became prominent in the right wing of the social democracy, with Henry de Man hailed as its prophet and as successor to Marx. De Man faded from view and is now forgotten because he had the bad judgment to push his revisionist theories first into corporatism and then into collaboration with the Nazis. Aside from theoretical constructions, planism appears in the socialist movement most frequently embodied in a certain psychological type of radical. To give credit due, one of the first sketches of this type came in Belloc's The Servile State, with the Fabians in mind. This type, writes Belloc, loves the collectivist ideal in itself, because it is an ordered and regular form of society. He loves to consider the ideal of a state in which land and capital shall be held by public officials who shall order other men about and so preserve them from the consequences of their vice, ignorance, and folly. Belloc writes further in him the exploitation of man excites no indignation. Indeed, he is not a type to which indignation or any other lively passion is familiar. Belloc's eye is on Sidney Webb here. The prospect of a vast bureaucracy wherein the whole of life shall be scheduled and appointed to certain simple schemes, gives his small stomach a final satisfaction. As far as concerns contemporary examples with a pro-Stalinist coloration, examples a go-go can be found in the pages of Paul Sweezy's magazine Monthly Review. In a 1930 article on the motive patterns of socialism, written when he still thought he was a Leninist, Max Eastman distinguished this type as centered on efficiency and intelligent organization, a veritable passion for a plan, business-like organization. For such, he commented, Stalin's Russia has a fascination. It is a region at least to be apologized for in other lands, certainly not denounced from the standpoint of a mad dream like emancipation of the workers and therewith all mankind. In those who built the Marxian movement and those who organized its victory in Russia, that mad dream was the central motive. They were, as some are prone now to forget, extreme rebels against oppression. Lenin will perhaps stand out, when the commotion about his ideas subsides, as the greatest rebel in history. His major passion was to set men free. If a single concept must be chosen to summarize the goal of the class struggle as defined in Marxian writings, and especially the writings of Lenin, human freedom is the name for it. It might be added that more than once Lenin decried the push for total planning as a bureaucratic utopia. There is a subdivision under planism which deserves a name too, let us call it productionism. Of course, everyone is for production just as everyone is for virtue and the good life, but for this type, production is the decisive test and end of a society. Russian bureaucratic collectivism is progressive because of the statistics of pig iron production. The same type usually ignores the impressive statistics of increased production under Nazi or Japanese capitalism. It is all right to smash or prevent free trade unions under Nasser, Castro, Sukarno, or Nkrumah because something known as economic development is paramount over human rights. This hard-boiled viewpoint was, of course, not invented by these radicals, but by the callous exploiters of labor in the capitalist industrial revolution, and the socialist movement came into existence fighting tooth and nail against these theoreticians of progressive exploitation. On this score too, apologists for modern leftist authoritarian regimes tend to consider this hoary doctrine as the newest revelation of sociology. 4. Communionism. In his 1930 article Max Eastman called this the United Brotherhood pattern, of the Gregorian or human solidarity socialists, those yearning with a mixture of religious mysticism and animal gregariousness for human solidarity. It should not be confused with the notion of solidarity in strikes, etc., and not necessarily identified with what is commonly called comradeship in the socialist movement or a sense of community elsewhere. In specific content, as Eastman says, is a seeking for submersion in a totality, seeking to lose himself in the bosom of a substitute for God. Eastman is here pointing to the Communist Party writer Mike Gold. Another excellent case is Harry F. Ward, the C-piece hardy clerical fellow traveler, whose books theorize this kind of oceanic yearning for the shucking off of one's individuality. Bellamy's notebooks reveal him as a classic case, he writes about the longing for absorption into the grand omnipotency of the universe. His religion of solidarity reflects his mistrust of the individualism of the personality, his craving to dissolve the self into communion with something greater. This strain is very prominent in some of the most authoritarian of the socialisms from above and is not seldom met in milder cases like the philanthropic elitists with Christian socialist views. Naturally, this kind of communionist socialism is always hailed as an ethical socialism and praised for holding class struggle in horror, for there must be no conflict inside a beehive. It tends to flatly counterpose collectivism to individualism, a false opposition from a humanist standpoint, but what it really impugns is individuality. 5. Permeationism. Socialism from above appears in many varieties for the simple reason that there are always many alternatives to the self-mobilization of masses from below, but the cases discussed tend to divide into two families. One has the perspective of overthrowing the present, capitalist hierarchical society in order to replace it with a new, non-capitalist type of hierarchical society based on a new kind of elite ruling class. These varieties are usually ticketed revolutionary in histories of socialism. The other has the perspective of permeating the centers of power in the existing society in order to metamorphose it gradually, inevitably into a stratified collectivism, perhaps molecule by molecule the way wood petri fees into agate. This is the characteristic stigmatum of the reformist, social democratic varieties of socialism from above. The very term permeationism was invented for self-description by what we have already called the purest variety of reformism ever seen, Sidney Webb's Fabianism. All social democratic permeationism is based on a theory of mechanical inevitability, the inevitable self-collectivization of capitalism from above, which is equated with socialism. Pressure from below, where considered permissible, can hasten and straighten the process, provided it is kept under control to avoid frightening the self-collectivizers. Hence the social democratic permeationists are not only willing but anxious to join the establishment as cabin boys or cabinet ministers. Typically the function of their movement from below is primarily to blackmail the ruling powers into buying them off with such opportunities for permeation. The tendency toward the collectivization of capitalism is indeed a reality. As we have seen, it means the bureaucratic collectivization of capitalism. As this process has advanced, the contemporary social democracy has itself gone through a metamorphosis. Today, the leading theoretician of this neo-reformism, C.A.R. Crossland, denounces as extremist the mild statement favoring nationalization which was originally written for the British Labour programme by none other than Sidney Webb, with Arthur Henderson. The number of continental social democracies that have now purged their programs of all specifically anti-capitalist content, a brand new phenomenon in socialist history, reflects the degree to which the ongoing process of bureaucratic collectivization is accepted as an installment of petrified socialism. This is permeationism as grand strategy. It leads, of course, to permeationism as political tactic, a subject we cannot here pursue beyond mentioning its presently most prominent U.S. form, the policy of supporting the Democratic Party and the Lib-Lab coalition around the Johnson Consensus, its predecessors and successors. The distinction between these two families of socialism from above holds for homegrown socialisms, from Babeuk to Harold Wilson, that is, cases where the social base of the given socialist current is inside the national system, be it the labor aristocracy of déclassé elements or any other. The case is somewhat different for those socialisms from outside represented by the contemporary communist parties, whose strategy and tactics depend in the last analysis on a power base outside any of the domestic social strata, that is, on the bureaucratic collectivist ruling classes in the East. The communist parties have shown themselves uniquely different from any kind of homegrown movement in their capacity to alternate or combine both the revolutionary oppositionist and the permeationist tactics to suit their convenience. Thus the American Communist Party could swing from its ultra-left adventurist third period of 1928 to 34 into the ultra-permeationist tactic of the Popular Front period, then back into fire-breathing revolutionism, during the Hitler-Stalin Pact period, and again, during the ups and downs of the Cold War, into various degrees of combination of the two. With the current communists split along Moscow-Peking lines, the Khrushchevites and the Maoists tend each to embody one of the two tactics which formerly alternated. Frequently, therefore, in domestic policy the official Communist Party and the Social Democrats tend to converge on the policy of permeationism, though from the angle of a different socialism from above. 6. Socialism from outside. The preceding varieties of socialism from above look to power at the tops of society. Now we come to the expectation of succor from the outside. The flying saucer cult is a pathological form, messianism a more traditional form, when outside means out of this world, but for present purposes outside means outside the social struggle at home. For the communists of East Europe after World War II, the new order has to be imported on Russian bayonets. For the German Social Democrats in exile, liberation of their own people could finally be imagined only by grace of foreign military victory. The peacetime variety is socialism by model example. This, of course, was the method of the old utopians, who built their model colonies in the American backwoods in order to demonstrate the superiority of their system and convert the unbelievers. Today, it is the substitute for social struggle at home which is increasingly the essential hope of the communist movement in the West. The model example is provided by Russia, or China, for the Maoists, and while it is difficult to make the lot of the Russian proletarians half attractive to Western workers even with a generous dose of lies, there is more success to be expected from two other approaches. A. The relatively privileged position of managerial, bureaucratic, and intellectual flunky elements in the Russian collectivist system can be pointedly contrasted with the situation in the West, where these same elements are subordinated to the owners of capital and manipulators of wealth. At this point the appeal of the Soviet system of stratified economy coincides with the historic appeal of middle-class socialisms, to disgruntled class elements of intellectuals, technologists, scientists, and scientific employees, administrative bureaucrats and organization men of various types, who can most easily identify themselves with a new ruling class based on state power rather than on money power and ownership, and therefore visualize themselves as the new men of power in a non-capitalist but elitist setup. B. While the official communist parties are required to maintain the facade of orthodoxy in something called Marxism-Leninism, it is more common that serious theoreticians of neo-Stalinism who are not tied to the party do free themselves from the pretense. One development is the open abandonment of any perspective of victory through social struggle inside the capitalist countries. The world revolution is equated simply with the demonstration by the communist states that their system is superior. This has now been put into thesis form by the two leading theoreticians of neo-Stalinism, Paul Sweezy and Isaac Deutscher. Baron and Sweezy's Monopoly Capitalism, 1966, flatly rejects the answer of traditional Marxist orthodoxy that the industrial proletariat must eventually rise in revolution against its capitalist oppressors. Same for all the other outsider groups of society: unemployed farm workers, ghetto masses, etc., they cannot constitute a coherent force in society. This leaves no one. Capitalism cannot be effectively challenged from within. What then? Someday, the authors explain on their last page, perhaps not in the present century, the people will be disillusioned with capitalism as the world revolution spreads and as the socialist countries show by their example that it is possible to build a rational society. Emphasis added. That is all. Thus the Marxist phrases filling the other 366 pages of this essay become simply an incantation like the reading of the Sermon on the Mount at St. Patrick's Cathedral. The same perspective is presented less bluntly by a more circumlocuitous writer in Deutscher's The Great Contest. Deutscher transmits the new Soviet theory that Western capitalism will succumb not so much or not directly because of its own crises and inherent contradictions as because of its inability to match the achievements of socialism, i.e. the communist states, and later on, it may be said that this has to some extent replaced the Marxist prospect of a permanent social revolution. Here we have a theoretical rationale for what has long been the function of the communist movement in the West, to act as border guard and shield for the competing, rival establishment in the East. Above all, the perspective of socialism from below becomes as alien to these professors of bureaucratic collectivism as to the apologists for capitalism in the American academies. This type of neo-Stalinist ideologist is often critical of the actual Soviet regime. A good example is Deutscher, who remains as far as possible from being an uncritical apologist for Moscow like the official communists. They must be understood as being permeationists with respect to bureaucratic collectivism. What appears as a socialism from outside when seen from the capitalist world, becomes a sort of Fabianism when viewed from within the framework of the communist system. Within this context, change from above only is as firm a principle for these theoreticians as it was for Sidney Webb. This was demonstrated inter alia by Deutscher's hostile reaction to the East German Revolt of 1953 and to the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, on the classical ground that such upheavals from below would scare the Soviet establishment away from its course of liberalization by the inevitability of gradualness. 10. Which side are you on? From the point of view of intellectuals who have a choice of roles to play in the social struggle, the perspective of socialism from below has historically had little appeal. Even within the framework of the socialist movement it has had few consistent exponents and not many inconsistent ones. Outside the socialist movement, naturally, the standard line is that such ideas are visionary, impractical, unrealistic, utopian, idealistic perhaps, but quixotic. The mass of people are congenitally stupid, corrupt, apathetic, and generally hopeless, and progressive change must come from superior people rather like, as it happens, the intellectual expressing these sentiments. This is translated theoretically into an iron law of oligarchy or a tinny law of elitism, in one way or another involving a crude theory of inevitability, the inevitability of change from above only. Without presuming to review in a few words the arguments pro and con for this pervasive view, we can note the social role it plays, as the self-justificatory right of the elitist. In normal times when the masses are not moving, the theory simply requires pointing with scorn, while the history of revolution and social upheaval is simply dismissed as obsolete. But the recurrence of revolutionary upheavals and social disturbances, defined precisely by the intrusion onto the historical stage of previous inactive masses and characteristic of periods when basic social change is on the agenda, is just as normal in history as the intervening periods of conservatism. When the elitist theorist therefore has to abandon the posture of the scientific observer who is merely predicting that the mass of people will always continue quiescent, when he is faced with the opposite reality of a revolutionary mass threatening to subvert the structure of power, he is typically not behindhand in switching over to an entirely different track, denouncing mass intervention from below as evil in itself. The fact is that the choice between socialism from above and socialism from below is, for the intellectual, basically a moral choice, whereas for the working masses who have no social alternative it is a matter of necessity. The intellectual may have the option of joining the establishment where the worker does not, the same option holds for the labor leaders, who, as they rise out of their class, likewise confront a choice that did not exist before. The pressure of conformity to the mores of the ruling class, the pressure for bourgeoisification, is stronger in proportion as personal and organizational ties with the ranks below become weak. It is not hard for an intellectual or bureaucratized official to convince himself that permeation of and adaptation to the existing power is the smart way to do it, when, as it happens, it also permits sharing in the perquisites of influence and affluence. It is an ironic fact, therefore, that the iron law of oligarchy is ironclad mainly for the intellectual elements from whom it arises. As a social stratum, i.e., apart from exceptional individuals, intellectuals have never been known to rise against established power in anything like the way that the modern working class has done time and again through its relatively brief history. Functioning typically as the ideological flunkies of the established rulers of society, the brain worker sector of the non-propertied middle classes is yet, at the same time, moved to discontent and disgruntlement by the relationship. Like many another servant, this admirable Crichton thinks, I am a better man than my master, and if things were different we would see who should bend the knee. More than ever in our day, when the credit of the capitalist system is disintegrating throughout the world, he easily dreams of a form of society in which he can come into his own, in which the brain and not hands or money bags would dictate, in which he and his similars would be released from the pressure of property through the elimination of capitalism, and released from the pressure of the more numerous masses through the elimination of democracy. Nor does he have to dream very far, for existing versions of such a society seem to be before his eyes, in the Eastern collectivisms. Even if he rejects these versions, for various reasons including the Cold War, he can theorize his own version of a good kind of bureaucratic collectivism, to be called meritocracy or managerialism or industrialism or what have you, in the US, or African socialism in Ghana and Arab socialism in Cairo, or various other kinds of socialism in other parts of the world. The nature of the choice between socialism from above and socialism from below stands out most starkly in connection with a question on which there is a considerable measure of agreement among liberal, social democratic, and Stalinoid intellectuals today. This is the alleged inevitability of authoritarian dictatorships, benevolent despotisms, in the newly developing states of Africa and Asia, particularly e.g. Nkrumah, Nasser, Sukarno, ETAL dictatorships which crush independent trade unions as well as all political opposition and organize to maximize the exploitation of labor, in order to extract from the hides of the working masses sufficient capital to hasten industrialization at the tempo which the new rulers desire. Thus, to an unprecedented degree, progressive circles which once would have protested injustice anywhere have become automatic apologists for any authoritarianism which is considered non-capitalist. Apart from the economic determinist rationale usually given for this position, there are two aspects of the question which illuminate what is broadly at stake. A. The economic argument for dictatorship, purporting to prove the necessity of breakneck industrialization, is undoubtedly very weighty for the new bureaucratic rulers who meanwhile do not stint their own revenue and aggrandizement, but it is incapable of persuading the worker at the bottom of the heap that he and his family must bow to super-exploitation and super-sweating for some generations ahead, for the sake of a quick accumulation of capital. In fact, this is why breakneck industrialization requires dictatorial controls. The economic determinist argument is the rationalization of a ruling class viewpoint. It makes human sense only from a ruling class viewpoint, which of course is always identified with the needs of society. It makes equally good sense that the workers at the bottom of the heap must move to fight this super-exploitation to defend their elementary human dignity and well-being. So was it also during the capitalist industrial revolution, when the newly developing states were in Europe. It is not a question simply of some technical economic argument but of sides in a class struggle. The question is, which side are you on? B. It is argued that the mass of people in these countries are too backward to control the society and its government, and this is no doubt true, not only there. But what follows? How does a people or a class become fit to rule in their own name? Only by fighting to do so. Only by waging their struggle against oppression by those who tell them they are unfit to govern. Only by fighting for democratic power do they educate themselves and raise themselves up to the level of being able to wield that power. There has never been any other way for any class. Although we have been considering a particular line of apologia, the 2 points which emerged do in fact apply all over the world, in every country, advanced or developing, capitalist or Stalinist. When the demonstrations and boycotts of the Southern Negroes threatened to embarrass President Johnson, as he faced an election, the question was, which side are you on? When the Hungarian people erupted in revolt against the Russian occupier, the question was, which side are you on? When the Algerian people fought for liberation against the socialist government of Guy Mollet, the question was, which side are you on? When Cuba was invaded by Washington's puppets, the question was, which side are you on? And when the Cuban trade unions are taken over by the commissars of the dictatorship, the question is also, which side are you on? Since the beginning of society, there has been no end of theories proving that tyranny is inevitable and that freedom in democracy is impossible. There is no more convenient ideology for a ruling class and its intellectual flunkies. These are self-fulfilling predictions, since they remain true only as long as they are taken to be true. In the last analysis, the only way of proving them false is in the struggle itself. That struggle from below has never been stopped by the theories from above, and it has changed the world time and again. To choose any of the forms of socialism from above is to look back to the old world, to the old crap. To choose the road of socialism from below is to affirm the beginning of a new world. Independent Socialist Club 1968. Chapter 2. Karl Marx and Simon Bolivar. A note on authoritarian leadership in a national liberation movement. 1. Contemporary politics is familiar with the moot issue of the justification for authoritarian dictatorships in developing countries, where the economic and political backwardness of the people and society is taken to prove the undesirability of democratic institutions for popular control from below. Generally speaking, there are two schools of apologia, one defending only those authoritarian regimes that orient toward dependence on American power and that protect foreign capital investments with adequate enthusiasm, and the other vindicating only those dictatorships that replace the old property-holding classes with a new class of bureaucratic collectivist rulers, or seem to be on the way to do so. While the first type of dictatorship automatically becomes a member of the free world, in Washington slang, the latter type may adopt a sobriquet like communism or African socialism, etc. with appropriate references to a hyphenated or unhyphenated Marxism. The subject of this study is not the line of argument used to justify progressive authoritarianisms today, but only the relation of Marx's views to this question, since his name is so often taken in vain. It is true Marx did not have an opportunity to express an opinion on the regimes of Castro, Nkrumah, Mao, Nasser, and their similars, but as it happens, he took up a case which would seem to be a far less disputable example of a progressive authoritarian who led a great national liberation movement. This was Simon Bolivar, the liberator of northern South America. The case is sharpened by the fact that Marx does not question the progressiveness and legitimacy of that national independence movement itself, and by the fact that, over a century ago, justification by backwardness had a better prima facie case than in the modern world, which on an international scale is rotten ripe for socialism from the Marxist point of view. There is no suggestion that the case is closed by putting Marx's views in evidence. The aim is only to establish the facts in Marx's case, since they have been disputed, as we shall see. We shall also see that Marx's views, controversial over a century ago, were just as controversial only a few years ago when they once more became involved in a large-scale historical hassle in Latin America over Bolivar. It is not only a matter of Bolivar. It is strange that there are Marxists today who think that support to modernizing dictatorships is a new and fresh idea for socialists, dating from about the end of World War II. In point of fact, the socialist movement began with the concept of the educational dictatorship, as I have discussed elsewhere, and nothing could be more natural. There were social struggles in undeveloped countries in Marx's day too. After all, more countries were undeveloped. Indeed, the first underdeveloped countries with which Marx dealt historically were none other than England, France, and Germany, taken when they were faced with the initial tasks of industrializing, under an exploiting ruling class which was yet willy-nilly performing a certain historic role. The most passionate pages in Marx are reserved for denouncing the oppressive forms of capitalist rule in the Industrial Revolution. The political form which often clothed the modernizing function of the bourgeois new class in underdeveloped France was Bonapartism, and there is no political force which Marx spent more time excoriating. Still, the case of Bolivar more clearly brings out the then and now symmetry of the underlying problem. True, Marx viewed Bolivar as a case of Bonapartism, but here was a Bonapartism which did not arise after a Thermidor, and still less after a whole historical interval like the Third Bonaparte. Rather, it was integrally involved in the leadership of the ongoing national liberation movement itself, as in several modern cases. Let us first establish Marx's views on Bolivar. 2. That Marx looked into Bolivar at all was something of an accident. In 1857 Charles Dana, managing editor of the New York Tribune, to which Marx had been contributing since 1851, asked him to collaborate on the projected new American Cyclopedia, mainly on matters of military history, biography, and terminology. Among the generals beginning with the letter B on Dana's list was, for example, Bernadotte, whose biography was half military, half political, and it was as a military leader, no doubt, that Bolivar's name got into this list. Since Engels, ghost writing for Marx, was already overburdened with the strictly military articles, Marx undertook Bolivar himself. Up to this time there had been no mention of Bolivar in any of Marx's writings or correspondence, therefore no indication he had ever given Bolivar a thought before he started doing research for the article in the British Museum. We know from the Marx-Engels correspondence on the Cyclopedia work that Marx typically started with the articles in the various encyclopedias, English language, French, and German at least. Marx came out of this research with a powerful reaction of political hostility against Bolivar. This comes through plainly in the Cyclopedia article, even though it was supposed to be couched in colorlessly impartial language. As was often true with Marx, political hostility also engendered an element of personal hostility, and he injected into the article a systematic disparagement of Bolivar's personal character and abilities, taken over from his anti-Bolivar sources. We must stress that Marx's article on Bolivar is neither reliable nor important for any information it contains on its subject, about whom there is today much more material available. It is of great interest only for what it tells us about Marx, as he reacts politically to what he reads about Bolivar. To be sure, there is an interplay between Marx's reaction and certain facts about Bolivar, which we will explore, but the governing aim is to understand Marx. It is unrewarding to try to correct Marx's extremely overdrawn depreciation of Bolivar's military talents and activities, etc. The article has many biographical details wrong *, but since the source of all this was Marx's political evaluation, we are going to concentrate exclusively on the attack against Bolivar as an authoritarian and Bonapartist. Marx's Article 1 on the Liberator, the quotation marks are Marx's 2, first establishes his class background, the Creole nobility in Venezuela, of which his family was one of the wealthiest. We are told of his second visit to Europe, where he was present at Napoleon's coronation as emperor, in 1804, and at his assumption of the Iron Crown of Lombardy, in 1805. After an account of Bolivar's early career in the War of Independence, Marx writes, having proclaimed himself dictator and liberator of the western provinces of Venezuela, he created the Order of the Liberator, established a choice, i.e. elite, corps of troops under the name of his bodyguard, and surrounded himself with the show of a court. But his dictatorship soon proved a military anarchy, leaving the most important affairs in the hands of favorites, who squandered the finances of the country, and then resorted to odious means in order to restore them. A little later Marx describes one of the charades common in Bolivar's career, in which the general refuses to continue as dictator but finally yields to insistent supporters. The dictatorship was thus invested with some sort of legal sanction. He continues to refer to Bolivar as a dictator through the ensuing narration of military events, noting carefully his demand, at the 1816 meeting of his staff just before renewing the war, for uniting the civil and military power in his person, and, just as carefully, the desire of other independence leaders to confide the civil power to a representative assembly instead. In spite of his promise, as Marx relates, to assemble a Congress, and not meddle with the civil administration, when he entered Barcelona he proclaimed, martial law and the union of all powers in his single person. When he tells of Bolivar's blood purge of his rival General Pr, one of the blackest incidents of his career, he mentions that Pr called Bolivar a Napoleon of the retreat. He writes that when the National Congress of February 1819 was called, the mere name of the Congress proved powerful enough to create a new army, thereby contrasting the popular mobilizing appeal of the representative institution against the dampening effects of Bolivar's dictatorial methods. He continues to concentrate on Bolivar's authoritarian role as opportunity presents itself. The Angostura Congress, he recounts, ousted Bolivar's Manzia, and on receiving this news, Bolivar suddenly marched his foreign legion toward Angostura, and restored Zia to his dignities. Dr. Rocia, fascinating him with the prospects of centralized power, led him to proclaim the Republic of Colombia. The Cúcuta Congress of 1821 met, and after Bolivar had again pretended to resign, renewed his powers. Through his Colombian bodyguard, he swayed the votes of the Congress of Lima, which, February 10, 1823, transferred to him the dictatorship, while he secured his re-election as President of Colombia by a new tender of resignation. Then the Republic of Bolivia was set up, here, where, his general, Sucre's bayonets were supreme. Bolivar gave full scope to his propensities for arbitrary power, by introducing the Bolivian Code, an imitation of the Code Napoleon. It was his plan to transplant that code from Bolivia to Peru, and from Peru to Colombia to keep the former states in check by Colombian troops, and the latter by the Foreign Legion and Peruvian soldiers. By force, mingled with intrigue, he succeeded indeed, for some weeks at least, in fastening his code upon Peru. But in Colombia a struggle broke out between the centralists or Bolivarists and the federalists, under which latter name the enemies of military anarchy, i.e. Bolivar's dictatorship, had coalesced with military rivals. Bolivar used a pretext for overthrowing the Colombian constitution and reassuming the dictatorship. The 1827 Congress of Panama had ostensible object of establishing a new democratic international code, but what he really aimed at was the erection of the whole of South America into one federative republic, with himself as its dictator. But his power was slipping. The Congress of Ocana, convoked by Bolivar, with a view to modify the constitution in favor of his arbitrary power, was opened March 2, 1828, by an elaborate address, insisting on the necessity of new privileges for the executive. But Bolivar's opponents walked out. Under the pressure of his bayonets, popular assemblies, anew invested him with dictatorial power. An assassination attempt allowed him for some time to introduce a sort of military terrorism. He did not, however, lay hands on Santander, although he had participated in the conspiracy, while he put to death General Padilla, whose guilt was not proved at all, but who, as a man of color, was not able to resist. The rest is a brief summary of Bolivar's loss of power, and death in 1830. 3. Considering that the article was supposed to be bland and nonpartisan, Marx was clearly presenting an extremely hostile view of Bolivar's authoritarianism by means of selection and emphasis. Through all this, the progressiveness of the struggle for independence itself is not only unquestioned but confidently assumed. The criticism of Bolivar is always fully within the framework of the view that his policy weakened the independence struggle. We have already seen this when Marx contrasted the popular appeal of the Revolutionary Congress to the negative aspects of Bolivar's dictatorship. In another place Marx explains that the further they, Bolivar's forces, advanced, the stronger grew their resources, the cruel excesses of the Spanish acting everywhere as the recruiting sergeants for the Army of Independence. He speaks of the new enthusiasm of the people over independence, which turned to dissatisfaction on account of Bolivar's dictatorship, thus allowing the Spanish to recover. This is the picture at many points in the article. It takes for given the liberation of the Negro slaves as one of the revolutionary forces, though Bolivar is not given his portion of the credit. We may add that another of the NAC articles is Ayacucho, written by Marx and Engels in collaboration, which portrays this decisive battle as a triumph for the independence forces, thus the Spanish dominion was definitely destroyed, etc. Thus, for Marx, Bolivar's Bonapartism is counterposed to the interests of the revolution. The issue is clearly not the national struggle but Bolivar's political role in it. This is the only one of the Marx-Engels articles for the NAC which editor Dana questioned, because of its anti-Bolivar leaning. Marx told Engels in a letter of February 14, 1858. With regard to a rather long article on Bolivar, Dana furthermore expresses misgivings because it is written in a partisan style, and he asks for my authorities. Of course, I can give them to him, though it is a peculiar demand. As for the partisan style, I did somewhat drop the encyclopedic tone, to be sure. To see the most cowardly, mean, and wretched scoundrel decried as Napoleon I was somewhat too absurd. Bolivar is a true Soluk. Soluk is only nominally a reference to the Haitian emperor. Marx and other anti-Bonapartists commonly used it as a sobriquet for the third Napoleon. It summarizes Marx's view of Bolivar as a type of Bonapartist dictator. Marx's article on Bolivar remained virtually unknown until it was republished for the first time, albeit in Russian translation, in the Marx-Engels Sochinania, Volume 2, Part 2, 1934. In 1937, it was included in the communist-published collection Revolution in Spain, which also appeared in Spanish as La Revolución Española. There was no editorial comment on Marx's viewpoint. As late as 1951, when the U.S. Communist Party chief W.Z. Foster published his outline Political History of the Americas, Marx's article was quoted favorably. But this turned out to be the wrong line on Latin American history. When the second edition of the Sochinania was published, Volume 14, 1959, carried a sharp attack on Marx's article, which was also faithfully translated in the East German Marx-Engels Werke, Volume 14, 1961. The attack by the communist editors is couched in the usual terms of excusing Marx for not knowing any better in his day. It decries Marx's sources as untrustworthy, which they were indeed, and includes in this decrial also any conception of Bolivar as a dictator. Its claims for Bolivar as a progressive include this. He succeeded in binding together for a while in this struggle the patriotic elements of the Creole landowners, the bourgeoisie, and the mass of people, including the Indians and Negroes. And it disposes of Marx as follows. Naturally, Marx had at that time no other sources at his disposal than the books of the authors mentioned, whose bias was then only little known. It was therefore inevitable that Marx got a one-sided view of Bolivar's personality, which was reflected in his essay. The striving of Bolivar's for personal power, which was exaggerated in the literature mentioned, could not remain without influence on Marx's attitude toward Bolivar. The key claim, that naturally Marx had at that time no other sources at his disposal than the anti-Bolivar books he cited, is intended to suggest that Marx's view of Bolivar was merely the result of misinformation, rather than of political opinion. Even if one grants that Marx innocently accepted the misinformation, this does not change the political meaning of his reaction to this misinformation. If you react to the news that the U.S. has dropped an H-bomb on Peking by denouncing Washington, then this is an indicator of your political views, even if it turns out later that the news was misinformation. Marx reacted to his image of Bolivar with a kind of political attack which nowadays is ridiculed not only by communist realpolitiker but also by a legion of bourgeois realists, who agree that undeveloped nations need dictators. The conclusion is inescapable that Marx put a human value on democratic freedom which is alien to both of these varieties of realism. But as a matter of fact, the communist editor's claim is quite false. It is not true that Marx had no other sources at his disposal, etc. It is not true that an anti-Bolivar attitude was prevalent and accepted when Marx wrote his article. We have already mentioned that, in working on the NAC articles, Marx went through the extant encyclopedias French, German, and English language. The articles which he read in these encyclopedias were overwhelmingly pro-Bolivar, mainly uncritically so. This can be checked with little trouble in the then current editions of the Encyclopedia Americana, the Encyclopedia Britannica, the Penny Encyclopedia, the Encyclopédie du XIXe siècle, the Dictionnaire de la Conversation, the Brockhaus Conversations Lexicon. For all four countries represented here, the picture is unequivocal. It was Marx's article that was out of step, and that is exactly why Dana questioned it apprehensively. As for the communist editor's claim that modern scholarship disposes of Marx's view of Bolivar's political role, and that Marx exaggerated Bolivar's striving for personal power, a discussion of the state of modern scholarship on Bolivar's dictatorial ambitions is not possible in this article. It is a thorny subject. On the one hand, there is the standard hagiography, or Bolivarolatry, of most Latin American writings on the subject. On the other hand, the polar opposite view is now represented most prominently by Salvador de Madariaga's devastating Job Bolivar, 3, whose impact was fatally weakened by its essentially pro-Spanish slant to the point of drawing attention away from its massive documentation. The result was an anti-Madariaga furor which we cannot here untangle. However, if we limit ourselves to the single question of Bolivar's authoritarianism, the picture is not quite so complicated. The numerous and violent denunciators of Madariaga have had little to say on the facts in this respect, preferring either to ignore them or to justify them with fairly common varieties of anti-democratic argumentation. 4. In the light of Madariaga's factual structure, Marx's attack on Bolivar's dictatorial politics suffered only from mildness. But, because of the guerra amourd around Madariaga, the next section is not based on his work, but on the work which has gained the widest acceptance in Latin Americanist, not Latin American, circles, Gerhard Masser's Simon Bolivar. 5. Masser's book is not, and does not pretend to be, impartial. It is frankly pro-Bolivar, often openly slanted. Masser frequently surrounds disagreeable facts about Bolivar's authoritarianism with passionate argumentation to justify it. But the point is that he presents many of the facts. 4. Bolivar's politics must be viewed in two periods before and after the final military victory in 1825, not because there was really a qualitative change but only because of the nature of the rationalizations. As long as the fighting was going on, Bolivar's dictatorship could be defended as a military necessity, though it was not. After victory, this apologia is not available. Hence the existence of the viewpoint, which was embodied in the communist editor's attack on Marx, that Bolivar became objectionably authoritarian only in his last years. Bolivar's first important political pronouncement was the 1812 Manifesto of Cartagena. It marked his first clear demands for highly centralized strong government. Our compatriots, he said, are not yet capable of exercising their legal rights. And government must prove to be formidable and ruthless without regard to law or constitution, until peace is established. That he meant dictatorship was shown the next year when his forces took Caracas and he openly assumed the dictator's role. In 1815 his letter from Jamaica strikes the same note on the impossibility of extending democratic rights to the people, as long as our fellow citizens do not acquire the talents and virtues which distinguish our brothers to the north, the U.S., a radical democratic system, far from being good for us, will bring ruin upon us. Unfortunately, we do not possess these traits. At this time Bolivar was thinking in terms of a hereditary Senate composed of the wealthy families of the Creole upper classes, with an elected lower chamber based on property qualifications for voting. At the 1819 Congress of Angostura, Bolivar, according to Masser, already wanted, but did not openly propose, a lifetime presidency, which would control all national power without responsibility to Congress or courts. His speech attacked absolute democracy, which meant democracy, and Masser remarks that his concepts of state were closer to those of Napoleon than to the men of the Terror. In fact, Bolivar's ideas approximate those of Napoleon and anticipate something of the fascist system. He thought in terms of an elite class, irreconcilable with democratic principles, and Masser points out, what is obvious enough, that to this day South America is ruled by such an elite oligarchy of wealth. In 1812 the Congress of Cúcuta adopted a constitution too democratic for his taste. It is Colombia's death knell, he complained. He blamed the lawyers and ideologists. In the end, he wrote, the literati will do so much that they will be outlawed by the Columbia Republic as Plato outlawed the poets of his republic. These gentlemen think that their opinion is the will of the people, without realizing that in Colombia the people are in the army, a false statement if taken at face value, the army being very small. What Bolivar meant was that the people who counted were the military. As for others, their only right is to remain passive citizens, he wrote, and again denounced people who wanted a republic like that in the north. His opportunity to insist on dictatorship came with military success. In 1822, after taking Guayaquil, he deliberately encouraged anarchy and confusion, says Macer, so that he might declare himself dictator of the province to save it from anarchy and confusion. He next aimed to be invested as dictator of Colombia. First he demanded an all-powerful presidency for himself. "I am convinced," he wrote, "that Colombia can only be kept in order and well-being by absolute power." While bitter resistance in Colombia kept him from achieving his goal, he did become dictator of Peru after victory there in 1823. When peace came after the Battle of Ayacucho at the end of 1825, Bolívar did not reverse his field but pressed more strongly than ever for an authoritarian regime in all the new republics. His goal was committed to paper in the form of the Bolivian constitution, which he wrote himself, and which to the end of his life he proposed for adoption by all the other countries singly and collectively, as well as by the projected Federation of the Andes, his longed-for empire. Bolívar's constitution, writes Macer, restricts the people, as far as possible, from exercising any influence on government. It emulates Napoleon's consular government. It admits no form of self-government. Of the three legislative chambers, the censors are responsible for morals, and elected for life. The tribunes, administrative supervisors, and senators, once elected by a complicated system, are never freely elected again. The citizens are permitted only to present candidates, from whom each chamber chooses its own successors. The son of this system is the president, who is named for life, and then appoints his own successor, the vice president, who is also the prime minister and hereditary. Macer is moved to write that all this merely made Bolivia a monarchy without a monarch, with an elected kingship such as the Catholic Church and the Holy Roman Empire possessed. But the Pope does not designate his own successor. Bolívar explained, according to such a procedure, elections would be avoided, elections which are the greatest scourge of republics and which produce only anarchy. Macer adds, the other parts of the Constitution do not need detailed analysis. Those paragraphs that deal with human rights are short and somewhat vague, those concerning administration are traditional, those which take up the administration of justice are open to question. Colombia resisted imposition of the Bolivian system, so did Peru, but in August 1826 Bolívar imposed it there by force. Macer's heart is plainly sore at the telling. Bolívar was now accustomed to dictatorial power. In Peru his position assumed the attributes and prerogatives of a sultanate. We are reminded that Bolívar had said on many occasions that South America could be ruled by an astute despot. To achieve his end, Bolívar more and more allied himself with reactionary clericalism to add the power of the church to the backing of the wealthy and the landed. How and why Bolívar failed to achieve the personal dictatorship he sought, in spite of his prestige as liberator, is another story. The nub of it is the fierce resistance of the mass of people to his aims. By 1829, when he faced the issue of bullying through to power behind his Praetorian legions, he was already a physical wreck for quite different reasons, and he died the following year. In the light of these facts, Bolívar's drive for personal dictatorship was not in the least exaggerated by Marx, contrary to the claim of the communist editors, nor has modern scholarship contradicted Marx's overall picture in this respect. On the contrary, of all the encyclopedia accounts of the period which we mentioned, only Marx's corresponds with historical truth as far as concerns the political issue we have been discussing. 5. The facts are one thing, justificatory rationalizations another. To this day, more than a century after Marx registered his protest against Bolívar's anti-democratic views and goals, what other voice has been willing to make a basic criticism of this authoritarianism, or to counterpose faith in democratic institutions against the dictatorial leader of the independence movement? From the South American hagiographers who do touch on this issue, there are only the usual justifications. 6. Enrique de Gandia offers a typical statement: the Bolivian constitution, autocratic to be sure, was a reflection of the monarchical ideas which were then held by Bolívar, San Martin, and the greater part of the sensible, people. But not by the overwhelming majority of the people, not even a century and a half ago. For over a decade, until the myth-makers turned him into a sun god, the masses execrated his name even after his death. For them, only Marx speaks even now. Bolivar, writes this apologist, made a constitution in order to be able to govern energetically and tranquilly. So says every dictator. But the scheme for the lifetime president, hereditary vice president and self-perpetuating legislature was a fantasy even in 1826, it could not have kept the people tranquil except in their graves. Vicente Lecuna, the high priest of the Caracas cultists, has only this to say on our subject in his attack on Madariaga's book, Sr. Madariaga lacks political vision. He does not understand the grandeur of Bolivar's continental ideas for the formation of a great state, not true of Madariaga H.D., nor the Bolivian constitution, which was conceived with the idea of giving political stability to his creation. Stability above all was also the great vision of Hitler's thousand-year Reich. A.F. Bryce is cruder. He explains that democracy does not require government of the people by the people nor by a majority of the people, but only by the active citizens, not necessarily under universal suffrage. This political principle is propounded for today too. Carlton Beale's Eagles of the Andes, South American Struggles for Independence, Philadelphia, 1963, pays little serious attention to political issues, but the final chapters do not neglect to explain that there was no basis for democratic or representative government, the same rationalization that the same author could make for Russia or Cuba today, and just as untrue. V.A. Belondes Bolivar and the Political Thought of the Spanish-American Revolution, Baltimore, 1938, becomes critical at times of Bolivar's last period, but the summary in his preface is a straight-out eulogy of the originality of Bolivar's program of organic, hierarchical, and technical democracy, undefined, as against individualistic democracy. He calls it democratic Caesarism, which has a unique value in that it liberates the political structure from the domination of the will of the individuals, in which respect Bolivar had an intuition of the real evil in pure democracy. We have already mentioned that Masser, while presenting a sufficiency of damning facts as a scholar, tries very hard to whitewash Bolivar's dictatorship. His preface even expresses agreement with the essence of Bolivar's political credo. Having made clear that the facts show Bolivar to be an authoritarian, he editorializes his hero into an authoritarian democrat. Like Belaunde, he labels the product democratic Caesarism. All of these terms are undefined. On the very next page, after he has himself said that Bolivar's ideas anticipate something of the fascist system, a stronger statement than any we would make, he still finds it possible to write, he wanted a democracy, but a stable democracy. There is nothing in Masser's book that shows Bolivar really wanting any kind of democracy. On one page he writes, his will was totalitarian, but, since he never got his will, a couple of pages on he says, his dictatorship should not be compared to or confused with the abuse of power that characterizes the totalitarian tyrants of our own day. Which is true as far as it goes. Bolivar's aspirations were Bonapartist, as Marx saw, and one must not be anachronistic. Masser's summary judgment is, Bolivar remained dictator, but no one can doubt that this was the only possible solution at the time. A strange claim. Far from being the only possible solution, it is indisputable that Bolivar's dictatorship was no solution at all, it crashed ignominiously. The danger of anarchy of which Masser often speaks, he is echoing Bolivar, resulted from the clash between the efforts of the ruling oligarchy to impose oppressive controls on the people, and the struggle of the latter against this oppression. This anarchy could be avoided, and the tranquility of Gandia achieved, only if the masses bent their necks without fighting back always the authoritarian stream of law and order. Finally, what about the very model of a modern liberal, Salvador de Madariaga himself? We know, of course, that he takes pains to exhibit Bolivar's dictatorship, as he systematically takes apart the pretenses of the Bolivar cult. But he is for it, not against it. He makes clear more than once he believes Bolivar to have been right in his ambitions. Bolivar did want a monocracy, and Bolivar was right, he says in italics. Far from yielding to those demagogic notions which have led to compulsory suffrage and to the granting of the vote to the illiterate in his own native land, Bolivar would divide citizens into active and passive, and had Congress listened to him and granted him his uncrowned kingship and even his hereditary senate, the new state would have begun its independent life under better auspices. In fact, Madariaga believes Bolivar was remiss only in not pushing boldly for an outright monarchy for himself. Our Spanish liberals' view of the matter is just about the most openly reactionary of all those we have so far considered. The connection with his overall thesis is not hard to see, and he virtually makes it himself. What Bolivar was driving at was the reconstruction of the Spanish Empire without the Spanish king. If this is so, then in Madariaga's eyes, why spill the blood of a continent in order merely to change a crowned monarch for an uncrowned one? 7. 6. Thus Marx remains, to this day, one of the few champions of the democratic aspirations for which the northern South Americans fought against their liberator. He does not accept the rationalizations for dictatorship, which have not changed much in a century and a half. We stated at the beginning that we are not here arguing the issue of authoritarianism itself, against those who would ridicule the very idea of counterposing a struggle for democratic rights to the realistic dictatorship of Bolivar. But at least we can restate the issue, as follows. In one corner is Masser's formulation of the justification for authoritarianism, which was already well known in Marx's day. Bolivar's dictatorship, says Masser, was a dictatorship of training intended to mature a people that was immature. This is the notion of the educational dictatorship which was the most widely accepted idea of the early socialists and communists whom Marx combated. But nowhere in history do we know of a dictatorship which trained the masses to become mature democrats except insofar as it trained them to fight against it. Just as there has never been any imperialist domination of a backward people which carried through the well-advertised white man's burden of preparing the subjects for self-rule except insofar as it stimulated the people to organize themselves for revolution. A people do not become trained for democracy nor do they mature, except by their own fight for democracy, against the power that tells them it is training them and against the intellectual servitors who apologize for the dictatorship with these arguments. There seems to be a contradiction. If there is no way for people to become ready for democracy except by fighting for democracy, then it follows they must begin fighting for it before they are certified to be ready. And in historical fact, this is the only way in which democracy has advanced in the world. The continuous solution to the contradiction lies in the process of revolution itself. This is a dialectic which will always be jeered at by those mentalities which know how to celebrate revolutionary struggles only after they have been straitjacketed by a new oppressive establishment. New Politics 1968. Chapter 3. The Fabian and the African Ore. How Sidney Webb became Lord Passfield and John Stone Kenyatta became Yomo. Almost everyone knows that Sidney Webb's Fabianism was, if nothing else, practical, constructive, and hard-headed, unlike the revolutionary extremists he held in sovereign contempt. Now there is no better opportunity to be practical, constructive, and hard-headed than as a cabinet minister. In fact, one of the main aims of the Fabian Society was to ensure that socialists would know exactly what to do when they took over the government. In 1929 the Labour Party did take over the government, and Sidney Webb entered the cabinet as Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs. For technical constitutional reasons he had to be raised to the peerage before taking office, becoming Lord Passfield. It is rather strange that nothing of any importance has ever been written on this decisive test of Mr. Fabian himself until the recent appearance of an unheralded monograph by Robert G. Gregory, Sidney Webb, and East Africa. Now we have an examination in depth of Webb's activity as colonial secretary, concentrating on the main problem, outside Palestine, that faced him, Kenya. The picture that emerges, often despite Gregory, gives a fascinating insight into the underlying nature of Fabianism, that is, of the purest variety of socialist reformism ever developed in the history of socialist thought. One aspect of this picture is fairly well known, Webb's almost unquestioning pro-imperialism, but this is not the side we are interested in here. It is something else. When Webb took office, the British policy of white supremacy in Africa had already gone under various pseudonyms: the dual policy, or multiracial partnership, or equal rights à la Cecil Rhodes. Another such term was native paramountcy. This Orwellian synonym for white supremacy was invented under the 1923 Tory government when the Duke of Devonshire was colonial secretary. It was an admonition that the interests of the African natives must be paramount in the minds of the white masters, i.e., a rewording of the tired slogan of the white man's burden. After a year in office, Webb issued 2 white papers on East Africa, in one of which he revived the 1923 term and ordered that the doctrine of native paramountcy be applied without delay. The doctrine was defined by explicitly approving the 1923 formulation of the Good Duke, together with some additional benevolent banalities. Webb's document insisted on the continuity of imperial policy since 1923 and fully accepted the White Paper of 1927, which had been a fairly plain statement of the dual policy brand of white supremacy. This insistence on continuity in policy was implemented by Webb's definition of right to equal treatment of races as right to equal treatment in accord with their several needs. Let us get out of the way, first, any suspicion that Webb expected any new policy to be applied with or without delay. The Kenya government was de facto the governor alone, Sir Edward Grigg, later Lord Altrincham. Grigg had a long public record as a virulent white supremacy imperialist, the kind who could openly say in his opening address as governor, "The base on which the whole pyramid of our civilization in this colony is reared is native labor," and extol the white man's burden. He was an admirer of Mussolini and liked to address his public dressed in similar black Anton military attire. Just before Webb came in, Grigg had been scheming with Tory officials in Britain to put across a program dear to the white settlers, one not only more ruthless toward the Africans but aimed at loosening even London's reins on their power. We have here blood brothers of the French Algerian colons, the ultras of Kenya. Now the new colonial secretary was not stuck with Grigg, who was going to retire shortly. On the contrary, Webb, favorably impressed with Grigg and desirous of minimizing change during the transition in governments, persuaded the governor to accept an additional year of office. This may be deemed merely an error in judgment by our hard-headed statesmen, especially by change minimizers. After all, it is the legitimate duty of a gradualist to be gradual, and he might fear lest the shock of replacing a fascist-minded ultra with a less virulent type be too much for the social fabric to bear all at once. But this was not all. Grigg openly and stridently opposed and sabotaged Webb's orders. For example, Webb, who was a benevolent man, wanted an African leader released from jail. Grigg refused. In long diatribes he denounced not only his minister Webb but the government party. Such criticism by a governor of his Secretary of State was so extraordinary that the officials in the colonial office were perplexed as to how to word the reply. Webb did nothing, did not even censure, let alone recall Grigg. Then there was the episode of the Joint Committee of 1931. Webb's white papers on East Africa were unacceptable to the settlers, and Tories, for 2 reasons. First of all, Webb advocated stricter control from London than the settlers aimed to achieve. Second, the latter objected to the benevolent part of Webb's benevolent colonialism, security of land tenure for Africans, not quite so exploitative a taxation schedule, better education, housing, etc. Modest enough, but the whites were in no humanitarian mood. In addition, they were often political reactionaries on principle and were not loath to use any handle against the socialist government in office. Therefore there had to be a fight, and the battleground chosen by Webb himself was the device of a joint committee of Parliament. Since he and his government would name the members, this would seem to be a safe move. A hard-headed man would know what to do. First of all, the government decided that the committee would consist of 20 members drawn equally from both houses and from the two leading parties. Fair and square, except for one inconvenience, this meant the appointment of 5 Labour members of the Lords, and outside of Webb himself there existed only 3. The scheme therefore handed the Tories a free and clear majority of 12 to 8, gratis. Secondly, the chairman naturally had to be either a Labourite or a Tory. It might seem that a Labour government would have no hesitation in doing what a Tory government would have done by reflex, taken the chairmanship for its own man. But, writes Gregory, Webb paid too much heed to the opinion of others that the chairman should be a disinterested person. The Times, for example, had devoted an editorial to this plea. Did then Webb appoint a disinterested person? He did not. The chairmanship went to a strong conservative, and when he died, to another strong conservative. The rigging was complete. The Tory majority had no reluctance to use its control, all the more since it obviously had nothing to fear from Webb. That the committee was biased is evident in the record, says Gregory. Webb never uttered a complaint or reproach, but then it is not certain what he would have recognized as bias. For example, in the list of witnesses gotten up by Webb, not a single African was included. Only because organizations such as the Anti-Slavery Society protested did Webb and the committee correct this oversight. When ultimately 3 African witnesses from each of the 3 East African territories did appear before the committee, they were heard only cursorily and pro forma. Obviously, they were summoned, not because they could furnish important information, but because without them the committee could not claim that it had the opinions of all communities. Of course, no African suspected of an independent attitude was permitted to appear. Webb saw to that. When Africans in Kenya heard that they were to be represented on the committee, the Kikuyu Central Association requested that it be authorized to proceed with the election of the Kikuyu delegates. The local government flatly refused, and, the association at its own expense finally sent its president John Stone Kenyatta, and a Kikuyu teacher, Parmenas Makiri, to appear before the committee. The two were well educated and could speak English fluently. But when they arrived in London, even though examination of witnesses was to continue for many weeks, they were notified that they had arrived too late. As a last resort, they submitted to the committee a written exposition of their grievances. To their consternation, however, the memorandum was not published as part of the written evidence. Gregory is moved to comment that this showed the existence of Kikuyu grievances was scarcely acknowledged by the British government, i.e., the Labourites. One can be sure that the man who called himself John Stone Kenyatta thought so too. Not only the African independents were excluded. The prominent Labour men interested in African affairs whom Gregory labels the humanitarians Josiah Wedgwood, Leonard Woolf, Julian Huxley, Norman Lees, W. M. Ross were regarded as too pro-African by Webb and likewise kept out. 5 other humanitarians did get before the committee, but most witnesses expressed the settlers' viewpoint, says Gregory. Naturally the conclusions in the committee's report went to the right. Essentially the dual policy was endorsed with an obeisance to the term native paramountcy. Webb never expressed any objection to the report. More outlandish still, he did not think there was anything objectionable about it. The consequences of Labour's failure to make even a gesture in the direction of African interests may well have been decisive for the direction taken by Africa. The report of the Joint Committee was the final act in a drama of intense controversy that had held the attention of British, African, and Indian audiences for a decade. Discouraged by failure and confused by the many definitions of policy, humanitarians ceased to campaign for a change in East Africa. After the disgraceful collapse of their second government, Labour abandoned a radical approach to reform in imperial as well as domestic affairs. For many years the Labour Party avoided all reference to native paramountcy. In 1949, during the Third Labour government, the Minister of State for Colonial Affairs, the Earl of Listowel, assured Conservatives in the House of Lords that the doctrine was no longer the official policy in East Africa. What Webb established for the Africans was that none of the whites, not even the white socialists, was willing to concede self-government, they would have to conquer it themselves. Convinced that their trust in the British government was betrayed, many Africans in subsequent years sought other means to redress their grievances. The logical alternative was subterfuge, and the causes of Mau Mau can be traced to the fluctuations in British colonial policy between 1923 and 1931. It was after this that the man called John Stone Kenyatta changed his name to Jomo Kenyatta, and, as secretary of the Kikuyu Central Association, set about to rouse the African community into mass protest against the white man's civilization. Asterisk. Why? It is an extraordinarily extreme picture, this account of Webb's fatuous futility as colonial secretary. As mentioned, it is easy to explain it all by Webb's imperialist-mindedness, but while this is a fact, it does not get to the bottom of the episode. A deeper level of motivation and incidentally a farther insight into Fabianism is suggested from another direction. To begin with, Gregory insists justly that Webb's policy cannot be blamed on bad advisers, the responsibility was his. There was, indeed, a party advisory committee on international questions which concerned itself closely with East Africa, but, ironically, it exerted less influence when Labour controlled the government than when Labour was in opposition. Because of Webb's attitude and an ill-defined party constitution, it had no direct connection with the administration. It could not even persuade the Secretary of State to attend its meetings. Leonard Woolf thought Webb was misled by Grig, but his was untrue, says Gregory. Through the years, as an opponent of Marxist revolution, Webb had directed the Labour Party towards socialism along a course in line with his own philosophy, the inevitability of gradualness. In his opinion, the advisory committee had fallen into the hands of militant radicals Buxton, Woolf, Lees, Ross, and Wedgwood. Perhaps needless to say, none of these men was a left-wing socialist, let alone a Marxist or a revolutionary. They were merely relatively militant in advocating redress of African grievances. After a first meeting, Webb decided that Ross was very fanatical. As we have seen, he did not even permit his party advisers to testify before the Joint Committee. He certainly did not want any advice from Africans themselves. When Kenyatta and Makere came to London at considerable expense to present their views in person to the White Sahib Colonial Secretary, they were granted an audience only with one permanent Under-Secretary, and their conversation with him was disappointing. Whom, then, did Webb rely on, if we count out Tories, Laborites, and Africans? While Webb held office, he was accused of being the tool of his civil servants. But that is inevitable, explained Beatrice, who was aware of this criticism. By temperament and training, Sidney belongs to the civil service. Webb also was attracted to his permanent officials because they were neither reactionary, as he thought preceding secretaries of state had been, nor radical, like some within his own party. To be sure, Gregory rightly insists that Webb was not the tool of his civil servants, but these men made suggestions, of course, and their recommendations usually were accepted without question, and they drafted the letters he sent to Grig and also his main statements of policy. Drummond Shields, his under-secretary in the Colonial Office, wrote in the Webbs and their work. It has been asserted that he has dominated by his civil servants. This is not accurate, though the effect of the real position may seem to have been somewhat similar. He had spent the first 10 years of his career in the Colonial Office, and during these impressionable years, he, no doubt, got into a civil service way of looking at things. Another influence which affected him was his great respect for the individual whom he believed to be an expert. He regarded as experts most, if not all, of the senior men in the Colonial Office, and was, perhaps, inclined to accept their judgments without always applying the same critical examination which he gave to other matters. Beatrice Webb wondered in her diary, what the Colonial Office staff thought of Sidney. A super civil servant added to the CO staff, his main activity is to pick the brains of all and sundry, selecting from or harmonizing conflicting or divergent policies. Not quite all and sundry, by the way. His would-be visitors are censored. Not desirable that you should see Phil by, he has been most troublesome to the office, fomenting discontent over there, said his official advisor. And S did not see him. Why not meet him casually in the Fabian office, said, on behalf of the rebel, who happens to be a Fabian approved by Galton. Perhaps, replied Sidney, doubtfully. October 2nd. He did. That is a lovely picture painted by Beatrice, the Fabian minister refusing to see a fellow Fabian because his civil service expert informs him the fellow is a troublemaker. Essentially, Beatrice shared the faith in the permanent government bureaucracy. She had meditated in her diary a few years before that the civil servants, a fine body of men, are, I think, the most upright and intelligent class in the community. Gregory's remark that Webb viewed the permanent officialdom as being neither reactionary nor radical hits the mark. They were not reactionary, that is, they did not, most of them, act as mouthpieces of the white settlers against London. They were not radical, that is, they did not get fanatical about African interests. As permanent bureaucrats, their concern was maximizing the interests of the state. But what were the interests of the state? These could hardly be viewed except within the framework of white supremacy in Africa, even though the white settlers also had to be kept under control by London. Someday, of course, said the doctrine of the inevitability of gradualness, the Africans would have more freedom, but for today what was inevitable was white supremacy. Webb settled comfortably into the groove as first among the servants of the state. The interests of the state also demanded no rude shocks to its stability or prestige among the lesser breeds. The most disappointing of Webb's actions, says Gregory, was his stand before the Joint Committee, because he took his stand on the parliamentary myth of continuity of policy. According to this pretense, the policy of His Majesty's government had remained unchanged throughout the various white papers. Before Webb, this continuity was also the Tory tradition. What was the general reason for the myth, and why did Webb fall in with this pattern of apparent parliamentary cretinism? One powerful motivation was the maintenance of the united front of the white sahibs before the native eyes. The whites must not seem to split among themselves because this emboldens the natives to make trouble. If the white masters admit that they sometimes change policy, the natives too may get the idea that the policy can be changed, by other means. Dr. Norman Lees, the Laborite humanitarian, wrote after the Labour government's debacle that the Laborites allowed themselves to be misunderstood. All over East Africa the news has gone that the Labour government has recanted. Was it a misunderstanding? Suppose that the Fabian colonial secretary had pushed ahead with a militant pro-African policy and had gotten defeated on it, the news all over East Africa would have been that there was a deep split between the central government of the white masters in London and the local power of the white settlers. The consequence would have been an earlier spur to African unrest. The Fabian super-civil servant dreaded this as much as the Duke of Devonshire. Webb yielded to Tory outcries and white settlers' pressure not because he was convinced by their arguments nor because he was a coward, but because he was convinced by their arguments nor because he was a coward, but because he was afraid of the same danger they were afraid of, i.e., stimulating the Africans to take matters into their own hands. Webb differed from the reactionaries wholeheartedly in wishing to control the subject races benevolently, but he did not differ in fearing their tendencies toward self-emancipation. He wanted no more inconvenience from below than did the Kenya whites. The interests of the state were paramount because the state was itself, by the inevitability of gradualness, being transformed in the direction of collectivism. This transformation depended particularly on the most intelligent class in the community, the enlightened bureaucracy, with whom Webb felt at one even as against Fabians. While it was in the happy process of being transformed from above, it could not tolerate any disturbances from below that might shake its equilibrium. Hence the rather venomous hostility toward extremists Kenyatta and Makiri, the fanatics Ross and Wedgwood, the militant radicals Wolfe et al. This was the essence of Fabianism at work. Asterisk. Postscript. It was precisely at this time, while the Labour cabinet was foundering and the colonial secretary was floundering, that Beatrice was discovering the fascinating vision of the super-civil service state in the totalitarian system under Stalin. By August 24, 1931, when the Labour government fell, she was well on the way. About 2 weeks before, Bernard Shaw, returned from Russia, had given his Fabian lecture in which he explained that the Russian regime was pure Fabianism, that Stalinism was Webbyism plus the new concept of a party oligarchy. On September 10, Beatrice wrote in her diary, "Am I strong enough to go to Russia so as to give vividness to any line we take? For without doubt we are on the side of Russia." On January 4, 1932 she jotted down, "Will she Russia become the Mecca? If so it will be the British Fabians who will show the way, not the continental Marxists. A pilgrimage to the Mecca of the equalitarian state led by a few Fabians, will bring about the world's salvation." Well, it is an exhilarating, even an amusing prospect. On May 17 she and Sydney drafted our hypothetical conclusion prior to our tour, since they already knew what they were going to find in the promised land. In the course of their sojourn in Russia, Sydney would whisper, see, it works, it works." On their return they devoted their remaining years to consummating a near-total marriage of Fabianism and Stalinism. Descent 1960. Chapter 4. Neo-corporatists and neo-reformists. The application of joint stock companies to industry marks a new epoch in the economical life of modern nations. In joint stock companies it is not the individuals that are associated, but the capitals. By this contrivance, proprietors have been converted into shareholders, i.e. speculators. The concentration of capital has been accelerated. A sort of industrial kings have been created, whose power stands in inverse ratio to their responsibility, they being responsible only to the amount of their shares, while disposing of the whole capital of the society, forming a more or less permanent body, while the mass of shareholders is undergoing a constant process of decomposition and renewal, and enabled, by the very disposal of the joint influence and wealth of the society, to bribe its single rebellious members. Beneath this oligarchic board of directors is placed a bureaucratic body of the practical managers and agents of the society. It is the immortal merit of Fourier to have predicted this form of modern industry, under the name of industrial feudalism. Karl Marx, in NY Daily Tribune, July 11, 1856. The replacement of capitalism by a new order is being discussed, even advocated, or at least viewed with kindliness, by some very eminent and respectable thinkers in this country not usually associated with revolutionary ideologies. This trend, or school of thought, seems to have gained steadily in the last few years. Its meaning can best be understood in the context of a worldwide trend in relation to which it constitutes only one strain or national form. The wider, international trend is the burgeoning of bureaucratic, collectivist ideologies in a broad-spread infiltration of all bourgeois thought today. By bureaucratic collectivist I mean in this connection the ideological reflection or anticipation of a new social order which is neither capitalist nor socialist, but which is based on the control of both economy and government by an elite bureaucracy forming a new exploitive ruling class which runs the fused economic political structure not for the private profit gains of any individual or groups, but for its own collective aggrandizement in power, prestige, and revenue, by administrative planning from above. One premise of this conception is that the totalitarian statified economy developed under Stalinism in Russia, which is today consolidating its power over a good portion of the globe, is one well-developed form of bureaucratic collectivism. Whatever the label conferred on this system, however, it is less controversial that key elements characteristic of its structure have, in our own day, already had a massive impact on the capitalist world and its thought. The channels by which this society-wide pressure has been exerted are two related ones. First is provided by the contradictions and difficulties of capitalism itself, the solutions of which point to some type of collectivism and to some form of increased stratification, whether under the Great Depression, with the New Deal as carrier, or under the permanent war economy of today. Second is the direct impact of the Russian advance model on the system of the Old World, in evoking emulation, triggering analogous patterns, enforcing imitation by the logic of rivalry. 1. The current within the borders of this larger phenomenon which this article proposed to investigate shares with all others a common desire to present itself as being beyond capitalism or socialism. In a key document to be discussed, W. H. Ferry, of the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions founded by the Fund for the Republic at Santa Barbara, says for example, I think there is something brand new emerging here as well as in Europe which is certainly not capitalism. If you wish, you can call it socialism. Several of my less friendly critics suggested that the new fascism was being proposed here. Naturally, I don't agree to that statement. But what apparently distinguished it from the other, more typical bureaucratic collectivist currents is its hostility to statification or statism, which it aspires to replace with a more pluralistic constellation of corporate powers. Thus it finds itself developing a new corporatism which naturally leads right back to bureaucratic statism by a different theoretical route. A. Burley Jr. strikes this keynote in his foreword to the recent book edited by Harvard's E. S. Mason, The Corporation in Modern Society, whose several chapters by leading authorities convey many of the leading conceptions of this neo-corporatism. Burley is discussing the two systems of modern industrialism, the one in Russia and the modern corporation in the US. He calls the corporations these non-statist collectivisms and sees them as suggesting an eventual non-statist socialization of profits. In another place Burley says the present system is really collectivism or non-statist socialism, and though, being unafraid of labels, he also calls it people's capitalism, he makes clear he believes the social order is traveling beyond capitalism or socialism. 1. These neo-corporatist ideas have their roots, in the immediate sense, not in a predilection for any of the older and more famous corporatisms which come to mind, but in a reaction to distinctively American conditions, in the soil of the one capitalism left in the world which seems to be a going concern. One root is a wave of intensified soul-searching about the dominant institution of this capitalism, the corporation. What Mr. Burley and most of the rest of us are afraid of is that this powerful corporate machine seems to be running without any discernible controls, writes Professor Mason. Why does the system seem to them out of control? It is certainly not controlled by the famous invisible hand of the market, they agree. A new stage in the concentration of economic power has come into being. In Power Without Property, Burley has laid great stress on the immense expansion of the fiduciary institutions, pension funds, mutual funds, etc., and their economic consequences. These funds buy common stocks, i.e. formal shares in the ownership of the economy. They grow and their holdings proliferate. Then, a relatively small oligarchy of men operating in the same atmosphere, absorbing the same information, moving in the same circles and in a relatively small world, knowing each other, dealing with each other, and having more in common than in difference, will hold the reins. These men by hypothesis will have no ownership relation of any sort. They will be, essentially, non-statist civil servants unless they abuse their power to make themselves something else. This, he argues, is creating a new socio-economic structure, with basic political effects. Then, the picture will be something like this. A few hundred large pension trust and mutual fund managers, perhaps far fewer than this number, would control, let us say, the 100 largest American industrial concerns. Again, in result, the greatest part of American economic enterprise, formerly individualist, has been regrouped and consolidated into a few hundred non-statist, collective cooperative institutions. So, as noted, divorce between men and industrial things is becoming complete. A communist revolution could not accomplish that more completely. Certainly it could not do so with the same finesse. When a Russian communist government says to the workers that the people own the instruments of production but it will take care of them, it is assigning to its population a passive receptive position closely comparable to the one we are studying. The difference lies in the fact that the criteria for reception are different, and that the political state exercised the power factor now gradually but steadily being aggregated under the American system is non-political but equally impersonal fiduciary institutions. This concentrated power of the fiduciary managers, a stage beyond the America 60 families pattern, is only potential. In practice they eschew voting control. Thus, the lack of any control over the corporate managements becomes institutionalized. But whether they exercise their power or not, the result is a small oligarchy of uncontrolled managers, continuously making decisions which have a vital impact on the society as a whole. 2. Burley's next question is, what legitimates this uncontrolled corporative power? Not assignment of this power to the managements by the shareholders. Burley and Means took care of the fiction of shareholder control back in 1932, and even Adler and Kelso's Capitalist Manifesto only advocates that the shareholder should control, meaning that he does not now. A second source of legitimacy could be the market, if one argues that it is the objective hand of the market which imposes decisions on the managers, not their whims. But our neo-corporatists do not believe this. What then can legitimate the decisions of management? The solution of government control arises, of course, but to our subjects this means state control, which means statism, which means socialism, communism, totalitarianism, Sovietism, and other unthinkable things. In general, they are in a flight from statism under the impress of the Russian horrible example. They grope for an alternative. What then? Beardsley Rummel has suggested an appointed trustee system. The board of directors co-opts a special member to act as trustee for a given interest group, the company's customers, or suppliers, or employees, or the community, etc., protecting its interest against the board. I cite this mainly to illustrate what groping means. The next grope is cited not only because it is Burley's but because it gives a proper sense of the hopelessness of the effort. This is the feudal analogy presented by Burley in the 20th Century Capitalist Revolution, 1954, a much misunderstood book which does not present a loose-type celebration of our economic system. In his strange chapter on the conscience of the king and the corporation, Burley is trying to answer the question, how have absolute, uncontrolled powers been curbed in the past, not by upheavals from below but by organic dispensations from above? For perhaps this will also apply to the absolute, uncontrolled power which is our present problem. He finds an answer in the medieval Curia Regis. Any man could throw himself before the king's feet and get justice dispensed on the spot by the king's conscience. The custom became institutionalized. Hence the beginning of equity courts and, one gathers, in this Burleyan history, eventually other democratic counterpoises to the absolute power. It is here suggested, Burley concludes, that a somewhat similar phenomenon is slowly looming up in the corporate field through the mists that hide us from the history of the next generation. The legitimation, therefore, is imminent in the historical process itself. The important thing, he is saying, is not whether the king's rule was legitimate but that this was the way the new system arose. The approach stirs a reminiscence. It is our American school's analog of the standard Stalinist historical justification of its absolute power. Totalitarianism and terror are passing phenomena preparatory to a glorious morrow, mere flecks on the wave of the future. If it is dressed in feudal terms, this is partly because Burley has long been fascinated by the virtues of feudal society. Compare his rather amazing paean of praise to medieval institutions, over 20 years ago in New Directions in the New World. But this nostalgia for feudalism is not confined to Burley. In reaction to monolithic statism, feudalism begins to appear pluralistic, which in contemporary sociological jargon is high praise. Its integration of the individual in pre-capitalist community relationships looks good as against the alienation of man under capitalism. The feeling crops up especially in the neo-corporatists, as they view the feudal pattern of a society where overweening social power lumps up in a number of huge agglomerations, with a relatively small number of corporations lording it over their own baronies, each one with vassals dangling after, like the auto dealers after the Big Three of Detroit. 2. 3. Burley's announcement in the 20th century capitalist revolution that the big corporation not only has a soul but also a conscience was subjected to a good deal of understandable ribbing, even before those General Electric executives went to jail, but this discovery of the corporate conscience should be considered only one form of another grope, not yet examined. This is the proposal for the statesman-managers. If the decisions made, without control, by the big corporation executives are so vital for society, these executives must be more than glorified shopkeepers. Their decisive job cannot be simply to further the interests of the corporation, maximize profits, etc., with primary responsibility to the owners. They must train themselves to think in social terms, in terms of the impact of their decisions on the bigger world outside, in short, to be statesmen rather than parochially profit-minded businessmen. This becomes also a solution, or part of a solution, to the problem of legitimacy. It may be soul-quaking to think that the fate of our whole society is in the hands of corporate overlords whose nearsighted eyes are fixed only on the shortest way to money grubbing, but it is heartening to think that this fate is taken care of by experts who, having proved their managerial skill in the rough and tumble of business, now blossom out as broad-gauged social thinkers too. This is the meaning of the refrain in Philip Selznick's recent Leadership in Administration. The executive becomes a statesman as he makes the transition from administrative management to institutional leadership. The theme can also be found in some of the contributions to the Mason book. In this approach, then, the new irresponsibility of the uncontrolled institutional leaders is no longer a thing to view with alarm but rather a necessary precondition to freeing them from the petty, distorting influences of short-range, profit-maximizing considerations. In this context we get demonstrations, which once would have sounded like muckraking, of how our corporate barons are indeed making the vital decisions politically and socially, as well as economically, how the oil companies determine our foreign policy, how General Dynamics decides strategy in the struggle for the world, etc. The objection, of course, is not that this is done but that it is too often done by executives who are not also statesmen. But this line is inherently dangerous, as Mason points out. If equity rather than profits is the corporate objective, one of the traditional distinctions between the private and public sectors disappears. If equity is the primary desideratum, it may well be asked why duly constituted public authority is not as good an instrument for dispensing equity as self-perpetuating corporate managements. And Eugene V. Rostow warns that this trend invites the response that it is men elected to advance the general welfare who should make the decisions rather than uncontrolled oligarchs. But this implies democratic control of the decision-making apparatus, and democracy is the only way out which our neocorporatists reject with unquestioning uncertainty. 4. Neocorporatism presents itself, first of all, as another attempt to answer the problem of legitimacy. But this problem, after all, is only the current way in which its posers formulate to themselves the basic question of the underpinnings of the whole social system. Real solutions are bound to lie in radical, i.e., systemic, changes. The outline of such a change appears under the name of constitutionalizing the corporation in the deliberations, already mentioned, of the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions led by W. H. Ferry. 3. Ferry began with a number of complaints about the present system which could once have been part and parcel of a socialist propaganda pamphlet, against overconcentration of wealth, the paradoxes and contradictions of contemporary capitalism, alienation, the myth of the self-regulating economy, the greed of the affluent, economic individualism, the messiness of the present economic arrangements, etc. This leads on to formulations favoring a political economy based on the purposive use of law, politics, and government on behalf of the common good, the primacy of politics for the rational control of our economic affairs, bringing the economic order under political guidance, and so on. These phrases seem to give the primacy to political power over the corporate power, subordinating the latter to the former, i.e. installing statism, in the terminology previously referred to. This general socialistic approach gave way to something else as the discussions at the center advanced, with the participation of an impressive panel of eminent thinkers, Robert Hutchins, Burley, Scott Buchanan, Reinhold Niebuhr, I. Ruby, J. C. Murray, Walter Millis, and others. At a month-long meeting, a sort of enlarged plenum of the center held last summer, Ferry presented a programmatic paper for discussion by the group. The concrete idea that emerged is the founding of a new political order on a commonwealth of corporations. Ferry proposed, after raising the question of a fourth branch of government for economic questions. A less dramatic form of constitutionalization might be the formation by statute of a commonwealth of corporations, an association of free, self-governing nations. This would call for federal charters, or constitutions, which would recognize the autonomy of the member corporations but charge them collectively with specific powers and responsibilities. Along some such route might also come the legitimacy that Burley believes the modern corporation is seeking. Establishing a commonwealth or federation of corporations would necessitate, for example, a review of corporate charters. He explains further. We keep on thinking in the very limited terms of nationalization or non-nationalization, private ownership or national ownership. It is quite possible, for example, to give a good deal more authority and responsibility to corporations. I am looking for a legal order to enclose and to make coherent what is being done in this country by the corporations. And he stresses several times that his vision means a new and different type of state, something new, a qualitatively different way of looking at the economy. Father Murray, the Jesuit member of the panel of consultants, who took a prominent part in the discussions, thereupon spoke the following, not at all antagonistically. I know that you have expressly disclaimed that what you wish is socialism, and quite rightly, especially in the classic definition. It doesn't seem to me that that is what you wish. However, the tendency of your paper is to install intervention of a sort that is referred to technically as the corporative state. I don't mean the corporative state of the fascist sort, which was frankly totalitarian. Murray explains he means the corporative state as invented by some German economists and political thinkers as an alternative to both capitalism and socialism. You seem to be aiming at something of the same sort. You seem to want an integration of the economic processes and political processes, if you will, or a constitutionalization of it. The net effect would be radically new *. 5. This observation by Father Murray, which was not a criticism, ties up with the views of another Jesuit social thinker who had recently published on the question. This is Father Harbrecht, whose brochure Toward the Paraproprietal Society, 1960, had appeared with a laudatory introduction by none other than Burley. Harbrecht's thesis is that our social system is turning into a system of property tenure which is neither socialism nor really capitalism. His analysis starts at the same place as Burley's discussion of the fiduciary institutions and the new stage of divorcement between property and power. In this new order beyond property, inevitably the economic power that is growing in the institutions is being drawn, or shunted away, from the generality of the people. The result has striking parallels with feudal institutions, which also began with a separation of control from the ownership of productive property. Today corporations correspond to the great domains of the baronial principalities. A man's place in medieval society was determined by his place in the domain. Today men are bound to their corporations. The present-day corporate managers are like the vassals of the great domains. They have control, but not ownership of great wealth, yet their tenure in power is in fact limited by their continuing ability to perform a service. Thus Father Harbrecht in his own book. It is easy to see why it delighted Burley. For Harbrecht, this process of feudalization of the corporate political structure is his own version of the wave of the future. Now we learn from Father Murray, in the center discussion, that Harbrecht made a criticism of Ferry's paper. He found that Ferry wants to go too far with the politicization of the economic process, that is, the imposition of outside political, state, controls over the corporations, the baronial powers, whereas Harbrecht sees the increased power as going to the corporations. Faced with the explicit posing of this question, Ferry denied that Harbrecht's criticism applied to his position. I do not accept the criticism. I will accept Father Harbrecht's own proposal for imposing larger responsibilities on corporations. Emphasis added. The distinction is very important for our purposes. What is being worked out here is not simply more of the familiar liberal collectivist trend toward increased statification, a line running from Crowley through the New Deal and on to Schlesinger and others today. This, as Burley likes to stress, is an attempt at a non-statist alternative, the assignment of political power not over the corporate bodies of the economy but to them. 6. The center consultant who has developed a more clearly thought-out program of corporatism, perhaps thereby inspiring Ferry, is Scott Buchanan. Buchanan was a leader of the Wallace Progressive Party in 1948. I do not know what his politics became after that, but when he published his essay in Politics in 1953, the preface explained that it was based on conversations in 1947 which led most of the participants to join the Wallace movement the following year. The 1953 book presents essentially the same views he has now. In a 1959 discussion at the center, Buchanan criticized Ferry along the same lines as Harbrecht, for wanting to give too much power to the government instead of giving more powers to the corporations. But the government, he argued, is obviously incapable of dealing with the big economic, military, and other problems that arise. When you turn this all over to the government as is done in Sweden, you get a very dull, not necessarily stupid, kind of society. So what I am thinking of, as some of you are guessing, is that you don't hand such a function over to the government, the national government. You hand over this function to a new kind of corporation which is chartered to determine its own function and legalize its own operation, a self-governing body. This might be some federal scheme. You would not have one national economic corporation. You would have 200 or 500 corporations, or whatever they are, and some kind of Congress of corporations that would deal with political economic matters through legal means. The corporation, said Buchanan, should think about itself in terms of the rule of the law. This would mean that the corporation think of itself literally as a government, as Burley has put it often enough, and try to constitutionalize itself in some way. This doesn't necessarily mean that we should impose a democratic dogma on it. It means that the corporation, if it isn't going to be democratic, should say it is not going to be and find a mode of operation that will discharge its responsibilities and be efficient in its own operation. This is laudably clear, not democracy but efficiency. In another brochure issued by the Center in 1958, Buchanan ties up a number of things in the olio. The Marxist used to speak vividly, if not too accurately, about the concentration of capital and the expropriation of the worker. If the dialectic is still working, he ought now to point out the next stage or moment when the labor union applies for corporate membership in the big corporation whose directors grant annual tenure and salaries, pensions, and the power of veto on the policy of the corporation instead of the right to strike. As a result, the corporation is a government by and with the consent of the workers as well as the stockholders. As Adolf Burley puts it in the 20th century capitalist revolution, creeping socialism has become galloping capitalism, and, we might add, corporate communism, free world variety. It is not surprising to find him adding that Russia has gone ahead to entrust its economy to 3 separate but coordinated giant corporations and the other socialist countries have invented other forms to meet their needs. It is not to be supposed that we are lacking in inventive imagination. The final chapter of his 1953 book even presents some modest details of a new order in which the corporations have taken on certain sovereign powers, making the corporate structure autonomous and coordinate with the government. Example, the NAM becomes the sponsor of the Federal Trade Commission. There is a separate house representing managers, engineers, and workmen. The same corporations which moderate socialists mark for nationalization are in this scheme to be given wide self-governing powers and privileges. The chronic civil war between labor and the corporation will be eliminated. The 3 giant corporations of the Soviet system, which are the trade unions, Soviet, and consumers' cooperatives, should be intelligible to us as a kind of preview of ourselves if we continue to increase our corporate development in the same way in the future as we have in the past. The vision is global, incorporated trading companies, making cartel treaties in the 20th century, could become the United States of the world. 7. Buchanan is the most unreserved of our neo-corporatists, but Burley is recognized as their leading theoretician. Burley, as far as I know, has not put it as bluntly as some others, and I am not certain how far he would go. He is, to be sure, entirely uninhibited in describing the present system as corporate collectivism. He militantly insists on labeling it collectivism as often as possible, true collectivism, etc. And since he also quite calmly describes the corporate system as an automatic self-perpetuating oligarchy, we need not suppose he has any illusion that we are living under a democratic collectivism. Nor does he think there is an unbridgeable gulf between this system and the bureaucratic collectivist system on the other side of the Iron Curtain. The private property system in production has almost vanished in the vast area of American economy dominated by the system. Instead, we have something which differs from the Russian or socialist system mainly in its philosophical content. Nor, for this matter, is he even exercised about democratic controls over this spreading collectivism. One of the troubles with liberals, he writes, is that they thought of ownership by the people as something real, whereas a moment's thinking would make it clear that the people was an abstraction. Its reality meant some sort of bureaucratic management. And if bureaucratic management is inevitable, it should be efficient bureaucratic management. The oligarchic methods of the corporation work remarkably well, and conventional stereotypes of democratic procedure are not particularly useful in dealing with this problem. Public consensus is counterposed to public opinion. The important difference, of course, is that public opinion can finally be ascertained only by the conventional stereotypes of democratic procedure. But public consensus? This is the body of unstated premises lying behind the superficialities of public opinion. It does not emanate from the people, that abstraction, nor merely from the business community. Where then? Here is the answer, from the conclusions of careful university professors, the reasoned opinions of specialists, the statements of responsible journalists, and at times the solid pronouncements of respected politicians. These constitute the real tribunal to which the American system is finally accountable, and it is their consensus which confers legitimacy upon the system. So the bureaucratic nature of this corporate collectivism, which by Orwellian rules he sometimes calls the reality of economic democracy in the United States, does not give him pause. It would indeed take a riotous imagination to equip the new corporate order with the aforesaid conventional stereotypes of democracy. In his good society, organizations in each industry and inter-industry, like the Iron and Steel Institute, which is properly not statist, can be encouraged to synchronize or harmonize their planning, with the assistance of relief from some of the rigidities of the antitrust laws. Like Buchanan, he sees that in any long view the American and Soviet systems would seem to be converging rather than diverging, for here too power centralizes itself around a politico-economic instead of a governmental institution, the politico-economic institution on this side being the corporation. He is as enthusiastically in favor of cartels as Buchanan, with a similar vision of a corporate world government. In point of surprising fact, the large American corporations in certain fields have more nearly achieved a stable and working world government than has yet been achieved by any other institution. The outstanding illustration is the case of the oil industry. For Burley, corporatism is the American surrogate for socialism. Socialism, he writes, was the instrument of the 20th century revolution in many countries, but in the United States, the chief instrument has proved to be the modern giant corporation. If the corporations do not assume community responsibilities, government must step in and American life will become increasingly statist. The corporation's powers are in fact held in trust for the entire community. The choice of corporate managements, he writes in the chapter Corporate Capitalism and the City of God, in the 20th century capitalist revolution is not whether so great a power shall cease to exist, they can merely determine whether they will serve as the nuclei of its organization or pass it over to someone else, probably the modern state. It seems that, in diverse ways, we are nibbling at the edges of a vast, dangerous, and fascinating piece of thinking. Vast, dangerous, and fascinating it is, and Burley is nibbling. 8. In discussions of corporatism, the word corporation is more often than not used in more than one sense. The broader and earlier sense is any body, of people, corporate, whose association for some purpose is recognized. The narrower sense is the business corporation. The corporations of Italian fascist theory were, however, not business corporations nor joint stock companies, but associations of labor and capital assigned a given role in society. Corporatist ideologies have not necessarily begun with the business corporation, but as we have seen, our own neo-corporatists do begin this way. While beginning this way, however, do they go on to a broader conception of corporatism. The bridge from the narrower to the broader sense is constituted by the question of who are the members of a corporation. Once you entertain the idea of turning the corporation into a sovereign power, of turning autonomous political powers over to it in some fashion, you must bethink yourself that it will not do to confer the spoon simply on the board of directors. The base must be widened to receive the weight. The corporation must be more inclusive, if it is to be turned into a political community or the base for one. We do not want to strengthen management at the expense of labor. No, we are all liberals and believe that labor must be treated equally. The solution is plainly to integrate labor into the corporation, on an equal basis, naturally. In a number of steps presented as expanding the membership of the corporation, the business corporation of today becomes the politically autonomous body of corporatist theory. Basic is the unity of all classes inside the confining forms of the corporate structure. Buchanan has it all laid out. He wants a highly structured corporation in which the union would be a part of the structure. Not only investors and managers but creditors, workers, and buyers should all get explicit status as members or citizens of these governments' corporations. Hutchins opines it is labor itself, not the union as such, which should be included in the structure of the corporation, since the idea does not necessarily involve the maintenance of a national union of any kind. We have seen that in Father Harbrecht's Wave of the Future, men are bound to their corporations. In the Mason tome, Professor Abram Chase of Harvard elaborates a more spacious conception of membership of the corporation, among the groups now conceived as outside the charmed circle of corporate membership, but which ought to be brought within it. The most important and readily identifiable is its workforce. Does this mean worker representation in its managing board? Apparently not, however. Still, something has to be done about the present sad state of affairs in which labor and management are made to appear as hostile antagonists in a kind of legalized class warfare. The reference is to ordinary collective bargaining. By bringing the labor force into the corporation, negotiations become merely an act of adjusting common relations. Chase is arguing that class collaboration, as against class struggle, entails the corporatist principle as the method of tying up two now warring constituencies into a single constituency. For Frank Tannenbaum in A Philosophy of Labor, the unions must save the corporation by endowing it with a moral role in the world, not merely an economic one. In some way the corporation and its labor force must become one corporate group and cease to be a house divided and seemingly at war. In that one of his many, and not always consistent, books in which he comes closest to a kind of corporatism, Peter Drucker also naturally turns up with the notion that the trade union must be made an institutional part of the corporate structure. This is in his The New Society, 1949, written under the impress of the British Labour government. A man who thinks in managerial terms from first to last, Drucker views the trade union leader as just another type of manager, who, like the corporation executive, has a responsibility not to his organization's members but to the organization as such. Integration of the union will also help to make the government of the corporation legitimate, he argues. Interesting is the context of Drucker's approach to corporatism in this book. Generally speaking, Drucker is a militant conservative, and in his other books he is usually a fervent apologist for the corporation and its managers as a going concern. Here, however, Drucker has a remarkable section on democratic socialism, plainly meaning mainly the ongoing British Labour regime, in which he defends it against American misunderstanding, in his own way. His own way is the corporatist way. He announces that capitalism has failed at least outside our own charmed country, that the new society will be, naturally, beyond capitalism and socialism, and insofar as he concretizes this vision, it is in terms echoing what we have already considered. The modern industrial enterprise is already collective, it is a governmental institution, it is, however, independent of the state in its origin as well as in its function. It is an organ of society rather than one of the state. There is not one prime mover in our society but at least two, state and enterprise. The investor, shareholder, deserves no special rights in the corporation. The thing to do is to put the de facto situation on a legalized basis, so that the sovereign control of the corporation by its managers is institutionalized. From here Drucker naturally goes over to the question of how to broaden the corporate structure in line with its broader role. We get an echo of Rummel's trustee tribunes. We get the theory of the convergence of the capitalist corporation with the Russian system, a characteristic accompaniment *, and we also get the already mentioned integration of the trade unions into the membership of the broadened corporation, which is now ready to fulfill its bigger tasks. 9. Our neo-corporatist school consists of liberals, not conservatives or reactionaries. The people of the Santa Barbara Center are in general conscious liberals, as evidenced by their output on other questions like war and nuclear disarmament, civil liberties and civil rights, etc. Burley is a certified liberal, being a leader of the New York Liberal Party. Buchanan was what I am accustomed to call a Stalinoid liberal, and probably still is. Drucker, the conservative, proved the rule, as explained, in the book in which he approached corporatism. Tannenbaum is an ex-socialist, and so on. The trend is cropping out of the bureaucratic collectivist side of today's liberalism. It is not the only outcropping, the dominant one is still what Burley would call statist. But it is an especially interesting outcropping. These are not the first liberals to discover corporatism. The famous German liberal capitalist Walter Rathenau embodied it in the new social order outlined in his book In Days to Come, written during the First World War. In 1947 John Fisher in Harper's, he was then one of its editors and is now editor-in-chief, offered a well-developed program of corporatism as platform for the revival of liberalism, very similar to Buchanan's finished product. In return for this dispensation, in a few peculiarly vital industries, however, labor might have to forego its right to strike, and in return it would have to receive a special standing and special privileges comparable to those of the civil service. Rightists, he admitted, might try to convert it into a corporative state. Probably more significant are the views of the liberal whose economics is the bridge between liberalism and laborism, J. M. Keynes. In The End of Laissez-faire, 1926, Keynes advocated a status for corporations as semi-autonomous bodies within the state. I propose a return, it may be said, towards medieval conceptions of separate autonomies. But, in England at any rate, corporations are a mode of government which has never ceased to be important. But more interesting than these is the trend of joint stock institutions, when they have reached a certain age and size, to approximate to the status of public corporations rather than that of individualistic private enterprise. One of the most interesting and unnoticed developments of recent decades has been the tendency of big enterprise to socialize itself. The battle of socialism against unlimited private profit is being won in detail hour by hour. It is true that many big undertakings still need to be semi-socialized. We must take full advantage of the natural tendencies of the day, and we must probably prefer semi-autonomous corporations to organs of the central government. Note that views similar to those which our American school counterposes to socialism are here offered as socialistic. To confound the picture further, the reader has no doubt been aware that corporatism is most notorious as a fascist ideology. Well, then, is corporatism liberal, socialist, or fascist? Or are there three distinct kinds of corporatism? When a liberal adopts corporatism, is he falling for a fascist theory, or is he rescuing this theory from the fascists? Where, in short, does this neo-corporatism fit in? 10. The difficulty arises because corporatism is thought of as being a fascist theory. It became so, of course, we shall see how. But historically it arises as a socialist idea, and as such it has a far from negligible past. Its liberal incarnation, which we have been observing, is only an extension of this phenomenon. Its main appeal to socialist thought, as to Burley, was as a framework for the radical reform from above of capitalist society through what were thought of as non-statist or non-political channels. It looked to a transformation of society not through a struggle for political power but through the assignment of social powers to autonomous economic bodies. This in fact is the basic definition of corporatism in whatever form it presents itself. Some elements usually associated with corporatism go back very far in pre-Marxist socialist thought, particularly a beehive view of society as an organic whole of which the human individual is only a cell, organicism, and a related communitarian outlook. But these are by no means peculiar to corporatism, being common in all forms of socialism from above. Fourier's phalanx, Cabet's Icaria, and Robert Owen's model factory can also be taken as ancestors, but these utopian socialisms, of course, saw their autonomous economic bodies as infiltrators on the margin of society rather than commanders in the center. The first prophet of a full-fledged corporatism was Saint Simon, not a utopian and not really a socialist, who was fertile in schemes for the radical reform from above of society through autonomous economic and social bodies which would dispense with politics and rule by direct administration, under the benevolent control of financiers, businessmen, scientists, and technicians. In Saint Simon, labor and capital were institutionally amalgamated not only in theory but in terminology. The very term workers meant primarily the capitalists who carried on productive work as distinct from the idlers of the old ruling class. Derivative trends in bourgeois thought stem from Saint Simon's disciple, Comte, and the schools of sociology basically inspired by him, vide Durkheim. The conception of a new order built along the lines of a corporate society was one element in Edward Bellamy's version of socialism. Bellamy's system, though mainly modeled after military organization, explained the great change in terms of pushing the corporate development to its final conclusion, the one great corporation in which all other corporations were absorbed. Perhaps the classic statement of socialist corporatism was expounded by Charles P. Steinmetz, prominent socialist in his day as well as eminent scientist. In his America and the New Epoch, 1916, socialism is a society where the giant corporations, like his employer General Electric, literally rule directly, having eschewed profit and embraced the goal of sheer efficiency. But the most massive corporatist element in the development of socialist thought was injected by syndicalism. The basic conception of the reorganization of society through, presumably, non-political but autonomous economic bodies was here the distinctive content of the movement. Here corporatism diverged in two quite different directions. Saint Simon, Bellamy's looking backward, and Steinmetz were almost purely authoritarian, not to say totalitarian. But syndicalism, like socialism as a whole, was a movement with two souls. One was a socialism from below which looked toward the organization of democratic control of governmental authority through workers' control, the other was a thoroughly anti-democratic, elitist and administered view of the new order which was associated with the anarchist element in anarcho-syndicalism. The former strain later dissolved itself into the general socialist movement and early revolutionary communist movement, where its positive outcome was represented in such tendencies as guild socialism and acceptance of a workers' council basis for a new type of democratic state. These can still be termed corporative, if one absolutely insists, insofar as they look to the assignment of power in society to occupationally determined bodies, although these bodies were not economic but thoroughly political. The latter strain flowed into the later bureaucratic collectivist ideologies of corporatism, the ones to which that term actually became attached. In the heartland of the syndicalist movement, pre-1914 France, This current in syndicalism was documented in the book which most bluntly concretized the syndicalist New Order, Pataudet and Pogget's comment Nous ferons la Révolution, 1909. When syndicalism traveled north to England, its anarchist element tended to dissolve out, leaving guild socialism as a deposit, but when it traveled south to Italy, it was anarcho-syndicalism and Georges Sorel's proto-fascist reading of syndicalism which expanded. Now it was this latter wing or current of syndicalism which transformed itself organically into the black socialist wing of Italian fascism, and which thereby created what we know as the corporatism of the fascist ideology. Its architects were Enrico Corradini, Edmond de Rossini and other syndicalists turned fascist, plus D'Annunzio-type nationalists turned syndicalist like Alfredo Rocco and Dino Grandi. Corporatism was the serious ideology only of this socialist face of fascism. As is well known, though Mussolini later adopted it officially, it remained an empty facade for purely social demagogic purposes in German fascism too. Within the Nazi movement, it was the assigned manipulators of the Labor Front who played with it, and it was the serious ideology only of the black socialist wing. Strasser developed it into a view of a new corporate order called state feudalism, with a chamber of corporations, etc. Here it was not even officially adopted for demagogic purposes. The Hitler regime rejected it. We see, then, that corporatism enters the fascist world not as a fascist ideology but as a socialistic idea, indeed as the program to transform fascism into socialism. In this role corporatism is a direct and organic outgrowth of that one of the two souls of socialism which I have called socialism from above. Once having arisen in this way, fascist corporatism had a powerful reactive impact on the socialist movement itself. It attracted, sucked out toward itself, so to speak, precisely those socialist currents which felt their kinship to it. In the case of the Marquet Group in the French Socialist Party and the Mosley Group in the British Labour Party, wings of the socialist movement split off to become fascist themselves. But more significant were the currents which were attracted specifically by corporatism without going over to fascism. A hand of ideological sympathy to the Strasser wing of Nazism was stretched out by the not insignificant tendency in the social democracy led by the German Czech Social Democrat Wenzel Jaksch. Bernard Shaw, the number 2 architect of Fabianism, was enthusiastically pro-Mussolini before he became even more enthusiastically pro-Stalinist. In a sober lecture before the Fabian Society in 1933 he described the Italian corporate state plan and added, addressing Il Duce in the name of Fabianism, "I say here, more power to your elbow." That is precisely what the Fabian Society wants to have done. Although we are all in favor of the corporative state, nevertheless it will not really be a corporative state until the corporations own the land in which they are working. In Belgium, the Socialist Party leader Henry de Man, who had made a great if now forgotten reputation as a revisionist offering a theoretical alternative to Marxism within the socialist movement, wrote Corporatisme et Socialisme in 1935 and later became virtually a Nazi collaborator. Lincoln Steffens. I list him here rather than as a liberal. The distinction becomes terminological, glowed with ardor for both Mussolini and the application of the corporative idea to the U.S. Without throwing him into the very same bag, I would also suggest a look at Leon Blum's introduction to the French edition of Burnham's Managerial Revolution. Corporatism was also an element in the ideological jumble of the New Deal, but my impression is that it was more prominent in non-socialistic New Dealers like Hugh Johnson than in the radical wing, who tended to be overweeningly statist. 11. This identification of corporatism as a socialist current, as one of the strains in the history of socialism from above, rather than as an idea necessarily connoting fascism, is the first key to understanding the burgeoning of new corporatist ideologies today. But now widen the focus on this picture. Socialism from above did not arise from socialism. It was and is merely the form taken within the framework of socialism, the intrusion into socialism, of what is in fact all-pervasive in the entire history of man's aspirations for the good society and a better life. This is true everywhere, in all times, and in all ideological guises. It is the expectation of emancipation or reform from some powers that be who will hand down the new world to a grateful people, rather than the liberating struggle of the people themselves, associated from below, to win and control the good society for themselves. It is the octroyal principle, which is still dominant as always, versus the revolutionary democratic principle, which during most of man's history could be nothing but a phantasm and which could become a realistic aspiration only within the framework of socialism. What is distinctive about socialism is not its dominant socialism from above wing, for this is dominant everywhere, but the fact that it and it alone could generate the ever arising and so far defeated movements for emancipation from below. Reform from above, under the economic and political impulsions of a period when the dominant social system is decaying, characteristically takes the form of a bureaucratic collectivist ideology. Corporatism is one of the bureaucratic collectivist ideologies which arises. It arises quite inescapably both inside and outside the socialist movement. What we have examined in the case of the American school, in a country with a tiny socialist movement, is its rise in circles outside the socialist movement. But in most countries of the world, ideologists like Burley, Buchanan, Ferry, et.al. would not be outside the broad socialist movement, they are social democratic types. Their ideology would arise within the framework of socialism and take on a socialistic coloration and vocabulary, instead of taking care to couch itself in non-socialist or even anti-socialist terms. This American development is an anomaly in that it produces a corporatism stripped of any socialist dress. But this means that if we look abroad, we should expect to see its analogues with a socialist dress. And we do plainly enough. In fact, the picture is gratifyingly simplified when we find that both sides recognize their affinity. The British co-thinker of our American school is C.A.R. Crossland, the leading theoretician of the right, Gatesackle, wing of the British Labour Party. He, in turn, is the apostle of a new revisionism, his term, for which he claims most of the European social democracies. Professor Mason appeals to Crossland's book The Future of Socialism for British evidence that the form of ownership of large enterprise is irrelevant and that the large corporation is fundamentally the same whether private in the US, where it is called capitalism, or public as in Britain, where it is called an installment of socialism. If this is so, then the transplantation of Crossland revisionism to the private corporate collectivism of the US produces a resultant ideology similar to the neo-corporatism we have been discussing. Professor Rostow states his understanding of Crossland-Gateschalism in terms of the American problem as follows: in England, socialists say that the managers have already socialized capitalism, so that it is no longer necessary to invoke the cumbersome formality of public ownership of the means of production. By the same token, this is Rostow's point, the managers may also be said to have already socialized capitalism in the US. Thus Crossland equals Burley plus a difference in latitude and longitude. The chapter in Mason's book on the British corporation was, in fact, assigned to Crossland himself, as collaborator with the American authors. Crossland winds up this essay by quoting the 1957 thesis of the Labour Party, Industry and Society, in which the anti-nationalization view was established. The Labour Party recognizes that, under increasingly professional managements, large firms are as a whole serving the nation well. This is why nationalization is unnecessary, according to Crossland. It follows that the big corporations, under even more professional managements, are serving the US at least as well if not better. Industry and Society was the official theoretical exposition of this revisionism, and especially because it was a formal resolution and not simply an article, it is interesting to see, in motto form at the head of a chapter, not a quotation from Marx but one from Burley's 20th century capitalist revolution. Quoted also is the Drucker of the New Society. This is symbolic of a fact. The line of analysis in Industry and Society is essentially Burleyan. If W. H. Ferry proposes a corporatist program for the US, he himself at any rate sees no great difference between this and the views of the Swedish Social Democrat Gunnar Myrdal, or with the British and New Zealand welfare states. Scott Buchanan says he wants to see his ideas worked out by a Fabian society. 12. It is this relationship, mutually recognized, between American neo-corporatism and the new post-war trend of European social democratic reformism which helps to explain both. I refer to the trend toward the repudiation of public or social ownership, not merely nationalization, as an important part of the socialist program. Crossland, Encounter, March, 1960, chortles that nearly all the European socialist parties have gone this way. But this is not traditional or historical social democratic reformism in economic program, any more than Mallotism in France has been traditional reformism in politics. The qualitative transformation that has taken place was pointed up when Crossland denounced the extremist phraseology of the party's formal aims in its constitution regarding nationalization, and demanded that it be rewritten. This phraseology, now extremist, was written in by Sidney Webb and Arthur Henderson. Why is this neo-reformism engaged in a precipitous flight away from public ownership? First, it should be seen as analog to Burley's evolution from New Deal statism to his new enthusiasm for non-statist collectivism, which we have discussed. The line of thought goes like this. Public ownership is no longer necessary for the gradual reform of capitalism into socialism because capitalism is socializing itself in other forms. The transference of power in the corporations to socially responsible managers means that the forms of private property are no longer incompatible with our ends. Socialization will now go forward with the inevitability of gradualism in these new corporate forms. Public ownership can now be stored away in the cellar of our program because the development of the new corporate collectivism is adequately doing the job which the socialist movement once thought it was called on to perform. What is accepted as the road to socialism is the ongoing process of bureaucratic collectivization of the capitalist world. This neo-reformism of the European Social Democrats and the neo-corporatism of our American liberal school are analogous forms of one type of bureaucratic collectivist ideology. New Politics 1962. Chapter V. The New Social Democratic Reformism. The thesis of this article is that the ideology of the dominant wing of the European social democracy has, since the end of World War II, visibly become something different from the traditional reformism of the Second International. It has entered a new stage and demands a new analysis, a tentative sketch of which is offered here. New is always relative, of course. There is no doubt that the new ideology is an organic outgrowth of the old, as it claims to be, but it continues so far along the lines implicit in the old that a qualitative change must be registered. By traditional reformism I mean the political ideology which assumed clearest self-consciousness in the form of Fabianism in England and Bernstein's revisionism in Germany. It looked to the gradual transformation, or metamorphosis, of capitalism into socialism by an inherent process working out through patchwork changes, however minute but cumulative in effect, which would eventually mean that capitalism itself grows into socialism, without any visible break in the continuum of change. Capitalism would not be abolished, let alone overthrown, it would become socialism. The movement towards socialism was simply the sum of collectivist tendencies immanent in the present system. Reformism's perspective was the inevitable collectivization of capitalism itself, its self-socialization from above, rather than its change by action from below. Hence the reformists' equation was, collectivized capitalism equals socialism. To the extent that statification was one important form of such collectivization, though not the only one, they had a second equation, statification equals socialism. There is a generation of socialists today who associate this formula only with the Stalinist ideology. This deprives the old reformists of their proper historical credit. The reformists, both Fabian and Bernstein varieties, left little room for the idea that workers' democracy, in the sense of some type of democratic control of production from below, was a sine qua non of socialism. Before 1914 the lively conflict in the Second International between the revisionists and the orthodox Marxists was in large part fought out over ideology. In practice, it is notorious that there was considerable agreement on what to do from day to day, except in crises. Ignoring what this reflected about the orthodox, I point out only that today, on the contrary, what has been conspicuously new about the new reformists has in many cases been their practice, above all. The most spectacular case has been the practice of the Socialist Party of France under Guy Mollet, undoubtedly one of the blackest chapters in the history of the international socialist movement. On August 4, 1914, the German Social Democrats made history by voting for the Kaiser's war credits, and the Second International collapsed. That was traditional reformism. But let us imagine that instead of simply going along with the patriotic current, a social democratic government had been in charge of the famous rape of Belgium, and moreover had modernized it with concentration camps, torture of prisoners, organized massacres. This gets nearer the difference between Philippe Chaudemont, who was an old-fashioned type, and the modern Guy Mollet, who as Premier of France and leader of the French socialists, stubbornly carried on the dirty war against Algerian liberation, by a regime and by methods which revolted even half-decent French liberals, not to speak of Senator John F. Kennedy. The Molletist regime organized, not tolerated, it organized, a brutal fascist-like repression in Algeria, not under the personal direction of some reactionary assigned to do the dirty job while the government held its nose and pretended not to look, but under the personal direction of a close socialist comrade of Mollet's acting as his political right-hand man and obdurately defended by him. This social democratic regime organized McCarthy-like crackdowns on dissidents within France. The leading McCarthyite was Mollet himself. Naturally, it also brought about a whole series of expulsions from the SP itself. The most noted expulsion was not of a left-winger but of an old-line reformist, André Philippe, and the most vicious expulsions and persecutions were directed against the young socialists and student socialists. This led to a rather unusual type of split in the party, precipitated not only by the Algerian policy but more immediately by Mollet's role in bringing de Gaulle into power. The break was not a left-right split, though of course all leftist elements went along with the new party formed, Parti Socialiste Autonome, now merged into the present Parti Socialiste Unifié. What characterized the leaders of the minority that split, such as Depreux and Meyer, was that they were largely traditional reformists, who could not live with Molletism. Finally, the Mollet Party produced another startling phenomenon, a proto-fascist wing, around the figures of Lacoste and Lejeune, a wing so seen not simply by Mollet's opponents in the party but even by Le Monde. Nothing like the Mollet phenomenon can be ascribed to the practice of the reborn German social democracy. Here we point first to an ideological development. After the death of Kurt Schumacher and with growing Cold War prosperity in Germany, the German party moved simply to dump socialism from its program. Now I do not want to get this statement involved in a terminological dispute over the word, for of course the new reformists maintain stoutly that what they propose is still socialism. What is important for present purposes is the safe statement that what was dumped from the new reformist program was that which the traditional reformists would have accepted as elementary socialism. They eliminate all connection between socialism and any conception of advance toward the social ownership of the means of production. They make protection of private enterprise one of the key features of the new reformism's economic policy on the same grounds as they make allowance for any state interference with private enterprise. Once since the formalization of its new politics in the Bad Godesberg program of 1959, the German party under the practical leadership of Willy Brandt, has deliberately set out to become as indistinguishable in political program as possible from Adenauer's Christian Democrats, on the model of the American two-party bipartisan system. Only incidental to this has been its throttling of elements in the party aspiring to anti-war action or its suppression of the socialist student organization. The change in Germany has been the most noteworthy but not the only one, nor the first, among the Western European social democracies. The Austrian Socialist Party disembarrassed itself of socialism in its new program in 1958. This party has been in a permanent government-sharing coalition with the Catholic Party, People's Party, since 1945. A whole generation has never seen a wholly independent action by its Socialist Party. Here, in a sense which the old social democracy never knew, the Social Democrats have integrated their whole party existence with the state structure. It probably also has, incidentally, the most bureaucratized and monolithic party structure in the International. 2. Here and there, another question about these parties forces itself on the attention: unusual social composition. The traditional social democracy was not only indisputably a workers' party, but also, what is not always the same thing, the party of the working class in the country. It still is in West Germany, Austria, and other countries as far as mass membership is concerned. But in the two countries where the Communist Party has mass workers' support and membership, France and Italy, where therefore the social democratic leadership is relatively freed of the social weight of the working class, and where those workers who do stay with it in spite of all tend to be a self-selected kind, visible internal social changes have taken place. It has been reported that 1/4 of the membership of Malitz SP are state employees, petty functionaries in nationalized industry, government bureaus, municipal offices, etc. 3. Shortly before he died, Marceau Pivert described to me how the Malit party leadership had finally succeeded in winning a majority in the traditionally left-wing Paris region of the party. He detailed it in terms of the mobilization of the functionaries concentrated in Paris, who were or became members of the SP, as against the traditional working-class population of the party region who were predominantly Pivertists. In Italy, Saragosse Social Democratic Party is notoriously lacking in working-class support. Virtually the entire working class of the country is divided between the Communist Party and the Socialist Party led by Nani, the latter also containing the traditional reformist wing of the movement, with a more conservative labor wing adhering to the Christian Democrats*. This aspect of Malit's French party, combined with its extreme political record, has more than once caused a big question mark to be placed over its basic character. It was put perhaps most directly by Maurice Dufour in Pivert's correspondence Socialist International, March 1958, i.e., at the lowest depth of Malitism. Certain passages of Gillas's book The New Class give food for thought. Let us put the question brutally: has not the French Socialist Party become the nursery of this new class? The French nationalizations supply a valuable example: the heads of the nationalized enterprises, many of whom hold a party card, behave like the old bosses, same attitudes, the same reactions. Perhaps there is this difference: the new bosses claim to be of the proletariat. So, the French SP has not colonized the bourgeois state, the other way round is nearer the truth. Along with the other statifications desired by the reformists, the reformist party itself gets statified. All of this is intended to raise the same question about the new European social democratic reformism which I have already raised in New Politics about certain currents in American liberalism, viz., relationship to the burgeoning of various types of bureaucratic collectivist ideologies. To repeat briefly, by bureaucratic collectivist I mean in this connection the ideological reflection or anticipation of a new social order, which is based on the control of both economy and government by an elite bureaucracy forming a new exploitive ruling class, which runs the fused economic political structure not for the private profit gains of any individual or groups, but for its own collective aggrandizement in power, prestige, and revenue, by administrative planning from above. This entails the view that the particular type of totalitarian statified economy developed under Stalinism in Russia, and now elsewhere, is only one form of bureaucratic collectivism. We are concerned with others. I have reviewed some phenomena of the post-war social democracy only in order to indicate, inconclusively at this point, how the question of the bureaucratic collectivization of social democratic reformism is posed not only by the writings of certain reformist theoreticians, but also in life, in the political arena. The rest of this article will be devoted to analyzing, from this standpoint, the theoretical formulations of the new reformism by its leading ideologue, who otherwise might too easily be written off. Car. Crossland, the British Labour Party MP, has systematically set out to formulate the ideology of the new reformism, which he calls revisionism. In doing it, he has set himself forth as the theoretical champion of the continental social democracies, which he counterposes to the extremist British, and the continental social democrats, insofar as they are interested in theoretics, perforce look upon him in this light. It is interesting that when an international socialist conference of reformist theoreticians, mainly from the Low Countries, met in Holland in early 1960 to discuss the new social democratic programs, Crossland was the only Briton present, and, in his introduction to its published papers, J. M. Den Uyl, of the Netherlands, could think of only two books which might be regarded as a renewing of socialist theory, Crossland's Future of Socialism and Jules Moch's Confrontations. Crossland has this further distinction, as compared with his revisionist friends and co-thinkers like, say, Douglas J. or Roy Jenkins. He has gone farthest in putting the new politics bluntly, frankly, and uninhibitedly. For all these reasons, it is from him that we can best learn what is happening. Nothing in the following discussion is intended to refute Crossland's views, the sole aim is to exhibit their internal logic. The first distinctive feature of Crossland's revisionism is its enthusiastic satisfaction with the social system which others call Western capitalism. He was of course delighted with the Labour Party's Gaitskellite statement in 1958 that under increasingly professional managements, large firms are as a whole serving the nation well. In the essay which he contributed to the Corporation in Modern Society, ed. E. S. Mason, he used this for all it was worth as his peroration. But this is mild. For as lyrical and uncritical an account of the operation of the present economic system as one can find anywhere left of Nelson Rockefeller, one must read Crossland's paper at the Dutch conference, keeping in mind that he is presumably not writing only about Britain. There is no shadow over permanent full employment, even right-wing governments will maintain it without question. There is a general feeling of contentment, standard of living has risen gratifyingly especially for the poorer. The benefits of the system are distributed more equally and more justly, there is no suffering from oppression or capitalist exploitation, the employers have in good part assumed the social responsibilities of industry, feelings of social justice are now a big problem only among socialist idealists, not the people. And aggressive individualism gives way to a suave and sophisticated sociability, and the traditional capitalist ruthlessness is replaced by a belief in modern, enlightened methods of personnel management. Large-scale industry has become humanized. Much more of this, and that's all, there is no other side, there are no other aspects to the economic picture. A comparison with the Bernsteinians, such as Crossland insists on, would be entirely beside the point. The traditional revisionists were mild, pinkish, tepid critics of the system. Crossland is one of the most eulogistic defenders of the system known to economic science today. It gives pause. One of the more unusual aspects of Crossland's lack of inhibition about justifying virtually everything about the economic status quo is his insistence on fiercely defending even the advertising industry, as it exists not only in Britain but also in the US, against the kind of far-from basic strictures made by, say, Vance Packard's books. He counterposes the hoary myth of consumer sovereignty. The present setup permits the consumer libertarian judgments because the individual decides for himself what he wants and registers his opinion by buying it. For I am trying to underline that there is something new here. All previous differences among socialists have been over differing degrees and forms of hostility to the economic system. Crossland is the first socialist theoretician in history, as far as I know, to take his stand on complete identification with the going system. Insofar as this is accepted as socialism at all, there could scarcely be any more finished exemplar of a socialism from above. It should not be supposed that Crossland's contentment with the economic system is simply founded on the character of the British situation, where the labour movement and labour governments have had a special impact. Another one of Crossland's sides that brings one up sharp is his insistence on specifically extending his eulogies to the US. He sometimes verges on representing the United States as being the country nearest the socialist ideal, with the possible exception of Sweden. In the USA the trade unions have invaded the prerogatives of management in such a way that we might almost speak of industrial democracy there, he said in Holland. After claiming that in Britain the trade unions remain effective masters of the industrial scene even under the Tories, he has the amazing fortitude to add the note, this is increasingly true in the US also. The leaders of the AFL-CIO will be glad to learn about their master over the citadels of capitalist power 5, but then they will be happy to know, also, that Crossland considers the American labor movement a model in another respect. Workers who take managerial posts are not condemned as traitors to their class. Trade union leaders are not thought to be in danger of contamination if they have large cars, and smoke cigars, and draw huge salaries. The unions are not thought guilty of treachery if they cooperate with management to boost sales or raise productivity, or even accept a wage cut to save a firm from bankruptcy. 6. Lucky American workers to have such modern type leaders. Crossland should explain why these American paragons, shored up by their huge salaries and rejoicing in mastery over the citadels of capitalist power, have not been able to get even a feeble Medicare program, let alone socialized medicine. It is inevitable that Crossland should enthuse also over the convergence of political attitudes of the contending parties both in the US and England, i.e., in the US, the absence of political differences between the Democrats and Republicans. He specifically compliments the mature, educated voter in the US for making his choice in the 1960 election on the basis of such issues as, simply the complacency of the existing Eisenhower regime. We, not the Tories, have the right to claim American society for our own, says Crossland. It is in fact a complete illusion that British conservatives really want a mobile equal opportunity society on the American pattern. Their true ideology is poles apart from the restless, egalitarian ideology of contemporary America. This indeed comes much closer, though this is not always understood in England, to the egalitarian ideas of the left than to the more static, conservative instincts of the right. 7. Crossland, of course, would be a heartfelt charter member of the club which is now raising a banner with a strange device paraphrased from Earl Browder's old slogan, "Americanism is 20th century socialism." In the United States, he finds, there is little trace of elite psychology, a claim which can be understood, not accepted but just understood, if we assume that Crossland is thinking only of the peculiar British forms of institutionalized status symbols such as the public schools and accent snobbery. Crossland not only identifies himself with the going economic system, but also strives heroically to identify himself as completely as possible with all of American bourgeois society, viz., the only society left on earth where capitalism is still entirely self-confident and feels the bloom of health. There are, of course, far more numerous elements in British society with which one can identify, and in that country various positive features can be ascribed to the impact of the socialist movement, but in the United States this interpretation is impossible. Crossland draws the inevitable conclusion, he would not be a socialist in the United States, or, in other words, there is no need for a socialist movement in this blessed land, not even a revisionist one. This seems to be the plain sense of his rather tortuous statement that in the U.S. a leftist, who was a socialist in Britain, would be much less concerned to promote more social equality of material welfare, of which plenty exists already, than with reforms lying outside the field of socialist-capitalist controversy. 8. At this point we get a peculiar inversion of the Bernsteinian revisionism of which Crossland thinks he is merely the continuator. Bernstein became notorious for saying, "The movement is everything, the goal nothing." Crossland now envisions the full transformation of the US into a socialist society, apparently, without any socialists at work, without any socialist movement at all. As far as I know, he is, another record, the first socialist theoretician in history to have stared this thought in the face. What it sets down without any equivocation is, for one thing, the perspective of socialization from above in full-blown form. The system is going to have to socialize itself, for sure. For another thing, this makes it very difficult for Crossland to have American disciples, since their first duty on agreeing with him fully is to commit harikari, politically speaking. As a matter of fact, this is more or less what has happened periodically in the later history of American socialism. There has been little or no room for reformist socialism to take root, and right-wing developments have tended to propel themselves, in the course of finding self-awareness, outside the socialist movement. However, the system with which Crossland identifies himself is no longer to be called capitalism. Naturally, it is a new and better one. At his most definite, he dates this after the Second World War, when, he is a little more vague, it is something that is in process of happening, or is almost true. It would be unprofitable to make anything of his varying formulations, for the underlying thought is both clear enough and inevitable for him: capitalism effectively no longer exists. Now it is very important to understand that he is not and cannot be merely talking about socialist Britain. He must apply this just as much not only to the US, as we have seen, but also to Western Europe, since it is the theoretical basis of his prescriptions for the new revisionism, and since it is the continental social democracies that have taken up this new revisionism most favorably. Crosslandism, therefore, must literally claim that Adenauer's Germany and de Gaulle's France have also left capitalism behind in their ascent to the new progressive order, but I am not aware that Crossland has ever specifically faced this picture. The theoretical dilemma is deep-going. The German Social Democratic Party is perhaps his favorite party, and there is no question about his admiration for its post-capitalist politics, but if post-war Germany abolished capitalism, this happy event actually took place under the aegis of a right-wing government, which was being roundly denounced by the social democracy all the time the revolution was going on. If, in the US, he looks forward to the full blossoming of a socialism without any socialist movement, in Germany he implicitly sees the abolition of capitalism by a right-wing government with the socialists in opposition. It is no part of this article's restricted task to discuss the way in which he abolishes capitalism from today's world. It has to do with a demonstration that there is no special connection between capitalism and profit, production for profit, profit system, or what have you, nor anything to do with the ownership of the means of production. His simplest approach was in his contribution to New Fabian Essays, 9, where it was done by defining capitalism as laissez-faire, right through the 30s. I do not comprehend how he could do this without being hooted out of at least the Fabian Society, but at any rate it is clear that if capitalism means laissez-faire, then it certainly was abolished, if it ever existed at all. But then this happened long before Attlee and Gaitskell's administrations, and so even in England we find Crossland's theory, but not Crossland, detaching the demise of capitalism from the device of socialism. 11. Even in the same book, his latest, in which he has most thoroughly abolished capitalism, statements like this keep creeping in post-war full employment appeared to demonstrate that capitalism had solved its inner contradictions. 12. Now it is very difficult for a system which has been abolished to solve contradictions, but Crossland does not mind admitting the existence of capitalism if he can say something nice about it. His way of being nice to the system involves being very contemptuous of the men whom the old-fashioned leftists, in their deplorable dogmatism, consider to be the business rulers. Referring to the very summits of business power in both the US and Britain, Crossland scorns them as impotent where yesterday's Morgans and Rockefellers used to have overweening power. Directly referring to the organization men of Shell and ICI, the British Chemical Trust, Crossland informs us that they are only jellyfish where their predecessors were masterful, slaves to their public relations departments, constantly nervous, suburban, apologetic. 13. At any rate the system, which seems to superficial people to be run on the economic side by the impotent jellyfish slaves, is not the old capitalism, and Crossland does not label it socialism as yet. It is merely a new, progressive social order in which all our economic problems have been essentially solved. Crossland once played with the problem of giving it a name: shall it be the welfare state, the mixed economy, the managerial state, progressive capitalism, fair dealism, state capitalism, the first stage of socialism, he asked. Differences of opinion about the right nomenclature will partly reflect merely ideological differences, he mused. To show how true this is, he chose a name which reflected uninhibitedly the nature of his ideological inclination: statism. 14. He was not unaware of the tactical embarrassment. The name is ugly, and has too unfavorable a ring. But the most fundamental change from capitalism is the change from laissez-faire to state control, and it is well to have a name which spotlights this crucial change. Given the triumph of the new progressive social order statism, if we may continue to use the label properly understood, what is left of the socialist program, and why is something to be called socialism still to be pursued at all? Crossland admits that statism already puts into effect a very large part of socialism's traditional program, and himself asks what, if anything, there is of socialism which statism does not already give. Of the 1951 Frankfurt Programmatic Declaration of the Re-established Socialist International, he says, "Now what is significant about this declaration is that socialism, as here defined, already largely obtains under statism 15. In 5 different writings from this date, 1952, on, Crossland has listed what is left of socialism in his view. The 5 different formulations pretty much add up to the same thing *, though there is difference in detail. For convenience only, I take up this briefest version, from an article in Confluence, summer 1958. It has 4 items. 1. Altering, not the structure of society in our own country, but the balance of wealth and privilege between advanced and backward countries. There is no indication why this is so specifically socialistic, in his opinion, that statism cannot do it handily, particularly the US variety. In any case, the crux is the negative clause. 2. More welfare, to take care of residual social distress, by which means, he explains, the misfortunes of small or exceptional groups like backward children rather than large categories, no problems existing about the latter. There is no indication why the wonderfully progressive society of statism would not be sufficient to clean up these corners. Besides, in his 1960 pamphlet Can Labor Win? Crossland rendered the judgment that full employment and the welfare state are now obsolete as issues. 3. Getting rid of the special British obvious social stratifications, especially the elite educational system peculiar to the island. This is so far from being a distinctively socialist issue that, as Crossland often stresses quite rightly, it does not even exist in other countries. 4. A number of socio-cultural reforms such as an amelioration of divorce laws, abortion laws, sex perversion laws, urban sprawl, censorship, amount of art patronage, and the like. It is therefore an illusion to suppose, so far as Great Britain is concerned, that the advent of the full employment welfare state has denuded the left of causes to fight for, concludes Crossland. No doubt, after Crossland's list is exhausted, there will also be the struggle for mental health, an international language, anti-smog laws, more bird sanctuaries, and other worthy causes the value of which I would not derogate. But the puzzling question is this: why would Crossland insist on bringing about another social revolution and transforming society all over again, from its present gratifying progressive and advancing new social order, to still another one which he calls socialism? Or to put it another way, if Crossland were not already saddled for purely historical reasons with a party and movement whose members insist on calling it socialist and advocating a society called socialism, would it ever occur to him that the amiable objectives he now sets forth need still another new social system, and have to be advocated by a sectarianly separate party which arouses antagonism by calling itself Labour or Socialist, and has the unpleasant habit of singing the red flag? If he could get rid of the old rubbish any other way, he would not have to bother to write long rationalizations, directed to these historically pointless nuisances, designed to prove that they ought to act as if it were all a mistake to begin with. In this case, why should he ever dream of creating a socialist movement in Britain any more than he sees any need for a socialist movement in America? There is another aspect to this, which Crossland brought out quite unawares in his first book, Britain's Economic Problem, 1953. He has a chapter of conclusions presenting economic policies to be pursued by a Labour government to solve Britain's trade difficulties. As always, he starts by averring that the issue of public or private ownership of economic wealth is irrelevant. Why then is a Labour government needed? Not for any socialist aims, he answers categorically, but the social reform and egalitarian aspects of labor's program are directly relevant to the plan. It is vital to its success that the confidence and cooperation of the workers should be won. They are asked to surrender many deeply ingrained attitudes and practices, which they will naturally decline to do, and so frustrate the redeployment of resources, if they feel that the privileged classes are strengthening their position in the period of national strain. It is therefore of the first importance, quite apart from any considerations of socialist principle, that the economic program should be accompanied by a program of radical reform. It is for these reasons that the leadership must come from the left, he continues. No substantial increase in standard of living can be expected for 5 years. There can thus be no loosening of belts, since total consumption must be rigidly restrained if the necessary home and foreign investment is to be secured. The whole program of the new reformism would, then, follow for Crossland even if there were no question of socialism, even if he were not a socialist, since only such a policy could persuade the workers to accept the rigid restraints contemplated. It should be stressed that Crossland wants to persuade them. He is an English Democrat, not a totalitarian. If this were not true, we would be dealing with a different variety of bureaucratic statist mentality, but with this not unimportant difference, we have above another member of that family of ideologies in which a kind of anti-capitalism is assigned the role of reconciling a working class to a regime of rigid restraint. The program left for socialism, which we have already discussed, will not, he concedes, arouse the same emotions, or evoke the same degree of devoted and militant mass support as before. This is inevitable. Some people view this decline in political passion, note the word, with concern. But Crossland makes clear he is not one of these. He is unperturbed by the prospect that the people should be even more uninvolved than before in their own destinies, that fewer should participate in politics as subjects rather than mere objects. The main danger which he does see in this development underlines the point. This danger is simply that the situation may lead to lack of a sufficient cadre of active recruits of high quality to man all the necessary full-time and part-time positions in national and local government and the party organizations. That is, the danger is lack of competent functionaries. Nor is there any sign of a dangerous degree of apathy amongst the electorate as a whole, he claims. All that has happened has merely diminished the degree of mass emotional excitement, note the words, attaching to the political struggle, and reduced the numbers, though not necessarily the quality, of the minority of political activists and intellectuals. The first is a healthy sign, he asserts. And he now has worked himself to the following: the second also, in my view, is not an unhealthy development, though many politically minded intellectuals find it so. Looking back on the 1930s, the extent to which the intelligentsia then concentrated on and was obsessed by political as opposed to artistic or cultural goals, although entirely natural and proper in the context of the time, was greater than would normally be desirable. We do not necessarily want a busy, bustling society in which everyone is politically active and spends his evenings in group discussion and feels responsible for all the burdens of the world. Emphasis added. No, the cadre of high functionaries will take care of these things for us. Back to apathy. Some other remarks in Crossland become less odd. He goes distinctly out of his way to deny that socialists should be concerned as such with the problem of bureaucratism. The issue of managerial and bureaucratic power has little to do either with socialism, which historically has been concerned only with the economic power of private business, or with capitalism. 17. Now it is true that historically socialism did not used to be concerned with the issue by and large, hin illi lacrimi. One would imagine, however, that more recent history has made it impossible for the question to be fobbed off. 3 pages later comes this after discussing the web's permeation has more than done its job. Today we are all incipient bureaucrats and practical administrators. We have all, so to speak, been trained at the LSE, are familiar with blue books and white papers, and know our way around Whitehall. He has a program for the cadre of functionaries and incipient bureaucrats, Some modest proposals for the further bureaucratization of the Labour Party apparatus: 1. Direct representation on the party National Committee for the Parliamentary Party, the MPs, who already have too much autonomous power. It is this group, for example, that now elects the party leader, not the party. 2. More staff at much higher salaries at party headquarters. 3. This point requires attention. Crossland has been complaining that the Labour Party's image is too working class. It should reflect an all-class people's party. The MPs too should be even more representative of all social classes than now. Hence, to implement this, we need first more young trade union MPs, drawn partly from the newer industries and occupations and representing the emergent social groups discussed above. At first blush there appears to be a contradiction when he complains of an overly working class composition and then proposes young trade union MPs to remedy the imbalance. We must understand that he does not mean working class candidates. By young trade union MPs he means new rising union functionaries, aspiring bureaucrats, the professional manager types for which he frequently calls in other places, and he looks on these as representing a new class, or new class elements. Then there is a point calling for public relations experts to be hired by the party, and more attention to youth, since youth give a more classless air. He does not mention that the party leadership regularly expels young socialist leaders and whole organizations, even periodically dissolving the youth affiliate, since the youth tend to be too left. The demand for putting the movement into the hands of professional managers, the accent is on professional, is one of the most frequent notes in Crossland's proposals. He denounces the snobbish anti-professionalism which permeates so much of our national life. His remedy for the ills of the cooperative movement is, higher salaries for the managers, more university personnel, less interference with management by elected lay boards, and a stronger, more professional national leadership, a platform which has the indubitable characteristic of being single-minded, and he attacks the movement's supposed interests of equality and democracy which stand in the way of these changes. Although he tends to lean heavily on equality when putting together definitions of socialism that will exclude social ownership, he cannot be accused of being passionate on the subject of equality of reward. He is in fact a loud advocate of bigger and better rewards for managers, in the interest of efficiency. He attacks the New Left because they want to bear hard on those inequalities which derive from personal effort, referring to the managers who really run the corporations, whereas he wants to bear hard on those which derive from inheritance. His approach is first to minimize the size of top management rewards in private industry. Then he argues that outsized rewards for managers are inevitable in any economic system. The proof to which he appeals is the very high bureaucratic and managerial rewards even in the closed societies of the communist bloc. He is not attacking this, you understand, he is accepting it as natural and proper. The process, he explains, began with Stalin's famous speech in 1931 in which he denounced equity-mongering and called for a new attitude of solicitude towards the intelligentsia. Even though the trend has been partially reversed under Khrushchev, the goal is by no means egalitarian. Did this perhaps develop under Stalin because of the fact of dictatorship? This is not adequate explanation, he argues. Lenin was wrong and Stalin was right. For the original impetus towards inequality came not from political motives of tyranny or self-aggrandizement, but from the harsh economic necessities of the first five-year plan. Lenin thought that with large-scale production the functions of management have become so simplified and can be reduced to such simple operations, that they can be easily performed by every literate person, can quite easily be performed for ordinary workmen's wages, and can, and must, be stripped of every shadow of privilege, of every semblance of official grandeur. Stalin found otherwise, and the extreme inequalities of the Stalin era represented a hard-headed economic policy designed to remedy the desperate scarcity of managerial and technical personnel. Emphasis is added, but the history is Crossland's. There has been a change under Khrushchev, true. But the Soviet rulers continue to believe that substantial differentials are a necessary condition of rapid growth, and in particular they attach a central importance to the creative role of management in fostering growth. In view of their actual growth rate, it is hard to say they are wrong. Emphasis added. 18. One rubs one's eyes, so Stalin was right after all. If it was right for him to institute these policies under harsh economic necessities, then is it easy to say he was wrong in also instituting the only political policies which could make the Russian people accept these harsh necessities, i.e., the Stalinist terror? Don't misunderstand, Crossland himself is a Democrat and a humane Englishman. It is a good thing he did not personally face Stalin's harsh necessity. We have seen that, to Crossland, bureaucratism is not a socialist concern. We can now add that there is little room left in his scheme for workers' control or workers' democracy in industry. Crossland does not reject the idea in toto. After all, there are always the joint consultation schemes. An article by him on this subject comes out unusually pointless. He does usually say something, with a conclusion about leaving the question to sociologists for research. However, the major relationship between Crossland's program and this question does not appear in his explicit discussions. It emerges from the nature of his proposals for the extension of public ownership, in those instances where he is willing to consider such steps. He is for government share buying. The object is not to acquire particular capital assets with a view to their control, it is generally to increase the area of public ownership. There is therefore no need for the compulsory purchase of entire firms or industries. It is sufficient to extend public investment in any direction. Indeed, it would be a positive nuisance to be saddled with control. 19. What stands out about this method of extending public ownership is that it is the one which guarantees completely leaving all management rights and relations undisturbed. It is designed to leave the same bosses in control no matter what level of public ownership is thereby reached. Crossland is utilizing the well-known split between share ownership and management control to introduce the same schism between public ownership and public control. His program for extension of public ownership is at the same time a program for maintenance of managers' control. If we find heavily bureaucratic collectivized notions informing the new social democracy of Crossland, we need not be surprised to find that he is willing to go along with the increasingly popular theory of the convergence of Western society with the bureaucratic collectivism of the East. This has not played a big role in Crossland's writing up to now, but it is interesting that it makes its appearance in the last chapter of his last book. Douglas J. plays it bigger. 20. Now the perspective of convergence of the two societies does not make any sense within the framework of Crossland's rhetoric. If we in the West are already in a new, progressive, advancing social order, with more democracy and equality than ever, and more coming, then even if Crossland swallows the tales about the coming liberalization and democratization of Russia, the picture that results is not of convergence but of a slow catching up at the best. The real theorists of convergence mean, as they must, that a collectivized capitalism gets bureaucratized while a Stalinist-type bureaucratic collectivism gets liberalized. The two systems move in each other's direction. Now this is what is actually happening not only with Crossland's statism but also with the social democratic theory about what is happening. Hence Crossland as well as Jay can in fact accept the reality of convergence perspective, which makes no sense at all in terms of their theory. It is the historical function of the new social democratic reformism to act as the ideological formulation of one of the main processes in the bureaucratic collectivization of capitalism and its society. This is the reality behind what Crossland calls the new progressive social order, just as, analogously, a finished form of totalitarian bureaucratic collectivism is the reality behind the vaunted victory of socialism in 1/5 of the globe. New Politics 1963. Chapter 6. The Socialism That Died. An obituary for Maynard Kruger. It certainly cannot be said that Maynard Kruger has slunk out of the Socialist Party in the dark of night. He has heralded his departure from the SP with almost as much fanfare as if he were a former managing editor of the Daily Worker resigning from the Communist Party, although the bourgeois press has not cooperated on as big a scale. He saw fit to announce his resignation to a town hall audience in Chicago, in the first place, and now he has written his I Confess or 12 Years in a Quandary for the columns of the magazine The Progressive, August 1952. We consider his article Is Socialism Dead in America, of great interest, though not for the reasons which he himself would assign. You will rarely find quite as flatfoot and explicit a presentation of the kind of socialism he describes, the kind of socialism which he has held, the kind he maintains he still holds, the kind which, with whatever admixture and hedging, has been typical of the Norman Thomas school of socialism, the kind which is now dead or dying and in turn is in process of being the death of the Socialist Party itself as now constituted. The kind of socialism he presents here is no individual aberration of Kruger's. Kruger was national chairman of the SP from 1942 to 1946 and has been a national leader of the party over 2 decades. In addition, I can testify personally that his ideas are a typical strain in the ideology of the SP. Things are tough all over for the American socialist movement, as we have said before, but it is this conception of socialism which is leaving the SP with no role to play and no reason for existence. The crisis of socialism and socialist ideas today, brought on by the aftermath of the Second World War and the rise of Stalinism against the background of the decay of world capitalism, has pinpointed one fact without possibility of dispute: the basic question for socialists is precisely this one of the conception of socialism, or rather it is this which lies behind all the important questions of the movement. It is so when one considers the caricature of socialism which the Stalinists parade, when one considers the socialism of the Fourth International Trotskyists, and it is also so in the case of the Socialist Party's socialism. This is what makes Professor Kruger's balance sheet interesting. No, socialism is not dead, says Maynard Kruger. In fact, he finds more of it than ever in the United States. Here is his statement, which says more about his conception of socialism than if he had muddled things up by trying to get highly theoretical. The italics and emphasis are his very own. Ideas and values which are socialist in character are more generally accepted by the public than they were 20 years ago. They manifest themselves in many accepted government policies, and in some which are increasingly popular but are not yet accepted. There is more socialism in the Republican platform of 1952 than in the program of the first New Deal Democratic Administrative, which was sufficient to pull away to FDR about 3/4 of the 1932 socialist vote. This is itself enough to suggest the idea. What conception of socialism can this socialistic professor have had? He is quite explicit about it, and let us present his own words at greater length since, as we mentioned, we will not again very soon have a chance to see such a chemically pure case. In one place the increase of socialist elements is equated with the practical business of increasing social controls where they ought to be increased. In another, he argues that no administration will allow unemployment to rise above 5 million without taking remedial steps which will involve increased social controls. The statement itself is probably true. The point is that he makes clear that this is what he means by the march of socialism in the United States. Here are some other typical statements which clearly present what is involved in the trend towards socialism. When the control units become very large, neither the consumer nor labor nor management is willing to leave the wage-price-profit relationship exempt from social control through public policy. That relationship, and the rate and allocation of investment are the heart of economic planning. A third factor making for increased public, as against private, decision-making is the impact of recurrent crises in foreign affairs. In each such crisis, there is an assertion of the primacy of a public interest over private, and a corresponding increase in the area of public control over the economy. Now, if it is true that social decision-making has been increasing, and if it can be expected to continue to increase, I want to raise this question: what, then, should socialists be doing in a time like this? Elsewhere he lists some forms of social enterprise, i.e., forms of enterprise with socialistic elements. The list includes, of course, government enterprise like the post office and TVA, but it also includes the non-governmental, formally private, functionally socialized non-profit enterprise, such as the cooperative, The Progressive the magazine, or the University of Chicago where Kruger teaches political economy to defenseless students. He adds that there are also additional hybrid forms, which means that the above are unhybridized, or purebred, socialistic elements. It is quite plain, then, that Kruger equates tendencies toward socialism with any tendency toward increased state controls. Any state control whatsoever, any intervention of the state in making economic decisions, is an installment of socialism. The two concepts are completely 100% identical throughout his discussion. Thus the extent of socialism is to be measured. In the context of current political controversy, it is no longer possible to use the term socialism to mean a society in which all economic decision-making is collective or public. Nor can the word capitalism mean an economy in which all economic decisions are made by private enterprises seeking the holy grail of the profit margin. These, he goes on to say, are the extreme poles, neither habitable. What is possible is only a more or less mixed economy, the socialistic elements in the mixture being those where the decision-making is collective, i.e., stratified. Note that, for Kruger, it is not decisive to ask the question state control for what purpose, or state control by whom. No doubt these questions are of concern to him, but not for the purpose of determining the basic socialistic content. Even a professor of political economy at the University of Chicago knows, of course, that the concessions to statism made by the Republicans are matters of state intervention in the economy for the purpose of ensuring the stability of the profit system and private enterprise in the commanding heights of the system. He probably even knows that the same is true for New Dealism and Fair Dealism, in different degrees and with different methods. It is not decisive for him because on the basis of his concept of socialism, it is the capitalists who are themselves compelled to bring in the socialistic elements, thereby changing their own system. This kind of socialism is not the consequence of working class, or, if you wish, people's, struggle. Capitalism itself grows into socialism with the inevitability of gradualism. Thus, while it is proper to say that the TVA is a socialist element in the economy, it is improper to assume that the sponsors or the administrators of TVA are necessarily socialists. It has been clearly demonstrated in rare and honorable cases that the administrator of a capitalist enterprise need not be politically a capitalist, and may, indeed, be a socialist. The National Association of Manufacturers and the American Medical Association are wrong when they say the New Deal and Fair Deal are socialist. They are right when they say that both deals increased the amount of socialism in the United States. They are almost entirely wrong when they say that New Dealers and Fair Dealers are socialists, for such use of terminology makes it necessary to say that Senator Robert Taft is a socialist when he intermittently favors federal aid to education or public housing. All this could be further discussed by showing the complete identity between this view and that of the very crudest varieties of social democratic reformist gradualism that have ever been expounded. It might even be useful to do this in view of Kruger's apparent impression that, in presenting his concepts, he is doing some fresh new thinking. What is pitiable and ironic about Kruger's political thinking processes is that he actually goes out of his way to complain that the SP Party socialists have done less thinking in 5 years than is manifested in any two issues of the Progressive. This may point to a truth about the state of political thought in the SP, which has never been strong on any kind of socialist thinking, even though we may draw the line at the claims for the Progressive. But is Kruger at all aware that, whether he is wrong or right, he is repeating in unsubtle forms some of the stalest and oldest reformist notions that ever gathered moss in the Second International? We suspect that he does not. He is not alone in that. Anyone who wishes can find enough specimens of the type who stridently demand bold new approaches to socialist problems and decry sterile repetitions of traditional views, which is very fine in itself only to reveal at the first positive statement that what they themselves may wish to substitute for the old socialist views are much older non-socialist views, or that they want to substitute for hoary Marxist ideas are much hoarier and superannuated non-Marxist views. There is even danger, because of such characters, that the very term fresh new thinking, which burbles from their pens so casually and so ignorantly, will come to take on a derisive connotation in spite of the indisputable fact that original rethinking on socialist problems is indeed an important need of the movement. But, without going back to the ancestors of Kruger's kind of socialism, its nature can be highlighted in terms of present political realities. He himself indicates one. His concept of socialism is precisely that of the Taftites, Eisenhower, and their ilk who speak of the creeping socialism of the fair deal. His very mode of disclaimer illustrates it beyond question. Whatever their public sloganizing may seem to say, most or at least the more intelligent of the above-mentioned gang do not really think that Truman is a socialist, himself. But when they point to the creeping socialism which is endangering their system, Kruger agrees with them, with the value signs reversed. What he is agreeing about, with these saurian anti-fair dealers, is exactly their conception of socialism. But, on the basis of this essential agreement, some other agreements follow. Because the Saurians view socialism as synonymous with increased state control and intervention in the economy, they quite properly go on to equate both with Stalinism and fascism. And they are entirely right, once you grant their underlying conception. The kind of socialism which Kruger expounds, fresh thinking, is the kind of socialism which exists under the Kremlin's heel. It is the socialism of the Stalinist system. The biggest mistake the reader can make at this point, I think, is to regard this as a far-fetched analogy. On the contrary, it is the fundamental key to explain the political behavior of the whole tendency of Stalinist sympathizers and Stalinoid liberals whose illusions about Stalinist Russia are based on this equation of complete statification with progress and socialism. Needless to say, but less important, it is made explicit in the present degenerate ideology of the official Trotskyists, who therefore demand the defense of the Soviet Union. But Kruger is not a Stalinist or any kind of Stalinoid. Of course not, he is a good American patriot. We are pointing to a basic common ground between the Krugers and, say, the I.F. Stones, not to their identity. Kruger would no doubt point to the question of democracy to distinguish his socialism from that of Moscow, and that much would be all to the good, but this criterion, for him, would be completely unrelated to, and inconsistent with, his basic views on the nature of socialism. Similarly, the Saurian Republican view on creeping socialism logically identifies the tendency of statism with fascism. And do not Kruger's formulations also do that? Read them over again and see how many of his statements would apply even more to fascism than to the fair deal. We have made quite a grand amalgam here. It is not for the purpose of smearing Kruger with references to unsavory political movements. Still less is it for the purpose of obscuring the differences between reformism, Taftism, Stalinism, fascism, Trotskyism, etc. We are concerned, for present purposes, only with one concept which visibly runs through all of these ideologies, provides a common starting point from which they diverge. It is common to all of them because it flows from an overall and all-pervasive tendency in economic and social development, the tendency toward the statification of economy, the bureaucratization of social and economic life. It is a tendency thrown up by the intensified disintegration of world capitalism in our epoch, side by side with the bureaucratic collectivist expansionism of the Russian system. This tendency toward state intervention and control will not be turned back or turned off. The great issue of our epoch, which is to be resolved in social struggle, is whether this will continue to be imposed from above by reactionary ruling classes, for the subjection of the people, or utilized and given a progressive social content by the people from below. Whether society's need for collectivization will be satisfied in bureaucratic forms by the existing reactionary classes, capitalist and Stalinist, or whether society will be collectivized in the interests of the working people and by their struggle against the exploiters. It is only the second which represents the road to socialism and which defines its content today. It is also only this approach which permits a consistent and meaningful rejection of Stalinism on democratic ground. When Kruger identifies the bureaucratization of capitalism with socialistic tendencies, he gives himself more than enough reason to take the political step he has announced. For this kind of socialism, certainly, no socialist movement is necessary. For this kind of socialism, certainly, one must look to the powers that be that are willy-nilly carrying through the trends demanded by the needs of capitalism, and these are to be found in the Republican Party and even more in the Democratic Party. The process is not very welcome to the capitalist agents themselves, for it does change their cherished system, even though not in the direction of socialism. They hold back, they take the necessary steps reluctantly, incompletely, sometimes unwittingly, they zigzag in their course, trying to go back whenever a step backward on the road looks possible. As in all of historical development, there is no one-to-one correspondence between the inherent tendencies pushed forward by social needs and the day-to-day maneuverings of short-sighted politicians yielding to a multitude of unequal pressures. In a real sense, people like Kruger, using him only as an example before us, can become a much more conscious vanguard element in this trend toward the bureaucratization of capitalism than even the legitimate representatives of capitalism themselves, who are men with nostalgic though outmoded reservations about the past. The governmental woods are crawling with ex-socialists and ex-radicals like him who think they are working for historic progress as they idealize the bureaucratic tendencies of capitalism. This, in fact, is what they mean by continuing to work for socialism even though they spit on their socialist past, break with its ideas and ideals, and scorn its movement. Kruger, like so many others who went down the chute before him, also promises to remain an exponent of socialism in the liberal labor coalition which he looks to in or just outside the Democratic Party. It is not his sincerity we doubt. He will continue to work for his kind of socialism. And now that he has at least found political realism, an effective arena, and the other soul-satisfying formulations for the abandonment of the struggle for a socialist democracy, if he finds himself acting like any other non-Saurian capitalist apologist, there will not even be reason for him to see an essential contradiction between his past and his future. Labor Action 1952. Chapter 7. The Mind of Clark Kerr. With his book The Uses of the University, Harvard, 1963, Clark Kerr, president of the University of California, became the outstanding theoretician and proponent of a particular view of the university. It is true that his foreword claims that the views put forward do not constitute approval or defense but only analysis and description. He is only describing the wave of the future, he uses this term, and all realistic people must bow and accept it, like it or not. Kerr, like many others, has perhaps forgotten that the very phrase comes from the 1940 book by Anne Lindbergh, The Wave of the Future, which presented the thesis that fascism or some type of totalitarianism was inevitably coming. She did not argue that this fascism be approved but only that it must be accepted. This was the identical approach also of James Burnham's managerial revolution. The new type of multiversity, Kerr writes, is an imperative rather than a reasoned choice. You cannot argue with an imperative. It is not Kerr's methodology to say, this is what I think should be done. He represents himself simply as the interpreter of inexorable reality. He is, so to speak, the administrator of history informing us how to act in conformity with its rules. What is beyond question is that Kerr does present a vision of the end, and that he tells us it must be accepted, just like any other ruling of the administration. What is his vision? In the first place, Kerr presents the university as an institution which is, and will be, increasingly indistinguishable from any other business enterprise in our industrial society. The reader is likely to think, at first, that this is only a metaphor, the university's invisible product, knowledge, or the university is being called upon to produce knowledge as never before. But Kerr means it literally. The production, distribution, and consumption of knowledge in all its forms is said to account for 29% of gross national product, and knowledge production is growing at about twice the rate of the rest of the economy. What the railroads did for the second half of the century may be done for the second half of the century by the knowledge industry, that is, to serve as the focal point for national growth. Naturally, there is a kernel of truth in this language, but can Kerr mean literally that his multiversity must become increasingly like a factory and its professors reshaped as businessmen? Consider this. The university and segments of industry are becoming more alike. As the university becomes tied into the world of work, the professor, at least in the natural and some of the social sciences, takes on the characteristics of an entrepreneur. The two worlds are merging physically and psychologically. The university, Kerr quotes, is inside a general social fabric of a given era. He rejects with justified contempt the cloister and ivory tower approach. He points out that American universities are more intertwined with their surrounding societies than the European. When the borders of the campus are the boundaries of our state, the lines dividing what is internal from what is external become quite blurred. Taking the campus to the state brings the state to the campus. But do not think that Kerr is here thinking of, say, core picketing of the Bank of America, on the ground that if finance takes problems to the campus, then the campus will be moved, by inexorable history, to take up certain problems of finance. Indeed, Kerr even writes the following in this connection: today the campus is being drawn to the City Hall and the state capitol as never before. This was true in the Bay Area, especially in 1960, the campus was drawn to the San Francisco City Hall, and a platoon of police tried to liquidate history by washing them down the steps. But it is not likely that Kerr was thinking of this brilliant confirmation of his thesis, for his next sentences are these: the politicians need new ideas to meet the new problems, the agencies need expert advice on how to handle the old. The professor can supply both. He is thinking, of course, of the role of the university in providing intellectual servicemen for the ruling powers, not students, but professors, who are not barred from mounting their interventions into the political and social action of society. The campus and society are undergoing a somewhat reluctant and cautious merger, already well advanced. MIT is at least as much related to industry and government as Iowa State ever was to agriculture. It is a good thing to be related to the industrial and grower interests and to the state, and Kerr reiterates and insists on the term merger. The university is being called upon, to respond to the expanding claims of national service, to merge its activity with industry as never before, to adapt to and rechannel new intellectual currents. To become a truly American university, what are the new intellectual currents which we must adapt to? It turns out, at bottom, to involve a large amount of currency, indeed, but less intellectuality. The new current, the vast transformation, the wave of the future to which the university must adapt is the impact of the new mass of government money, federal grants, pouring out of Washington beginning with World War II, under the stimulation of the Cold War, the space race, Sputnik, the concurrently stimulated concern with health programs, etc. And, the multiversity has demonstrated how adaptive it can be to new opportunities for creativity, how responsive to money, not just money, big money. Kerr has a very useful section, highly recommended for reading, on the essence of this vast transformation. The major universities were enlisted in national defense, as never before. The government contract became a new type of federalism. He is illuminating on what we should call the statification of the university in the Cold War. Currently, federal support has become a major factor in the total performance of many universities. There has been a 100-fold increase in 20 years in higher education's revenue from government, and the 2/3 of this sum devoted to research projects in or affiliated to universities went to relatively few universities, accounting for 75% of all university expenditures on research and 15% of total university budgets. These are stupendous figures, truly. This is what we get. What do we give away for it? Kerr draws the consequences which, remember, we must all accept as inevitable. The federal agencies will exercise increasingly specific controls, and the universities dependent on this new standard of living will accept these controls. The universities themselves will have to exercise more stringent controls by centralizing authority, particularly through the audit process. In a few situations, self-restraint has not been enough restraint. As one result, greater external restraint will be imposed in most situations. Writing these lines took moral courage, for, as is obvious, this is precisely the charge which the Goldwaterites have thrown at federal money in education, against the indignant denial of the liberals. Kerr is saying that it is true and must be accepted, because, he says, the nation and the universities are stronger as a result. It is at this point that, to the distinguished audience listening to these lectures at Harvard, he made the following cogent point about the consequences of taking certain kinds of money, in the form of a limerick. There was a young lady from Kent, who said that she knew what it meant when men took her to dine, gave her cocktails and wine. She knew what it meant, but she went. And he follows with this comment, I am not so sure that the universities and their presidents always knew what it meant, but one thing is certain, they went. Now in turn I am not sure whether I can plainly state, in an article intended as reading for the whole family, just what Kerr seems to be calling his fellow presidents, but at least one thing is clear. In all this Kerr himself is not striking the pose of the innocent maiden who is in danger of being bowled over by a fast line and losing virtue unawares. In fact, we had better drop this Kerr line of metaphor altogether, because the image which he does try to project is a different one. It is that of the tough-minded bureaucrat, a term Kerr likes. Please do not think this term is a cuss word or a brickbat, you will be selling Kerr short. He likes it. Discussing the role of the university president today, as distinct from the old days of the campus autocrat, he writes: instead of the not always so agreeable autocracy, there is now the usually benevolent bureaucracy, as in so much of the rest of the world. Instead of the captain of erudition or even David Reesman's staff sergeant, there is the captain of the bureaucracy who is sometimes a galley slave on his own ship. And he is gratified that the multiversity has emerged from the phase of intuitive imbalance into that of bureaucratic balance. Mainly he is intent on emphasizing that the coming men in the new university factory are not the scholars, either humanist or scientist, not the teachers, not the faculty, but that its practitioners are chiefly the administrators, who now number many of the faculty among them, and the leadership groups in society at large. Administrators and leadership groups in society at large, it may be somewhat clearer now what Kerr means by merging the university with society, i.e., with what party of society. The multiversity, writes Kerr, is no longer to be thought of as an organism, as Abraham Felksner once did. It is more a mechanism, a series of processes producing a series of results, a mechanism held together by administrative rules and powered by money. Now another difference between an organism and a mechanism is that a mechanism is always controlled by a superior power outside. This points up the inaccuracy of Kerr's constant use of the term merger. A mechanism does not merge with its controller. The kind of merger that Kerr is celebrating is the merger of a horse and rider. He quotes Nevins, the main strain for the growing multiversity is not in finding the teachers, but expert administrators, and he propounds the theorem that the multiversity president is now mostly a mediator. This brings us to Kerr's vision of himself, not as an individual but as the multiversity president, and it is a poignant one. The mediator, whether in government or industry or labor relations or domestic quarrels, is always subject to some abuse. He wins few clear-cut victories, he must aim more at avoiding the worst than seizing the best. He must find satisfaction in being equally distasteful to each of his constituencies. And so should the student constituency be harsh on him if it finds him distasteful in chopping a piece here and there off student rights? After all, they must think of how distasteful he is to some of the regents who believe it is the will of inexorable history that all dissenters be thrown in the clink immediately. They must think of the abuse he invites when he explains, in effect, no, we can't do it that way, we have to be liberal, and proceeds to chip, not chop, off a liberal piece. Isn't it realistic to understand that the difference between the liberal bureaucrat and the reactionary is the difference between chip or chop? We have pointed out that there seemed to be a wide gap between Kerr's published theory about the merger of the university and society, and his moves toward restricting student involvement in political and social action off campus. On the one hand, he tells us we must accept the integration of the university with the state and industry in this Cold War, in fact, with what has been called the military-industrial complex, and must erase the boundary lines. On the other hand, he tries to muzzle and rein student activity on campus, which tends to step beyond the boundary line, which, as his administration puts it, mounts political and social action off campus, while at the same time other constituencies in the university community are lauded for doing just that. This contradiction is not due to muddle-headedness. Behind it is a clear consistency, which appears as soon as we make explicit the assumption which permeates Kerr's book. This is, the use of the university, or the role of the multiversity, is to have a relationship to the present power structure, in this businessman's society of ours, which is similar to that of any other industrial enterprise. There are railroads and steel mills and supermarkets and sausage factories, and there are also the knowledge factories, whose function is to service all the others and the state. We are here to serve the powers that rule society. This is the meaning of Kerr's reiterations that the university is merging with society. But now, suppose you have nonconformists and extremists who also want to move outside the obsolete boundary line, but as dissident or radical critics and adversaries, not as intellectual flunkies. Obviously, this is not the same thing. The contradiction disappears. It is not society that the multiversity must merge with, it is the leadership groups in society, which, to the mind of the captain of the bureaucracy, are identical with society. Kerr virtually says as much, in a revealing sneer at nonconformists. A few of the nonconformists have another kind of revolt than one against the faculty in mind. They seek, instead, to turn the university, on the Latin American or Japanese models, into a fortress from which they can sally forth with impunity to make their attacks on society. A whole thesis on the bureaucratic mind could be derived from a dissection of this last sentence alone, but here we are interested only in one facet of the gem. As we know, it is honorific for the good professors of the University of California's Giannini Foundation and the Division of Agricultural Sciences to sally forth with their apologias for the Growers Bracero program. But when core students sally forth to picket the Bank of America or, perhaps worse, William Nolan's Oakland Tribune, this is an attack on the Giannini financial empire of the Bank of America. Or Noland. No, they are attacks on society. There is more to Kerr's theory of society. It is given in a passage in which he deprecates the guild view of the university which is held by some faculty members, because it stands for self-determination and for resistance against the administration and the trustees. In opposition to this deplorable resistance view, he advances, fasten your seat belts, nothing less than the socialist view, for service to society which the administration and the trustees represent. We are all socialists now, said a Tory long ago. We are socialists, say the Russian despots now, the Nasser bureaucrats, the Indian nationalists, and some other demagogues. It is interesting to see these varied characters reach for the word socialist when they need a good-looking label for their wares. But don't buy it. What Kerr is selling under the label is the old mildewed article, that society is represented by the capitalist establishment, its bureaucrats, agents, and brain trusters. It is true we have been told that the multiversity president must be many-faced, but at this point we must ask whether there isn't a limit. A man who conscientiously tries to face in this many directions at once faces an occupational hazard, the risk of eventually forgetting where the boundary line is between a soft-soaping mediator and an academic confidence man. It is only a risk, to be sure, like silicosis for coal miners, but it is well to be forewarned. Behind Kerr's vision of the university factory is a broad-gauged worldview, a view of a brave new world, his term, or Orwellian 1984, toward which all this is headed. What we have discussed so far is, according to him, only the managerial revolution of society at large as applied to the campus world. There is a larger picture, of which we have examined only one corner. Kerr described the coming new order in 1960 in Industrialism and Industrial Man*. It is a remarkable work, which failed to get the attention it deserves. This methodology we have already seen. Kerr is presenting the wave of the future, which must be accepted as the imperative of history. It is roughly a variant of Burnhamism, with bureaucrats and managers interchangeable. We have space here for only a summary of its leading ideas. While no element is new, the whole is presented with frankness unusual nowadays. 1. The new order is resulting, from the presently ongoing convergence of the two dominant systems, a capitalism which is becoming more and more authoritarian and bureaucratic, along the road toward Russian totalitarianism, and a Russian communist system which has softened up and become somewhat milder, the two merging somewhere in between into an undifferentiated industrialism. The imperative is the force of industrialization, it is the road of progress. 2. It is refreshing to note that Kerr wastes no space on ritualistic obeisances to democracy. There is no pretense, no lip service. It simply is not in the picture. The reader must remember that this does not mean Kerr dislikes democracy, any more than Anne Lindbergh approved of fascism, or von Papen of Hitler. In the shadow of the new order, you do not approve, you merely have to accept. 3. Statism, the Leviathan state has taken over, it has expanded everywhere. It is omnipresent. There is no mention of TVIs in the glades, but Big Brother is in the book. The state will never wither away as Marx utopianly predicted, Kerr assures us. 4. Full-blown bureaucratic, or managerial, elitism, the progressive and socially decisive elements are only the managers, private and public, with their technicians and professionals. Turning Marx on his head, they are the vanguard of the future. Kerr bluntly defines the elements he is addressing. In particular, we hope to speak to the intellectuals, the managers, the government officials and labor leaders, another species of bureaucrats, to Kerr who today and tomorrow will run their countries. There is no pretense of a role for the people other than as the working cattle who are to be herded by the manager bureaucrats. With this theoretical equipment, Kerr comes to the last chapter, The Road Ahead, in which his perspective of a new slavery is sketched. Here is a quick rundown. There is a convergence toward one-partyism in form or fact. The age of ideology fades. Industrial society must be administered. The benevolent political bureaucracy and the benevolent economic oligarchy are matched with the tolerant mass. Parliamentary life may appear increasingly decadent and political parties merely additional bureaucracies. Not only all dictatorships but also all democracies are guided, a term for authoritarian. The elites become less differentiated, all wear gray flannel suits. Professional managers run the economy. Economic enterprise is always basically authoritarian under the necessity of getting things done. Authority must be concentrated. The managers will be bureaucratic managers, if private, the managerial bureaucrats, if public. Class warfare will be forgotten and in its place will be the bureaucratic contest. Memos will flow instead of blood. An individual will identify as the member of a guild, not of a class or plant community. The individual will be neither an independent man nor a human ant, but something between. As a worker, he will be subjected to great conformity, regimented by the productive process, and will accept this as an immutable fact. The state, the manager, the occupational association are all disciplinary agents. There will be a certain freedom in a certain sense, if not democracy. Politically he can be given some influence. Society has achieved consensus and it is perhaps less necessary for Big Brother to exercise political control. Nor in this brave new world need genetic and chemical means be employed to avoid revolt. There will not be any revolt, anyway, except little bureaucratic revolts that can be handled piecemeal. Has anyone before actually written down such an orgiastic dream of the bureaucrat's paradise? Where will the freedom lie? Maybe, muses Kerr, in the leisure of individuals. Along with the bureaucratic conservatism of economic and political life may well go a new bohemianism in the other aspects of life, and partly as a reaction to the confining nature of the productive side of society. The economic system may be highly ordered and the political system barren ideologically, but the social and recreational and cultural aspects of life diverse and changing. The new slavery to technology may bring a new dedication to diversity and individuality. Hence this comforting conclusion, offering a glimmer of cheer, the new slavery and the new freedom go hand in hand. In this carrion future, the alienation of man is raised to clinical heights. If this society can be said to have a split personality, then the individual in this society will lead a split life too. Since ideology has faded, the only ism will be schizoidism. There is a good deal more, but this sample will have to do. Now a natural question arises, won't people fight against the coming of this monster bureaucratic state, no matter how cogently it is alleged to be inevitable? Won't there be protest, opposition, struggle from people who take seriously exhortations to stand up for democracy, given, say, at commencement exercises? What about all the people who are now supposed to be eager to defend the American way of life by sternly sacrificing to pay for H-bombs, Polaris missiles, and Livermore research programs? Will there not be troublemakers who will say, is it for this that we have to sacrifice? Is this why we have to fortify even the moon? Is this why we have to spend more for an Atlas missile than for all cancer research? Is it the right to this future that we are asked to defend by our statesmen, pundits, editors, and, on most occasions, even university presidents? Nonsense, says Kerr. There will be no protest. That's out. There will be no protest, Kerr wrote. From whom could it come? The intellectuals? Here is how he deals with them. The intellectuals, including the university students, are a particularly volatile element, capable of extreme reactions to objective situations more extreme than any group in society. They are by nature irresponsible, in the sense that they have no continuing commitment to any single institution or philosophical outlook, and they are not fully answerable for consequences. They are, as a result, never fully trusted by anybody, including themselves. In all likelihood, dear reader, you did not read this carefully enough. Did you notice that the entire tradition of humanistic and democratic educational philosophy has been contemptuously tossed into the famous garbage can of history? It teaches irresponsibility. You cannot trust people brought up that way. How does the bureaucratic manager or the managerial bureaucrat deal with these untrustworthy irresponsibles? Kerr is concerned about this problem because today we have a war of ideas, and ideas are spun by intellectuals. Consequently, it is important who best attracts or captures the intellectuals and who uses them most effectively, for they may be a tool as well as a source of danger. There are the alternative roles of the intellectual in the Korean world, tool or danger. It is a notorious dichotomy, celebrated in the literature of totalitarianism. But we need not go abroad to translate it. If we apply the Kerr method of extrapolation, we get this: everybody must be either on the FBI informer rolls or on the subversive list. Remember that you do not have to approve this, you are expected only to accept it. Will there be protest from the ranks of the workers' movements? No, says Kerr, vieux. In the new order, labor is controlled in institutions hierarchically set up. One of the central traits is the inevitable and eternal separation of industrial men into managers and the managed. Not only inevitable, eternal. There are few men since St. Peter who have thrust their vision so far. But Kerr's confidence in his no-protest prediction derives from undeniable models. Today men know more about how to control protest, as well as how to suppress it in its more organized forms. The Soviet Union has industrialized and China is industrializing without organized strikes. A controlled labor movement has become more common. It is no part of our present task to pause on the scandalous puerility of this view of the history of protest in Russia and China, where literally millions of human beings had to be destroyed in the process of controlling protest. We wish only to remind that on October 2, 1964, there was an army of almost 1,000 police called onto campus to control protest by students by the man who wrote these lines in cold blood. Obviously we are, in these few pages, able only to exhibit Kerr's views, not refute them, We do not pretend otherwise. Many of the elements therein are rife in academic elitist circles in more or less attenuated form, more or less underground, or else formulated in minced and elusive terms, instead of with Kerr's candor, which is the main contribution of his work. But Kerr's candor is partly due to the device which we have already mentioned several times, and to which we must now return in a different way. This is his posture as the detached, uninvolved historian of the future, registering his vision of eternity, and as above approval or disapproval as the recording angel. There is an extraordinarily serious question here of intellectual responsibility. By adding a single sentence, Kerr's book would become the work of a proto-fascist ideologue. But, of course, this he is not. He is a sort of liberal, he really does not approve, and so the single sentence is not there. Yet, he is not detached and uninvolved. There is another basis for judgment than approval or disapproval. By 1932 the pressure of, what we now know to be, the impending assumption of power by Hitler in Germany was enormous. The Nazis and their conscious tools were, as is well known, yelling at full cry that their victory was in the cards, that heads would roll, and that all realistic people must jump on their bandwagon. What now should we think of a professor, not a Nazi tool, who at this juncture announced that, in his utterly scientific opinion, the triumph of the Nazis was indeed written in the scrolls of history and must be accepted, not approved? This is itself a political act. It is also, of course, a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is a blow struck to bring the event predicted. But is it not also a scientific opinion? No, it is not, because there is no historical science so reliable as to make an opinion on this subject more than an estimate of probability and tendency. We have a right to make a value judgment on political acts, even when they result from self-delusion, like most evil political acts, including those of the Nazis. There is no academic right to grease the road to fascism in the name of scientific detachment. Whenever the juggernaut of power starts rolling, there always are, and always will be, the servitors and retainers who will run before, crying, "It cometh! Bow down, before the God." The men who perform this function have done more than made a choice of what to believe, they also have made a choice on how to act. We have the right to make a moral, as well as a social, judgment of the act, even apart from the accuracy of the announcement. But there is a bit more involved in Kerr's book. We present our views, says the introduction, to aid understanding of this moment in history and possibly, as an assistance to some of those who would guide this moment to its next stage. With this statement the author strikes a different note. It is not detached and uninvolved, he is seeking to assist the transformation toward the new slavery. It is because he really does approve after all? No. It is because he is simply in the intellectual habit of servicing whatever is in the works anyway, because he has no other mode of being than that of the bureaucratic assistant of whatever power is rolling. It may be a slip, but only in the sense that underneath the cap and gown peers out the retainer's livery. There is another passage that gives pause. It is not merely the repeated statements, in the introduction, that he has changed his former views, we unlearned many things, we changed our program, many of our original convictions turned into nothing but once held prejudices. The last remark is followed by this meditation on the critical question of state control of labor. Free trade unions under some conditions become no more than communist unions sabotaging efforts at economic development. Should they be that free? Completely free trade unions are sometimes not possible or desirable at certain stages in the industrialization drive. The free worker, in our sense, cannot exist in some social systems, in others he might exist, but to his detriment. The heavy hand of the state over trade unions and enterprises may be the only substitute, at times, for the invisible hand of market competition which we have so long preferred. And some generals, in some situations, may be by far the best leaders of an industrializing nation, all doctrine of civilian control of the military to the contrary. Kerr is speaking here of changed views, not new cables from the future or recent changes in the nature of eternity. His changed views concern, in a word, democracy. He continues. Thus we came to be much more conscious of the significance of time and place in the evaluation of some judgments, and of all slogans. Slogans like democracy. The whole world cannot be like the United States or the Soviet Union or India, and one should not be morally indignant about it. But may one be politically indignant about despotism at any time and place? Or just indignant? Is this advice offered only to well-fed political scientists, or is it also relevant to the human beings who are starving and suffering under the despotisms which are declared inevitable? Or let us try this one on the platitude machine. Since not everybody can be like Clark Kerr, why should Clark Kerr get morally indignant at the rebellious students who did not behave according to his lights? Now, perhaps this injunction against moral, or other, indignation at despotism and authoritarianism is also to be regarded as a detached and uninvolved report on eternal verities. We do not think so. The issuance of this injunction against moral indignation is itself a moral choice on Kerr's part. The complete bureaucrat does not approve of moral indignation or of political protest and struggle, not because he is cruel and unfeeling, but simply because these phenomena do not file neatly, they cannot be efficiently punched onto IBM cards, they upset routine, they raise non-regulation questions, they cannot be budgeted for in advance, they are refractory to manipulation. The complete bureaucrat does not believe that protest and struggle really exist even when they explode under his nose. Since all this has been ruled out by the historical imperative, he ascribes it to a Maoist Castroite plot. He tries to meet it first by facing in many directions at once, and then, when this gyration naturally lands him on his face, by blowing the whistle for the cops. Clark Kerr believes that the student's relationship to the administration bureaucracy can be only that of a tool or a danger. This is also a self-fulfilling prophecy. A university president's very belief of this sort tends to force students into one or the other camp. It is easy enough to become a tool. There are all kinds of tools, and they can come without head, teeth, or point. On the other hand, there is danger in becoming a danger. Which will it be? Everyone must choose, and it is a matter of life or death, life as an independent human being, or death as a man. Independent Socialist Club 1964. Chapter 8. The Student Movement of the 30s. A Political History. Most of the references one hears to the student movement of the 30s, and most published references too, are quite wrong in one basic respect. They speak as if the 30s represented a single, homogeneous period for the student movement. But the biggest single fact about the history of this movement is that it went through a sweeping change in spirit, methods, and politics, which changed its face completely in mid-course. The present sketch will concern itself mainly with that transformation. 1. This movement was newborn in 1931, it was not the continuator of a previously existing one. During the 20s there had been a small movement around a magazine called The New Student, but it had never created much of a stir. The lost generation reflected in F. Scott Fitzgerald's novels was, as he wrote in one of them, a new generation, grown up to find all gods dead, all wars fought, all faiths in men shaken. The rebels too reflected the malaise of the society they rebelled against, as is so often true. The new student thought that what was needed was a revolt in manners and morals. Youth had to save the broken down old world, some kind of change was necessary, something had to be done, spiritually. This is an age of ruin and nausea. By 1923-24 there were a number of campus battles, but by 1924-25 normalcy and prosperity were returning, and the new students' interests turned amorphously toward moral indignation with such phenomena as the growing gigantism of the universities, the evils of commercialized education, and the quality of life. With increasing depoliticalization, the movement decayed into Menckeniism, particularly enamored of Mencken's derision of bourgeois society from an elitist standpoint, one which was as contemptuous of the mass of people as it was of the bourgeoisie. By 1927 the magazine was confessing that where we used to dream of new faith and new communities developing out of colleges and flowering through a thankful country, Now the main hope is that students will be less bored by lecturing, and by 1928 it was through. For the bulk of students, what reigned supreme were the 3Fs: football, fraternities, and sex. Then in 1929 the bottom fell out. It seemed as if the bottom had fallen out of the whole economic system. For there was no natural famine, no devastating war, no plague. It was as if the social machine simply broke inside and had ground to a halt. There was something referred to as overproduction, which meant that too much wealth had been produced, and since there was too much wealth, millions were unemployed, factories were shut down, and bread lines grew. Apple sellers became a street sight, vaudeville entertainers sang "Buddy, can you spare a dime?" The bodies of financial magnates rained down from upper stories of Wall Street executive suites, and other tycoons, like Charles M. Schwab, were convinced that the social revolution was just around the corner. The social group hardest hit by the Depression was the youth. In 1930, the census figure for unemployed of all ages was 3,187,647, and about one-fourth of these were in the 15 to 24 age range. According to other estimates, over one-third. As of January 1935, there were 2,876,800 youths between 16 and 24 years of age who were on relief, and this was about 14% of the total for this age group. In 1938, 1 out of every 5 youths in the labor market was either totally unemployed or on work relief, not counting those working only part-time. This was the youth problem of the 30s, unemployment for between 20% and 30% of all youth, scanty education for the great bulk of youth from families in the lower income brackets, and an extreme intensification of all problems for Negro youth. Youth made up more than its share of the one-third of a nation ill-clothed, ill-housed, and ill-fed too. For this locked-out generation, the prospects of the student youth were correspondingly dim. In 1935, one college president told a student assembly that the 150,000 students with degrees were emerging into a world which did not want them. A Columbia University official said, "The social order is unable to absorb those who are annually graduated from our colleges and professional schools." This was often true even for the highest-ranking men. Another well-known educational institution, the U.S. Army, was getting a stream of college graduates at its Whitehall Street recruiting station in New York, and the New York Post explained that the attraction was grub, prosaic grub. In 1934, the year I was graduated, it was estimated that one-third of the previous graduating class had been able to obtain no employment at all, and that another third had gotten jobs for which they had no interest, talent, or training. One college journal addressed an editorial to the graduating class headed "Into the Wasteland." There was an ode to higher education, of which one variation went like this: "I sing in praise of college, of M.A.S. and Ph.D.s. But in pursuit of knowledge, we are starving by degrees." All this meant two other things, too. First, it was increasingly difficult to work one's way through college, and second, retrenchment in educational budgets reduced the opportunity for other students to go to college. A. Harper's article of 1935 said, "In many respects, the post-1929 college graduate is the American tragedy. He is all dressed up with no place to go." A whole section of the American middle class was being déclassed, and the student movement was in part a result of this declassement. 2. The student movement that arose was initiated and launched by two radical youth groups, working separately, the Young Socialists and the Young Communists. This fact determined its whole history. Let us begin with the socialist wing. There had been a socialist student organization in existence since 1905, when Jack London, Upton Sinclair, and others formed the Intercollegiate Socialist Society. The ISS later became the League for Industrial Democracy, an adult organization which maintained an intercollegiate department. But after the First World War, the college section of the LID was small and amounted to very little during the 1920s. It was only with the onset of the Depression that it began to grow. 2 years after the stock market crash, the LID's annual student conference, held at Union Theological Seminary on the theme of Guiding the Revolution, assembled 200 representatives from 44 colleges. In the presidential election of 1932, the socialist candidate was Norman Thomas, whose campaign drew in a considerable number of students, including myself, and helped to build the LID student organization. By December 1932, the college arm of the LID, at this point called the Intercollegiate Student Council, was chafing at being merely a department of an adult organization, and it was also facing competition from the communists, as we shall see. Reorganization as an autonomous student league for industrial democracy, SLID, gave it its own structure and a more independent life, but it never achieved independence in one respect: financially. The adult LID continued to pay its officers, whom it had originally appointed, and these remained, as before, Joseph P. Lash and Molly Yard. Lash, a graduate of the City College of New York in his early 20s, remained on as executive secretary of the SLID, and later of the American Student Union, right through the 30s, with Miss Yard as his first lieutenant. Both were members of the Socialist Party. Lash also became editor of the SLID's new magazine, first called Revolt but quickly toned down to the Student Outlook. It must be explained that the SLID was an amalgam of two fairly different kinds of socialist students, the Yip cells and the LID types. The LID types were essentially liberal social democratic in their approach to politics, and sometimes not very political at all. They often tended to be colored by pacifist, Christian socialist views, and not infrequently were more liberalistic than socialistic. A young man at Swarthmore named Clark Kerr could fit into the SLID chapter there. In their own way, both Lash and Molly Yard were LID types. Numerically more important than the LID types were the student members of the Young People's Socialist League, YPSL youth section of the Socialist Party, commonly called Yip cells. In the larger cities, where there were substantial young socialist groups, the Yip cells tended to dominate the SLID chapters, especially in New York City. As student director of the New York organization of YPSL for several years, I was largely concerned with mobilizing Yip cells to help build the SLID chapters in the city. It is important to understand that, by and large, at this time, the young socialists constituted the left wing of a socialist party which was itself rapidly going left throughout this period. The YPSL leaders, and an overwhelming majority of its membership, considered themselves to be revolutionary socialists, and, far from being influenced by the communists in this regard, were utterly contemptuous of them, especially when the communist movement swung right after 1935. The Socialist Party also swung sharply left in the 30s, though not enough to please the Yip cells. By 1935, as a result of the increased radicalization upon its members and the influx of younger, more militant recruits, the party's extreme right wing, the Old Guard, walked out. Later that year, the party accepted into its ranks the whole Trotskyist group, Workers' Party, with its youth group, the Spartacus Youth League, many of whom were already active in the student movement. Both the loss and the gain served to shift the balance of politics in the party even more to the left until the latter part of 1937, when another split took place in the party along left-right lines, with the large majority of the youth organization going along with the left wing. As long as the tone of the student movement remained militant, i.e., up to 1935, the tension implicit in the coexistence of these two socialist strains within the SLID occasioned little or no hostility. Besides, particular SLID chapters were usually either Yipsel-dominated or else LID-ish, and went their own ways in practice, as hards and softs, respectively. It was only with the rightward turn in 1935 that a clash developed. 3. The other source of the student movement came from the communist students, and eventuated in the building of the National Student League. This part of the story is usually represented under the heading, Communist Conspiracy Decides to Capture the College Campuses, etc. What actually happened is a good deal more interesting and more complex. Both for this initiatory period and for the later turns and changing course of THE student movement's leadership, it is indispensable to understand the coeval turns of the Communist Party line, which constitute the background. On the basis of this background, the story of what happened to the student movement is as clear as crystal. Without this background, it is an insoluble mystery. In 1929 the Communist International had launched all of its parties into what it baptized the Third Period, a period of wildly ultra-left and ultra-sectarian policies. The motivation came from the needs of the Russian regime. Having already liquidated the Trotskyist left opposition, the Stalin dictatorship now consolidated itself by turning against the Bukharin right wing, and was driving hard toward the crystallization of the new Stalinist society in the image of the new ruling class. Internally, the turn toward mass bureaucratic collectivization of the land meant the adoption of terroristic policies toward the peasantry, and a rigidification of the party leadership's autocracy in all aspects of life. Translated into terms of the satellite parties' tactics, the results was lunatic fringe politics. Maoist China, together with its faithful Maoist parties in other countries, is going through a sort of modified third period development today, for analogous reasons. The revolution was officially announced to be just around the corner. Roosevelt was a fascist. The AFL and all of its trade unions were fascist, and the party line was to split the unions to form dual red unions, like the National Miners' Union. The socialists were another kind of fascists, called social fascists. There was nothing more important than to destroy their organizations, and no united front with them was permissible except something called the United Front from Below, which meant that honest socialist rank-and-filers were called on to support communist activities in defiance of their own social fascist leaders. Of all socialists, the left-wing socialists were the worst social fascists of all. Party organizations were oriented toward underground secrecy whether necessary or no, and discipline was conceived in military terms. The Third Period line was still going strong as official policy in 1931 and 1932, when the student movement got started. In 1933 the Communist International was giving signs of softening the line. By 1934 it was clearly on the way out, and in 1935 the decisive flip-flop took place when the Franco-Soviet Military Assistance Pact was signed in May. The French Communist Party began voting for war budgets and militarization, and the line spread to other countries immediately. Later that year, the new Popular Front line was formally inaugurated at the 7th Congress of the Comintern. The Popular Front line meant a 180-degree swing in communist policy from ultra-left to ultra-right. It, like the preceding course, was decisively motivated by Moscow's orientation in foreign policy. Having helped to stymie resistance to Hitler's seizure of power, the Kremlin now took fright at the Nazis' threats of a holy war against communism. The widest possible military alliance against Germany, in anticipation of World War II, became the crash program objective, to which all other considerations were subordinated. To push this perspective, the American Communist Party, like others, spared no effort to convince Washington and the American power structure that Moscow, together with the communist parties it kept in tow, was no longer a red menace, no longer even interested in revolution. That, in fact, it could be depended on as a respectable defender of the status quo as long as America participated in a system of collective security, world bloc, against the danger from Hitler's Germany that might conceivably serve to defend the Soviet Union from attack from that quarter. All pretense at prosecuting a Leninist class struggle policy was sold out in exchange for wooing the government into a foreign policy satisfactory to Moscow, naturally under anti-Nazi slogans. Before the Popular Front period was over, nothing was too extreme for the Communist Party to use to destroy its image as a red menace, including the dissolution of the party itself into a communist political association. Every bit of radical language in the Communists' program and propaganda was carefully translated into vague liberalese or unceremoniously abandoned or repudiated. The slogan became "Communism is 20th century Americanism," and quotations from Marx and Lenin gave way to passages from Jefferson or Franklin or folksy evocations of Abraham Lincoln. President Roosevelt was transmogrified from a sinister fascist into a people's hero, and every good communist became the most fanatical New Dealer within 10 miles. Communist front organizations were hastily retailored to the new style. For example, the anti-imperialist American League Against War and Fascism became the pro-collective security American League for Peace and Democracy. Not all of this happened at once. For example, by early 1936, when the Communist Party nominated Earl Browder for president, the new line had not yet completely crystallized, but by fall it was clear that the party was advocating a vote for Roosevelt. Since Browder continued formally to run, the Communist Press of September-October 1936 presented one of the weirdest pictures in its checkered history. While the Communist Party was moving all the way right with bewildering speed, the Socialist Party, as we have seen, was steadily going left. In 1936, for example, the Socialist Party adopted statements against the danger of imperialist war and for a revolutionary transformation of American capitalism, which marked an extreme leftward point for the movement, with the approval even of Norman Thomas. Incidentally, Thomas was no longer a fascist or social fascist in communist treatment. He was now more likely to be denounced as an ultra-left adventuristic Trotskyite. The YPSL was one of the important ingredients in the leftward pressure within the Socialist Party, and pushed for more. Politically speaking, the Socialists and Communists crossed each other, going in opposite directions. During the first part of the Popular Front period, 1935–36, the obsessive concern of the Communist Party was for unity with the Socialists in any way whatsoever. This too was an internationalization of the Communist Party's course in Europe, where unity with the mass social democratic parties could bring the desired respectability. But by 1937–38 the Communists passed beyond this stage to wooing the real powers of the establishment, from the Democratic Party machines to the National Association of Manufacturers, about whom Browder made unctuous speeches holding out the hand of friendship to the progressive capitalists who understood the menace of Hitlerism. Popular Front changed to Democratic Front and then to National Front, as also in Europe, where the Italian communists reached the point of offering common cause with Mussolini's good fascists as against the bad Nazi fascists. This part of the story came to an end with the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939, which gave the green light to the Nazis' launching of the Second World War. The nature of the Communists' concern with the menace of Hitlerism was adequately demonstrated when Molotov announced that fascism is a matter of taste. But this was politically inconceivable to the student movement that was built during the Third Period and Popular Front days. 4. We can now return to the year 1931, when the student movement was beginning to stir. This was still in the murky depths of the fantastic Third Period line of the communist movement, and naturally the Young Communist League, YCL, was a tiny organization. The YCL's leadership, typified by Gil Green, had been handpicked for wooden-headed docility to the party line, now that every slightly critical element had been driven out as a Trotskyite or Lovestoneite. This leadership had no interest in orienting toward the organization of students, who were petty bourgeois by definition and unstable intellectuals by occupation, just the kind who had caused so much trouble in the recent factional splits and expulsions. The Third Period dogma was that communists were interested only in proletarians, although the interest was not reciprocal, and the YCL leaders flatly feared intellectuals, with whom they could not cope in any discussion of their own phantasmagorical politics. It can be flatly stated that the YCL did not initiate the organization of the National Student League, NSL, and did not want it. Yet it is also true that the NSL was formed by communist students. That these two statements are both true is a testimonial to the misleading simplism of the conspiracy theory of radical history. In New York, where it got started, there were two hostile groups of communist students. The YCL hardliners, in agreement with their leaders, simply went to school and then hurried away to do their stint for the party of the International Workers' Order or one of the other party fronts. The other group, consisting of some YCLERS and a number of communist sympathizers and fellow travelers, held to a student orientation, that is, they believed in the possibility and utility of communist organization of students on campus, in the teeth of the party line. It was the latter group which initiated the New York Student League, predecessor of the National Student League, while the YCL leadership remained cold to the enterprise but did not prohibit the participation of YCL members in it. It was not until 1933 that the leaders went over wholeheartedly to the student orientation, in part because of the salient success it had scored in making student communists through the NSL's activities, and in part because, as we have mentioned, the third period line was already thawing by this time. By 1934, if not before, there was a complete rapprochement between the strategy and tactics of the YCL faction and the course of the NSL leaders. In fact, in this year the YCL inaugurated a comparable project of its own in the shape of the American Youth Congress. The only teacher prominent in the organization of the National Student League was a young economics instructor at Columbia named Donald Henderson, who became the NSL's first executive secretary. When the university refused to renew his contract, a student strike on campus made the case a cause célèbre. He later threw himself into work for the communist-dominated Farm Equipment Workers Union, which absorbed his energies until his death. The NSL was one of the most successful of the communist-led movements of the 30s, and it was also one of the most competently led. Among its top leaders were Joseph Starobin, Joseph Cohen, Joseph Clark, James Wexler, all of New York, and, from the West Coast, Cyril Gerber and Celeste Strack. In general, they were more imaginative and less muscle-bound in style than the cliché-ridden hacks who presided over other Communist Party enterprises in the earlier years. In a real sense, the NSL pioneered the popular front pattern which, after 1935, paid off so well for the communist movement. One of the first attention-drawing actions of the NSL was its sponsorship of a student delegation to Harlan County, Kentucky, where a desperate miners' strike was taking place, under the aegis of the National Miners Union, against brutal conditions and legal terror. The students were turned back from Harlan County by armed intimidation in a manner somewhat reminiscent of what happened in the 60s to the Freedom Riders in the South. This was not the only attempt by student leaders to link the student movement with the labor movement, as their ideology demanded, but no other case garnered so much notice. Then in 1932 came the Reed-Harris case. Harris, the crusading liberal editor of the Columbia Spectator, ran stories exposing the bad conditions in the campus dining hall with regard to the preparation of food and treatment of student waiters. He was clumsily expelled, in the course of a series of events which highlighted the high-handedness and hypocrisy of the Columbia administration. There have been some parallels since then. This was the administration of Nicholas Murray Butler. Nicholas Miraculous Butler, he was called, who was widely thought to have his eaves fixed on tenancy in the White House rather than Morningside Heights. Harris's expulsion precipitated a sort of small-scale free speech movement, with thousands of students coming out in a one-day strike to manifest their indignant protest. The result was mainly a victory. Harris was reinstated, although he had first to make some concessions. The affair was a boost to the NSL, which had organized and led it, and to the student movement in general, particularly in New York City. The arrival of the Roosevelt administration in 1933 had the effect of heightening political consciousness among the students, as it also did among the general population. A national conference of students in politics, sponsored by the SLID, took advantage of and reflected this development. The NSL participated in it too, as did the student divisions of the YMCA and YWCA, student Christian associations, and some student service groups. There was a substantial list of eminent professors who allowed their names to be used as sponsors: Charles Beard, Morris R. Cohen, Jerome Davis, John Dewey, and Reinhold Niebuhr. Politicians on the list included Norman Thomas, Philip La Follette, and 2 senators. It was typical of such gatherings that, although there was a large number of liberals present, it was the socialists and communists whose discussions, and disputes, dominated the proceedings, not, in this case, by manipulation but simply because the liberals had nothing distinctive to say. They tended to follow in the wake of the radicals, who set the ideological tone. 5. Perhaps the greatest impetus to the student movement came from the war question. There is no question but that there has never been a generation of youth more concerned about the danger of war than this one. Their attitude toward this danger was unmistakable. Some of the polls and surveys showed a depth of opposition among large masses of youth which was unprecedented. In 1933, a sampling of 920 Columbia students included 31% who considered themselves absolute pacifists, almost one-third. Another 52% stated they would bear arms only if the country were invaded. Only 8% said they were willing to fight for the United States under any circumstances. A national poll showed 39% who said they would not participate in any war, and another 33% who would do so only if the United States were invaded. The students obviously did not share the attitude of some of their mentors, like the Fordham dean, who denounced student anti-war activity with these words: "They are making fools of themselves. What war are they worrying about anyway?" The mounting consciousness of the danger of war crystallized politically around the Oxford Pledge, an English import. In February 1933, the Oxford Union, following a debate, had passed a resolution which announced that under no circumstances would they fight for king and country. This was adopted by a vote of 273 to 153, when Randolph Churchill made a motion at the next meeting to expunge this offense to patriotism. The pledge was sustained by an even higher vote, 750 to 175. The sentiment was echoed at other English universities, including Leicester, Manchester, and Cambridge. In the United States, the Oxford Pledge, while retaining the name, was quickly translated into American as a refusal to support the United States government in any war it may conduct. For the next period, the Oxford Pledge was the platform of the student anti-war movement. It will be noted that the American version does not say quite the same thing as the Oxford version of the Oxford Pledge. The difference was deliberate. It was formulated here by student leaders who, both socialist and communist, regarded themselves as Marxists and did not want to make the pledge a statement of absolute pacifism, a viewpoint which was virtually non-existent among the communist leaders of the NSL and infrequent in the leadership of the SLID nationally or locally. Hence the American pledge was pointedly not worded to read as a refusal to support any war which the U.S. government might conduct. Instead, it was politically directed against support of the government in any war. In 1934, the two radical student organizations launched what seemed to many at first a rather wild idea, but which turned out to be the most successful single action of the movement: a student strike against war. The date was set to commemorate the entrance of the United States into the World War, and it took place on April 13, 1934. It was actually only a demonstration strike, scheduled for 1 hour, from 11:00 to noon, but it did call on all students to walk out of their classrooms. This was intended literally. Students were asked not to cut classes but to go to their scheduled class and leave with as many others as possible. At this point, the political orbits of the socialist and communist students were at perigee. The communists had already pulled out of the revolutionary buffoonery of the third period but had not yet entered on the complete abandonment of revolutionary tactics which was going to characterize the Popular Front period. On their side, not only the YPSL but even the Socialist Party itself had adopted resolutions on the war question which were thoroughly revolutionary socialist in content and phraseology. In fact, this was one of the main reasons why its old guard right wing split away. If, as we have said, the socialists and communists were crossing each other as they went in opposite political directions, it was during the period from 1934 to the middle of 1935 that they were closest. There was therefore little difficulty in achieving complete NSL/SLID cooperation in the organization of the first student anti-war strike. To the surprise of its sponsors, it also achieved a considerable measure of success, especially in its public impact. In spite of a barrage of threats and pressure from administrations, about 25,000 students participated in 1934. To be sure, about 15,000 of these were in New York City, and of these, in turn, nearly half were probably accounted for by the three city colleges, City College of New York, CCNY, Brooklyn College, and Hunter. At other campuses the number was not impressive as yet, but the public sat up and took notice. Attempts to intimidate the student strikers at CCNY, Harvard, and Johns Hopkins added to the headlines. The number of participants took a big jump on April 12 of the following year. The second student strike against war in 1935 focused, like the first, on the Oxford Pledge drew about 150,000 students nationally, according to the student organizations. This claim was probably not much exaggerated provided one notes the qualification that not all of these 150,000 actually participated in a strike, that is, a walkout from classes. In some places a more usual form of demonstration or meeting was substituted. The figures were still highest in New York City, with Brooklyn College easily leading again with 6,000, CCNY and Columbia each had 3,500 out. Philadelphia did well, with 3,000 at the University of Pennsylvania and 2,500 at Temple. In the Middle West, the biggest strikes took place at the universities of Chicago, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. On the West Coast, Berkeley came in, at 4,000, with the second largest demonstration in the country, but even Stanford had 1,500. This time the movement was nationwide. There was some kind of manifestation on over 130 campuses in all regions of the country, including nearly 20 in the South. This was a great shot in the arm for the student movement, but the fact is that this image of a national mass movement had been projected by the work of comparatively small groups of radical students. To take the example of my own campus, Brooklyn College, which had seen the largest strike in the country for both years, there were probably about 30 active members each in both the SLID and NSL chapters, give or take another dozen. If about 95% of the student body came out on the strike, in the face of administration threats of disciplinary action and the violent opposition of the student newspaper, this was an index not to the size of the direct organizational influence of either group but rather to the climate of social and political opinion among the students generally. I doubt whether there was at any time during this period a number of student movement activists greater than there are today, 1965, though there are two important qualifications to be added. The total student population in the universities and colleges was much smaller then and the student readerships insisted on more compact and efficient organization than is common today. The main difference was in the times. 6. The years 1934 to 35 were not only those in which the communists and socialists came closest together politically, but also those in which the communists, having abandoned the doctrine that socialists were social fascists, started going all out for unity with those whom it had so recently stigmatized. On the student field, the NSL started proposing unity with the SLID in 1934. With cooperation in two student strikes behind them, and increasing cooperation in other projects, the SLID began to look favorably upon the proposal. By 1935, as their own line toward unity blossomed internationally, the communists seemed ready to make almost any concession to get agreement. Within the SLID, the left-wing YPSL also was favorable to merger, feeling that in a united student movement their own politics would have a larger field to operate in. Another source of pressure toward merger was the growth of the NSL, which threatened to overshadow the SLID. In June the National Executive Committee of the SLID voted for fusion, and the Unity Convention was held during Christmas week in Columbus, Ohio. The new organization formed there was called the American Student Union. There was a considerable block of previously unaffiliated liberals at this convention, but, as before, they played no independent role. The agreements, disputes, and discussions emanated from the socialist and communist blocs. By this time, not only the Franco-Soviet Pact but also the speeches and documents of the Seventh Congress of the Comintern had begun to make clear the direction of the Popular Front policy. The entire international communist movement, including the American Party with its usual automatism, had already by this time abandoned its anti-war policy and, in all countries earmarked for the anti-German alliance, was headed in the direction of classic jingoism. Soon there were going to be no more shrill patriots than the communists. The NSL line had not yet been overtly affected. Even though, outside the student field, the Young Communist League had dutifully made clear that the Oxford Pledge was now obsolete, the leaders of the NSL formally stated that the Oxford Pledge would be maintained, in answer to a challenge from the socialists. In fact, the process of coordinating the student movement with the new communist pro-war line was going to take 2 years, up to the Vassar Convention of the ASU at Christmas time 1937, whereas elsewhere communist-dominated organizations were able to carry out the flip-flop in weeks or months. The difference was due entirely to the bitter fight made against this turn by the Ypsil forces in the Slid. At the Fusion Convention, therefore, all was not sweetness and light, as might have been the case if the merger had taken place a few months earlier. One sticky question was the attitude of the ASU toward the Russian regime. In a compromise, a resolution referred to the Soviet Union only as an example of a non-imperialist nation whose peace policy deserved support, a formulation which was then satisfactory to the left-wing socialists too. Another problem, the relationship of the ASU to the Communist Front organization, which then still called itself the American League Against War and Fascism, was settled by an agreement not to affiliate with any such body, except by a 3/4 vote of the National Committee. The main dispute took place over the question of war policy. In line with the pre-convention pledge of the NSL leadership, the Oxford Pledge was re-endorsed, by a vote of 244 to 49, the 49 were liberals who agreed with the new communist line of collective security and had no reason to weasel over it. But when the socialist bloc introduced a resolution which included the idea that the Oxford Pledge would still be applicable even if the United States were aligned with Russia in the war for democracy toward which the communists now looked, this was defeated 155 to 193 by the combined votes of the communists and pro-collective security liberals against the socialist left wing. But this was still only a negative action, as compared with the later complete endorsement of American foreign policy when the ASU came under unchallenged communist domination. The leadership of the new organization was divided according to pre-convention agreement. 3 lead types became national officers, Lash as executive secretary, George Edwards as national chairman, and Molly Yard as treasurer. NSLERS took the posts of high school chairman, field secretary, and editor of the magazine, Student Advocate. The National Committee was divided into 3 blocks, with an equal number named by the SLID and NSL, leaving a number of seats for unaffiliated liberals. There was only one hitch in these proceedings. The morning of the vote, the YCL faction decided that they would not accept one name on the SLID list, mine, in spite of the previous agreement that each of the merging organizations would name its own people to the National Committee. The infuriated Slidders informed them that this would explode the agreement, and the YCL finally backed down, muttering darkly about the disruptive role I had played by presenting the socialist anti-war resolution on the Oxford Pledge. 7. The typical issues on which the student movement fought and around which it organized were mainly the following 6, given roughly in order of importance: 1. Anti-war activity and opposition ROTC. 2. Violations of academic freedom and student rights on campus. 3. Issues involving economic aid to students, tuition fees, free textbooks, etc. 4. Reform of college administrations, particularly changes in the boards of trustees who ruled the campuses. 5. Aid to the labor movement. 6. Anti-fascist activity which could be concretized only now and then, as when a delegation of Italian fascist student leaders were welcomed at CCNY by the administration in one way and by the student body in another. There were, of course, the usual cries of alarm from all quarters as the student movement grew and impressed the public mind with the fact that something was happening in the colleges. The pulp writer H. Bedford Jones, emulating Calvin Coolidge's 1921 article, "Are the Red Stocking Our College Women?" published an article in Liberty under the pen name of J. G. Shaw, asking, "Will the communists get our girls in college?" purporting to explain the terrible dangers to which his daughter had been subjected by sinister red conspirators. The following week the New Masses headlined a reply, "My father is a liar, by Nancy Bedford Jones, the daughter, who shortly thereafter atoned for her sins by marrying Lash. A recurrent image of the student movement of the 30s as ideological rather than activist needs qualification. It certainly was ideological, being under the thorough leadership of communists and socialists, but it was also at least as activist as campus radicals today. The difference was that it did not counterpose one to the other. Probably all wings would have agreed on the following statement from the SLID's Blueprints for Action, a handbook for student revolutionists: the radical movement has too many sideline commentators, the great need is for participants. Besides, action is one of the best ways of getting clarification. But the second period of the student movement was now beginning, in which the highly ideological leadership of the communist students made a turn toward de-ideologizing and depoliticalizing the movement in line with their new orientation. The non-ideological mask that was to be adopted was incompatible even with ideology in a liberal form. What was beginning was the cant of speaking in the name of the students, whose aspirations and most secret thoughts always somehow coincided with the latest pronouncements of the YCL. Already before the ASU merger convention, the NSL Organizational Bulletin, for December 1935 had inveighed against the belief that the new student organization would be radical. For what purpose is the union formed? We say, simply, to protect our welfare, to advance our interests, to give us strength. Then why do some NSLERS still view the union in terms of the radical, liberal radical etc. students in their particular schools? Is it not because these NSLERS see the union primarily in terms of vague social problems, political discussions, etc., and not in terms of student problems, campus issues? 3. This dichotomy between social problems and student problems, campus issues, was a fraudulent one, for the approach of the NSL as of the SLID had been to direct activity and education to bridging the gap between the two, showing the connection between campus issues and broader social problems, and the relevance of society-wide radical solutions to student life. What the NSL-YCL line was now demanding was the dropping of an overtly radical approach to both social problems and campus issues, in the interest of maximum unity of all men of goodwill for an anti-German alliance. This was acted out most obviously in the student anti-war actions of 1936 and 1937. There were two influences at work now, only one of which was the new communist line against militancy. The other was that many of the campus administrations sharply changed their tone. Instead of denouncing the strike and threatening draconic punishment, they rolled with the punch and tried to clinch. They offered auditorium facilities, called off classes for the hour, and proposed to make it all official, only, of course, why should it be called a strike, since you aren't really striking against us, are you? And anti-war is so negative, why not for peace? Increasingly, peace assemblies replaced the anti-war strikes, and, swathed in respectability, the students listened to peaceful rhetoric in the same pews where they were accustomed to hearing commencement addresses. The communists eagerly accepted every such offer by administrations, and the statistics of participants rose mightily, as whole campuses went through the motions of a peace assembly. There were strikes of the 1934-35 variety, and evocations of the Oxford Pledge, mainly in those places where the left-wing socialists dominated the ASU chapter. Liberal students in the ASU followed in the wake of the communist line, which suited them to a T. In fact, they could feel, with justice, that it was the communist line which had come over to them, not the other way around. By 1937 the guts had been taken out of what had once been the student strike against war. At the Christmas 1936 convention of the ASU, the time was not yet propitious to unload the Oxford Pledge formally, as was shown by the fact that a YPSL-sponsored resolution attacking the collective security, pro-war line lost by only 37 votes. What did happen, however, was that the two lead types who had become ASU national officers, Lash and Yard, went over to the Popular Front and collective security line and became staunch fellow travelers of the communist bloc. At a socialist caucus meeting during the convention itself, A furious denunciation of these two was the main feature, and in effect the national staff of the ASU became monolithic. During 1937 pro-war feeling in the country grew apace. The New Deal moved more openly toward interventionism, as Roosevelt came out in October with his "Quarantine the Aggressor" speech. The socialist anti-war minority in the ASU had a harder row to hoe. By the end of 1937 the Communists, in bloc with Lasch, were in position to dump the last vestiges of the student movement's militant politics and anti-war activity. At the convention, a well-organized socialist bloc of delegates carried on a last-ditch fight to save the Oxford Pledge but lost, 282 to 108. By the 1938 convention, with the socialist left wing out, the complete popular frontization of the organization bore fruit. The Roosevelt administration finally gave its official blessing to the ASU, in a letter of greetings to the convention from the president. The convention also got messages from the mayor of New York and its board of higher education, from the president of CCNY, from the women's director of the Democratic National Committee, and other notables. The student movement was now completely respectable, completely pro-administration, and completely emasculated. The new atmosphere that enveloped the ASU can be gathered, in part, from the following comment by a friend of the movement, Bruce Blyven. Writing in the New Republic for January 11, 1939 on the convention that had just taken place. Their enthusiasm reached its peak at the jamboree in the huge JLI auditorium of the Hippodrome, seating capacity 4,500, which was filled to its loftiest tier. There were a quintet of white flannel cheerleaders, a swing band, and shaggers doing the campus stomp. Everybody's doing it, ASUing it, confetti. There were ASU feathers and buttons, a brief musical comedy by the Mob Theater, and pretty ushers in academic caps and gowns. All the trappings of a big game rally were present, and the difference was that they were cheering, not the crimson. To beat the blue, but democracy to beat reaction. To me, it bordered just alongside the phony. 4. It was phony, of course, whatever one might think of football rally exercises. This was making like Joe College according to the detailed instructions of the YCL organizer on how to be American. Later on in 1939 there was a second excellent example of what had happened. This one is directly from the Young Communist League Bulletin at the University of Wisconsin. Some people have the idea that a YCLER is politically minded, that nothing outside of politics means anything. Gosh, no. They have a few simple problems. There is the problem of getting good men on the baseball team this spring, of opposition from other ping pong teams, of dating girls, etc. We go to shows, parties, dances, and all that. In short, the YCL and its members are no different from other people except that we believe in dialectical materialism as the solution to all problems. This is what the student movement had become. The last chapter was written after September 1939. After 4 years of eviscerating the student anti-war movement for the sake of the Grand Alliance against Nazism, the Second World War was inaugurated with the Hitler-Stalin Pact. The communist leaders of the ASU ground all gears into reverse, and some of the passengers got shaken out, particularly Lasch, who really believed what he had been saying about collective security. At the Christmas 1939 convention, the rug was pulled from under the innocents. The communists held it in iron control, rolling up huge majorities even on procedural questions whenever necessary. A motion condemning the Soviet attack on Finland was defeated 322 to 49. It was announced that the war was imperialist, and ASU propaganda echoed the slogan that the Yanks are not coming. A motion for a national membership referendum on this line was overwhelmingly turned down. Lasch was replaced in the executive secretary's office by the YCL apparatus man, Bert Witt. At the 1940 convention there was no opposition at all, also no cheerleaders, confetti, or shaggers. The major speakers were communists or fellow travelers. But by this time it scarcely mattered, for the ASU was a shell. When the line changed again, after the German attack on Russia, and the communists became shrill patriots again, it was too late to save the student movement even in its popular front form. The student movement was dead. 8. This is not the place to attempt a full assessment of the impact of the student movement of the 30s, but a word must be said about one type of assessment that has been published. This latter is based on the fact, which I have stressed in connection with the anti-war strike, that there was always a great disparity between the number who actually joined any of the radical student organizations and the larger number who could be moved into action by this small vanguard. Two writers on the subject have operated with the statistics in a manner which is a model of how not to understand social movements. One is Robert W. Iverson, who, in his The Communists and the Schools, makes a characteristic remark. When the alumni of CCNY were disturbed by the college's red reputation, the Alumni Association reassured them in 1936 that only 1% of the students belonged to radical organizations. But unfortunately, the 99% possessed few of the gifts for publicity that seemed the peculiar talent of the dedicated few. 6. This reduction of the radical students' appeal to a peculiar talent for clever publicity makes a mystery where there was none. It would be hard to explain how assiduous reading of Marx and Lenin gave rise to this gift. But the radical students at CCNY needed no Madison Avenue gifts when they had a college president like Frederick B. Robinson, a president who could personally make an umbrella-swinging physical attack on a student protest meeting, 1933, who first insisted on subjecting the student body to a college reception for an official delegation of Italian fascist students, and then reacted to the hissing of his guests with an uncontrolled outburst of gutter snipes. 1934. These were only two of his more dramatic exploits, guaranteed equally to make headlines and to convince unaligned students that they had to take a stand. CCNY blossomed with lapel buttons reading "I am a gutter snipe." Even without such cooperation by administrations gifted with a peculiar talent for alienating their students, especially under the pressure of conservative forces off campus, Iverson's dichotomy between the 1% and the 99% is a basic misunderstanding of the relationship of forces. Around the 1%er who actually joined a radical student group were concentric rings of influence, embracing different portions of the student body as different forms of commitment were demanded. For every one who joined, there were perhaps two who agreed in the main with what the student movement was trying to do, but who did not join, either for lack of time to devote to such activity or for other reasons which did them less credit. There was another circle of students who were ready to support most of the campaigns or actions which the student organizations might launch on a given issue, such as defense of students victimized by the administration. It was probably most inclusive during the annual anti-war actions, whether in the form of the anti-war strike or the peace assembly. Even outside the widest of these concentric circles, if we consider the students who never participated in any dissenting form of activity at all, it would be an error to suppose that all of them were hostile to the student movement and needed only adequate talents for publicity to make this hostility felt. The general social disillusionment with the status quo, with the system, conditioned many of them, if only because it put them on the defensive before the self-confident radicals. It deprived them of that capacity to feel that all radicals must be kooks, which is characteristic of a social system sure of itself. The picture, then, is far more complex than a 1% versus a 99%, and it was through this complexity that the organized student movement made itself felt as a relatively small vanguard which, from time to time, could put much larger masses into motion. Iverson's handling of statistics reflects a profound ignorance of what was going on at the time. Thus he writes, in 1941, a careful attempt was made to assess the extent of communism among the students of Brooklyn College and City College during the previous 5 years. The most reliable index was found to be the communist vote in student elections. Thus, at the peak of communist power in 1938, 1,002 votes were cast in a Brooklyn College straw ballot. Of this number, 280 were cast for the communist candidate. Several things may be concluded from this. First, since the total college enrollment was over 10,000, the political indifference of the vast majority of students was virtually monumental, with the communists comprising less than 3% of the total student body. The figures do show, however, that about one-third of the students who were politically conscious enough to vote at all voted communist. 7. What is left entirely out of the picture is the fact that in 1938, after some years of intensive communist propaganda identifying the Popular Front line with euphoric enthusiasm for the New Deal, and particularly in 1938 when Roosevelt was obviously steering an interventionist course, there were far more communist sympathizers and fellow travelers who voted for the New Deal candidates than there were Communist Party members who registered their vote for the ceremonial candidates put up by the party. It would be impossible to pick a year which would be worse than 1938 for determining pro-communist sympathies on the basis of casting a ballot for the party's candidates. Iverson's passage continues as follows: with the second case, at City College, the situation was somewhat different. In a straw vote held during the presidential campaign of 1940, there were only 126 communist votes out of a total of 2,656. The enrollment at City was about 6,000. City College thus reveals 8, but it does not matter what Iverson thinks it reveals, since he seems to be unconcerned about, and does not mention, the fact that this straw poll took place after 1 year of the Nazi-Soviet pact. The communist power was now an ally of Hitler, especially in the eyes of a City College student body with a very high proportion of Jewish students. By this time the Communist Party itself was staggering, and especially its sympathizers were falling away in droves. The marked difference between Brooklyn College in 1938 and City College in 1940 depends on the background politics, not on the place. However, Iverson's subject, the influence of communists in the colleges, is only a part of the larger problem of the relation of the student movement to the campus. A similar approach is taken, in a more impressionistic fashion, by Murray Kempton in a book about the 30s, Part of Our Time, which makes some remarks about the student movement in its last chapter. Kempton recalls that in Harper's of August, 1931, just before the student movement blossomed before the public, Harold J. Lasky had published an article whose title asked, "Why don't your young people care?" The question, asserts Kempton, was not materially less valid at the fever pitch of the student movement in 1937 than it had been in 1931, and he cites statistics to indicate this. At the height of its uproar, the ASU had only 12,000 members and claimed another 8,000 who hadn't paid their dues but were otherwise totally committed. The Young Communist League had fewer than 5,000 student members at any one time. As the 30s wore on, the Young People's Socialist League, the heroic and historic Ypsels, fell below 1,000 members and the Young Trotskyites below 500. Yet the few persons in those last three organizations made most of the history of student rebellion in the 30s. In 1937, as an instance, Young Communists, Young Socialists, and one Young Trotskyite constituted 18 of the 30 members of the National Executive Committee of the American Student Union, and all its national officers were either socialists or communists. There were close to 4 million high school and college students in the United States in 1937. The myth of their radical impulse was created, at the very most, by 15,000 persons. It has been said that these 15,000 set the tone for the American campus in the 30s, in which case they did it by default. A tone set by 0.3% of a community can hardly, after all, be described as a tone. 9. The problem of how a tone is set by the relationship between a small minority of activists and a larger mass of sympathetic or impressionable students is, as I have already discussed, more complex than such statistics can express. However, Kempton's tendentiousness is manifested by his use of the figure 4 million high school and college students. No one has ever claimed that the student movement set the tone in the high schools. It was remarkable enough that fairly active movements of high school students were built during the 30s, at least in New York and Chicago. It is a question, therefore, of about 1.25 million college students, and even here we must remember that most institutions of higher education, especially the small freshwater colleges, denominational schools, and vocational technical institutions in non-urban areas, remained little affected by the swirl of any events. Nor need it be claimed that the student movement set the tone. At, say, Harvard, if the totality of university life is thereby meant. In fact, the same point could quite legitimately be made even about what was probably the most highly politicalized college in the country, Brooklyn College, during the time I was chairman of its lit chapter as well as in the subsequent years. The large majority of students devoted themselves to studying and getting their sheepskins and pursuing their personal lives just as if there were no student movement, but even while doing so they could not help absorbing the climate of ideas which pervaded the political life of the campus as a part of the larger society. Now, the tone which was set by the small vanguard of student activists was precisely this political tone, through all of the concentric circles which I have described. Here is a final example, from Kempton, of how easy it is to get three mistakes into 3 sentences. What history there is asserts that in 1937 500,000 American college students took an oath never to support this government in any war. The Selective Service Act came 3.5 years later. Fewer than 100 men refused to register under it as a matter of principle. By 1943, just 1,400 young men of all sorts had gone to prison for ideological or ethical defiance of the draft law. And half of those were Jehovah's Witnesses. 10 in the first place. The Oxford Pledge was not an oath to become a conscientious objector, as I have explained. With few exceptions, the socialists and communists who led the student movement were vigorously and articulately opposed to conscientious objection as a policy. The right to conscientious objection is another matter, and did not advocate that revolutionary students go to jail rather than accept the draft. Second, it is not true, nor was it claimed, that 500,000 American college students took the Oxford Pledge in 1937. That figure is for total participants in the various peace assemblies or other anti-war demonstrations that took place in 1937. And, as has been related, by this time the Oxford Pledge had been dumped in practice by the OSU leadership and most chapters, preparatory to being officially dumped at the Christmas conventions. This already suggests the third and most important error. Kempton writes as if the student movement rejected the coming war until it came, and then the movement collapsed. Like Iverson, he ignores the fact that the student movement had been turned into a political instrument for preparing youth to accept the war as a crusade against fascism, years before the test came. The student movement was one of the first casualties of the Second World War, but its impact was not ended. For the next couple of decades at least, wherever anything was stirring in the labor movement or in liberal campaigns, wherever there was action for progressive causes or voices were raised in dissent from the establishment, there one was sure to find alumni of the student movement, who had gotten their political education and organizational training and experience in the American Student Union or the Student League for Industrial Democracy or the National Student League. The history we have sketched is that of one of the most important educational institutions of 20th century America. From As We Saw the 30s. University of Illinois Press 1967. Chapter 9. Is There a Socialism from Below? 1. A reply to Hal Draper, Max Nomad. Hal Draper's Two Souls of Socialism is a laudable attempt to unmask what he calls socialism from above, because all the variants of this kind of socialism mean only one thing: the substitution of a neo-bourgeoisie of office holders and managers for the old bourgeoisie of property owners. However, he has devoted his efforts to a great delusion when, to those neo-bourgeois gospels, he tried to oppose what he calls socialism from below. For, alas, there never was, there never could be such a thing. To be sure, there are passages in Marx's writings which, according to H.D., are supposed to point to the assumption that his teachers was the truly democratic, the truly proletarian, the truly anti-bourgeois article. However, it may not be amiss to remind the eager disciple of another passage from the same sage's writings to the effect that a distinction is to be made between what a man thinks of himself and says, and what he really is and does. Was Marx, During the German Revolution of 1848, a revolutionist from below when, after joining the German Democratic Party, he avoided any mention of the labor movement in his Neue Rheineszeitung? Was Engels, his intellectual twin, a socialist from below when at the same time, apparently in order to appease the bourgeoisie, he disapproved of the formation of labor unions in his industrial hometown, Barmen? Was Marx a socialist from below when, in his 18th Brumaire, he called Blanqui the real leader of the proletarian party while, in reality, that party consisted almost exclusively of impecunious students, journalists, and other déclassés aiming at what Blanqui called a Parisian dictatorship, an obviously non-democratic regime of an educated elite? Was Marx a socialist from below when, in 1850, he joined the Universal Society of Revolutionary Communists, a super-conspirative body composed exclusively of top leaders? Was Marx a socialist from below when in 1848, though a full-fledged Marxist, he justified the rule of the 4 million Hungarians, Magyars, over 8 million Slavs and Romanians on the ground that the Hungarians had more vitality and energy? Was Marx much better than the unspeakable racist Proudhon when he wrote contemptuously about Jews, Scandinavians, niggers, yes, niggers, Croats, Czechs, and similar scum? Or when he wrote that it was no misfortune that glorious California has been wrenched from the lazy Mexicans who did not know what to do with it? The wording and the sources of all these scandalous utterances are given in Koskai Sozialisten und Krieg, in Heinrich Kuhnau's Parteizusammenbruch, and in Max Nomad's Apostles of Revolution, hardcover edition. I am mentioning all this because what is sauce for Proudhon is also sauce for Marx. Was Marx a democratic socialist from below when, in the well-known letter to his friend Wedemeyer, dated March 5, 1852, he insisted that the class struggle leads necessarily to the dictatorship of the proletariat and that this dictatorship itself is only a transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society? There are those who, to be fair to Marx, try to explain that, in using the term dictatorship, he actually meant rule or democratic rule. But why did he have to use that unsavory term if he actually meant democracy? And is it wrong to assume that in coining the term dictatorship of the proletariat, Marx may have been inspired by Blanqui's elitist Parisian dictatorship? For wasn't Blanqui, in Marx's opinion, a leader of the proletarian party? To be sure, there are passages in Marx's writings showing that, in later years, their author was in favor of democratic, parliamentary methods in such countries as the United States, England, and Holland, his speech at The Hague in 1872. This, shall we say, Menshevik attitude was, however, counterbalanced 3 years later by an outright Bolshevik passage in his critique of the Gotha program, 1875, in which he clearly stated that during the political transition period between the capitalist and communist society, the state can be nothing else than the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. True, he may have had in mind only the semi-absolutist regimes like Germany and ultra-reactionary post-commune France, which could be overcome only by a violent revolution, as a result of which the socialists might assume dictatorial power, once attained, would abandon its tendency to remain permanent. Did Marx attempt to refute the famous passage in Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy which contained the prophetic prediction that Marx's proletarian dictatorship would really be a dictatorship of office holders and engineers? It is beside the point that Bakunin's invisible dictatorship would have amounted to the same thing. Marx's marginal remark reverie was hardly a refutation. Was Engels a socialist from below when he attacked as a student in revolt the radical opposition of the Union to the official leadership of the German Social Democratic Party, which, after the repeal of the anti-socialist laws in 1890, was turning more and more respectable? To prove that Marx's was a socialism from below, HD insists on his hostility to statism and on the famous withering away of the state. But isn't it more realistic to assume that Marx's anti-statism was primarily a defense mechanism against the competition on the part of Proudhon's and, later, Bakunin's followers, whose denunciations of the state were quite popular at the time? Didn't the Communist Manifesto, in Chapter 2, say that the proletariat will use its political domination for the purpose of centralizing all means of production in the hands of the state, emphasis added, and further, centralization of credit in the hands of the state through a national bank with state capital and exclusive monopoly, centralization of the transport system in the hands of the state, organization of industrial armies especially for agriculture. If this is not statism in the best Lenin-Trotsky-Stalin tradition, then what is it? Marx and Engels may have changed their vocabulary later, but the essence remained the same. To be sure, the state will have to cease to be a state after a period of transition, but what interests those alive is not the nebulous higher phase but the very unromantic transition period during which the better paid office holders and managers will establish a new class benevolently ruling a classless and therefore stateless society. As evidence of Marx's socialism from below, H.D. quotes that passage of Marx's polemic against the conspiratorial putschists of the Willich-Schapper faction, which says that the workers would have to go through 15 or 20 or 50 years of civil wars and international wars not only in order to change extant conditions, but also in order to change yourselves and to render yourselves fit for political dominion. H.D. repeats with emphasis the words in order to change yourselves and to render yourselves fit for political dominion. He does not realize that all the tragedy of the uneducated, horny-handed underdog is epitomized in this passage. For two roads are offered to the workers, one, that of Willich-Schapper, in our times, it is that of Lenin and Trotsky, which means the seizure of power by an elitist group of educated déclassés who will establish a dictatorship over the proletariat as they did in Russia, or, two, that of gradualism, which means the postponement of their emancipation to the Greek kalends. For the assumption that the uneducated, horny-handed manual workers might attain their intellectual fitness for their dominion, including the management of the industrial fabric, while they are still struggling against the exploiting capitalists, is the sheerest illusion. Now, after a century of struggles for better wages, the enormous majority of the workers still constitutes an ignorant mass of near-illiterate, racist-minded tabloid readers, interested in nothing but sports, crime news, and movies, and absolutely unable to understand what is really going on in this complicated world. To be sure, there are among the workers exceptionally gifted individuals, such as the Bevins, the Thorisas, the Ruthers, the Minis, and the Khrushchevs, who are able to acquire an education above that of the average workers. But is that upstart elite of ex-horny-handed trade union officials and party leaders interested in the emancipation of the workers? One may just as well expect salvation from upstart workers who become capitalists. It is a well-known fact that in all countries these self-taught ex-workers are either part of the middle class, or even upper middle class, satisfied with the capitalist system, or, as is the case in the underdeveloped countries, part of the present or future new class of totalitarian or simply dictatorial office holders and managers. Confronted by this problem, the syndicalists, who aspired to represent socialism from below par excellence, at first propounded the idea that, prior to the expropriating general strike, the workers would have to study how to manage the industrial fabric lest they remain subjected to the rule of bourgeois engineers and managers. Needless to say that the whole idea was a utopia. A worker cannot learn after his daily toil what it takes a middle-class youth to learn in institutions of higher technical education. To be sure, some of the brighter workers did learn how to become trade union functionaries or plain socialist or communist politicians. So when a really revolutionary situation came up, I mean the ferment created by the Bolshevik Revolution, those of the leading syndicalists who had not in the meantime joined the Socialist Party and later the Communists, launched the slogan of Au Syndicat le pouvoir, all power to the Union. A slogan which, in reality, meant all power to the syndicalist union leaders. This, of course, was merely a variant of Leninism which, in turn, is one of the varieties of socialism from above. Speaking of the anarchists mostly extinct outside of Spain, the revolutionists among them, like the Spanish FAI, are simply dictatorial neo-Bakuninists, that is, Leninists with a libertarian vocabulary, while those who stick to the post-Bakunin tradition of pure anarchism, are simply gradualists believing in indoctrinating their fellow men with their humanitarian ideas until the end of time. Was after Marx and Engels Rosa Luxemburg, whom HD so greatly admires, a paragon of socialism from below. She certainly was made of better stuff than all her Marxist contemporaries, but the fact is that, in the Marxist Party of Poland of which she was the leader, she wielded despotic power absolutely unbecoming a champion of what is called proletarian democracy. Those familiar with the Polish socialist movement know she used her authority to expel Karl Radek from her party when he disagreed with her, even though the majority of the rank and file was with him. It is beside the point that Radek was a louse. The fact is that Rosa believed in socialism from below only insofar as her followers did her bidding. But even assuming that she was really dedicated to socialism from below, how come that, for all her genius, brilliance, and eloquence, what influence she had over the ultra-radical wing of German socialism, evaporated completely during the Spartacus days of 1919, when that following of hers, in total disregard of her warnings, was seized by the insensate desire to duplicate Lenin's feat and to establish a minority dictatorship, a socialism from above, if ever there was one? In his search for another representative of what he calls socialism from below, HD points to the idealistic figure of Eugene Debs. The great orator was certainly a devoted champion of the underdog, devoid of any personal ambitions or will to power. But he was a saint rather than a revolutionary thinker. He courageously called himself a Bolshevik right after the October uprising, but at the same time he was opposed to violence. He sympathized with the valiant Wobblies, IWW, but, as far as I can remember, opposed sabotage on ethical grounds, at a time when sabotage was winked at by the very moderate American Federation of Labor as one of those weapons that were always used by the underdog when he was otherwise helpless against his ruthless employers and the state power supporting them. Debs hoped for the workers to fit themselves, by education, organization, and self-imposed discipline, to take control of the productive forces, a utopian hope of course, and at the same time he put his hope in a leading militant minority, a noble, worker-loving elite, just like the first followers of Lenin and Trotsky, an elite of good men which, alas, in due time, always jumps on the bandwagon of the socialists from above. True, Hal Draper makes a distinction between the vanguard, H.D.'s emphasis, from below, and the elite, the socialists from above, when he says that their function is to impel the mass majority to fit themselves to take power in their own name, through their own struggles, H.D.'s emphasis. What a pity H.D. forgets that, no matter how valiantly the uneducated underdog will struggle, he, the underdog, won't get power, he will merely assist his educated vanguard to get it. And the educated vanguard, once in possession of power, becomes a new aristocracy, just as did the followers of Lenin, Trotsky, Tito, and Mao, or as would those of Bakunin, Manet, or the Spanish FAI, if they had had a chance. Do I have to remind HD of Lord Acton's saying about the corrupting influence of power? Has its truth even been disproved? I wonder what HD actually means when he writes that the point is not to deny the critical importance of minorities, but to establish a different relationship between the advanced minority and the more backward mass, unless it is the old good man theory, of the Bevins being better men than the Bevins, the anarchist Makhnos being preferable to the dictatorial Trotskyists, and the Trotskyists to the Stalins. But those holding that view forget that behind every good leader there is always a crowd of self-seekers whose appetites will prevail over the noble intentions of the good man. In a way, the deeper implications of the subject under discussion were touched upon at the turn of the century by Koski and Lenin. In 1901 the top theoretician of German socialism had to put in their place those trade union leaders who tried to assert their proletarian independence from, or rather superiority to, the party leaders who were mostly intellectuals. In that polemic, Koski pointed out that socialist ideas had come to the working class from the bourgeois intelligentsia. In a somewhat similar situation familiar to those who have read Lenin's What is to be Done? The founder of Bolshevism said the same thing, and he emphasized that, left to themselves, the manual workers never went beyond the trade unionist concept of fighting for better wages and shorter hours. Neither Koski nor Lenin seem to have realized that, by making these correct statements, they were pointing to the neo-bourgeois essence of the socialist protest against capitalism. A protest which, while voiced ostensibly in behalf of the manual workers, was in reality, the expression of the dissatisfaction of the owners of education. They could be called the noes, with the rule of the haves, i.e., the owners of property who, except during the Dark Ages, were also owners of education. In demanding the elimination of the haves, the noes have in most cases, either consciously or subconsciously, in mind their own substitution for the old ruling class, a change which is rationalized by them as the emancipation of the working class. The self-delusion, which apparently prevented both Koski and Lenin from penetrating the essence of their own beliefs, was aside from their own class interests as intellectuals based on their uncritical acceptance of the Marxist dictum that capitalism is the last possible form of exploitation. That concept precluded the idea that the non-capitalist owners of education could inaugurate a post-capitalist system of exploitation, such as was to blossom out in the communist orbit after the elimination of the capitalists. Hal Draper correctly points out the appeal which the privileged situation of the intellectual workers in the communist orbit has for their less privileged fellow intellectuals of the capitalist world. This appeal obviously accounts of the socialism from above of many intellectuals and self-taught ex-workers of the West. But HD forgets that this appeal has also a corrupting effect on all attempts at creating what he calls socialism from below. For an idealistic intellectual and an ambitious self-taught ex-worker will easily be tempted to identify the elevation of his own class status, implied in his becoming a member of the new communist establishment, with the elevation of the working class as a whole. To be sure, there are and there will be disinterested would-be emulators of Liebknecht and Gillas, but they are fated to remain as rare and as uninfluential as their models. HD has rather harsh words for those who accept the idea of the iron law of oligarchy, which he thinks is a crude theory of inevitability, the inevitability of change from above only. He forgets that within that iron law changes from below are likewise not only possible but also inevitable. All the improvements in the standard of living of the masses have been accomplished without affecting the validity of that law. They have been brought about by the struggle of the underdog for more and more now, and not by the struggle for power which only his educated leaders could acquire, thus perpetuating the circulation of elites, which is identical with the idea of the iron law of oligarchy. Near the end of his essay, HD asks himself the question: how does a people or a class become fit to rule in their own name? He answers the question with the words, "Only by fighting to do so," his emphasis. And he continues, "Only by fighting for democratic power do they educate themselves and raise themselves to the level of being able to wield that power." HD forgets that the working class is not like other classes which, in the course of history, were struggling against the powers that be, classes like the bourgeoisie, the small property owners, and the intelligentsia, classes whose members were not illiterate or near illiterate. The workers, on the other hand, are, like the slaves and the serfs of the past, a class that is deprived of the education that could enable it to exert power, and it cannot get that education just by fighting. It was Koski, I believe, who, faced by that problem, once pointed out that the workers, just as all other classes, would rule through their elite. He forgot that the lawyers and other politicians who rule in behalf of the bourgeoisie or the lower middle classes, belong to the same class as those whom they represent, while the elite of the workers, labor leaders and labor politicians, are actually members of the middle class, and not of what is called the proletariat. Ever since the rise of modern industrialism, the workers have been fighting all right, they got higher wages, and their struggle occasionally helped their educated leaders to get, or to partake in, power, but the workers themselves remained at the bottom of the social pyramid. Did the workers rule in the Soviets after the Bolshevik Revolution? Their delegates were intellectuals and semi-intellectuals, including self-taught ex-workers, which amounts to the same thing, and it was the noes, the Communist Party leaders and not the rank-and-file workers who got power. And thus it has remained to the present day. Did the British workers get power due to the fact that their leaders, Oxford men and self-taught ex-workers, are now the cream of the British establishment? Do the American workers wield power, or will they be able to do so in the foreseeable future, because the Meanies, the Ruthers, the Dubinskys are hobnobbing with the ruling elite? I hope my skepticism as to the manual workers, as a mass, ever becoming fit to rule in their own name, and my insistence on the slogan of more and more now will not earn me from HD the accusation that I am a Gompersian defender of the capitalist status quo. I believe that all power is evil, that all social systems, present and future, individualist and collectivist, are bound to be systems of exploitation, and that they all deserve to be fought for the sake of more comforts for the underdog and more cultural liberty for those interested in culture. I don't believe that all governments and all authority will ever disappear altogether, nor that all forms of government are equally evil. But neither do I believe that there can be such a thing as real democracy. At best there can be a frequent change of masters who will rule in the name of the masses and make concessions to them, lest they be displaced democratically by another set of demagogues, likewise ruling in the name of the masses. And the workers? Those of them who have not got it in them to become as cultured as the Ruthers or as smart as the Dubinskys, will keep on fighting for better wages and dreaming of better cars and of homes in neighborhoods not infested by inferior human breeds. For they belong to the same animal species as their bourgeois or neo-bourgeois betters, with the only difference that they have less money and education and more prejudices. Yet I believe in helping them in their struggle for a better share of the good things of life. But I have no illusions that they will turn a new leaf of human history. For history will always remain a merciless affray in which the most ruthless, the most cunning, and the most intelligent fight among themselves for the best places on the back of the underdog. There is no remedy against this cruel scheme of things which is as indestructible as death and other natural calamities. But its injustices can be mitigated by the permanent revolt of, and in behalf of, the suffering majority. Fighting for more and more now, and not for power which, at bottom, means only a change of masters. 1. 2. In reply to Max Nomad, Hal Draper, is oligarchy inevitable? In Max Nomad's discussion of My Two Souls of Socialism, the first 2 pages alone ask 17 questions about such things as Engels' opinion of the Jungen faction in the German Social Democracy of 1890, Marx's editorship of the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung in 1848, etc., etc. This is followed by essays on the inevitability of oligarchy, Luxembourg, syndicalism, Radek's expulsion, and many others. The list itself would take part of a page, and the whole Alapodrida takes less than 7 pages to whisk off. I cannot hope to equal this remarkable compactness, since questions like these can be asked in 4 lines but need 40 just to be explained to the reader, let alone answered. Nomad does not waste space explaining the point of his questions to readers unlearned in the minutiae of socialist history, thus showing a faith in the erudition of the NP reader which contrasts refreshingly with his dim view of the ignorant masses. On the other hand, the part of Nomad's article devoted to asserting his general view, the iron law, is a rather vulgarized version of that common theory, a theory which is standard equipment nowadays as much for the sophisticated political science professors as for the cracker barrel cynics who merely know that all them their politician fellers are crooks. This theory is indeed the characteristic and received political dogma of our day, as popular among many new leftists, who avoid the danger of creating a new organizational oligarchy by the clever expedient of avoiding organization, as among apologists for the status quo in Moscow and Peking, since, if oligarchy is inevitable anyway and all power is evil, the choice is simply between an evil capitalist power and an evil anti-capitalist power, and many others, all of them quite as sincere as Nomad. To take up this overshadowing political doctrine of the age in its relatively crude Nomad version is probably unfair to it. On the other hand, I cannot altogether convince myself that NP readers are more interested in Engels and Jungen. Since the editor, exercising power, has wisely limited this rejoinder to far less than the necessary 50 pages, I am forced into a rotten compromise, so corrupting is the exercise of power, in which many subjects will only be touched on. The subject of the two souls of socialism, it says there, is the meaning of the socialist idea. Insofar as Nomad suggests a view of his own on this, it is in his sentence about the neo-bourgeois essence of the socialist protest against capitalism, which is voiced ostensibly in behalf of the manual workers but is in reality the expression of the dissatisfaction of the owners of education, intellectuals, with the owners of property. This tells us what socialism means to the intellectuals who dupe the manual workers, but now what is the meaning of socialism to those manual workers who are being deceived by the evil intellectuals? Here, in the statement by him which deals directly with the question I raised of the meaning of socialism, Nomad implies that there are two different views about the socialist protest against capitalism held by these two social strata, so different that one has to dupe the other. Even if we accept only for the sake of argument that this duping must always and invariably succeed 100%, Nomad has obviously admitted, apparently unwittingly, that to the workers he is talking about, socialism must mean something different from the neo-bourgeois business of simply substituting the intelligentsia for the capitalists. What then is the other meaning? Moreover, if the evil intelligentsia have to go to all this trouble to hoodwink the workers with an elaborate ideology, rituals, movement, etc., called socialism, then there must be a strong drive to be deflected and captured, and not simply one or two naive people with a utopian notion about socialist freedom or socialism from below. In point of fact, behind the ideologists whom I have described as socialists from above we find time and again mass movements which are not simply reflections of the leaders' socialism from above and were not called into being by it, but which arose out of real class struggles in society with aspirations of their own. The answer to Nomad's question, is there a socialism from below, is to be found first of all not in the writings of any theoretician, not even Marx, but in the real fighting movements which arise out of the social struggle. That, in fact, is what Marx kept repeating to all kinds of nomads and others. Ferdinand Lassalle was himself a thorough authoritarian, but the workers' movement which he partly put himself at the head of, and partly stimulated, was not simply Lassalle multiplied. Lassalleanism wrote it, if you wish duped it, yes, indeed, but that which this evil intellectual duped has something different from Lassalleanism. Proudhon was a thorough authoritarian, yes, indeed, but the Proudhonist workers of Lyons who thought he was their leader did not understand just what he was getting at because they were getting at something else, among other reasons. This goes on through most of the history of the socialist movement. Socialism from below is not represented simply by the very few outstanding thinkers whom I mentioned. On the contrary, they were what they were precisely because they viewed themselves primarily as the articulators, the generalizers, the porte-paroles, of an autonomous upsurge of struggle from below which could never be put in anyone's bag until it was defeated. This is the message of Luxemburg's mass strike, Marx's address to the Communist League of 1850, Debs the Day of the People. The rhythm of class struggle from below goes through the whole history of the working class and the socialist movement, now quiescent, now breaking out in turbulent revolution, and various states in between. After Nomad has got through sneering that the workers' struggles have always been defeated and swindled, all I want to know right now is this: if my separation out of a socialism from below is nothing but a great delusion as Nomad claims, how else does he account for these massive movements which have shaken society time and again in the last 2 centuries, not simply for more and more but for social transformation? He may wish to argue that any movement for socialism from below is always and eternally fated to be defeated and duped. Very well, but it is very difficult to dupe an illusion. The movement to be duped must first exist. His all-purpose theory of the evil intellectuals may account for the duping, but what accounts for the movements which have to be duped? The stormy history of the socialist struggles in various countries, however duped, could not possibly exist on the basis of Nomad's bitterly contemptuous picture of the working class. In a paragraph which starts with the year 1850, Nomad asserts that the uneducated, horny-handed underdog can never become fit to run society. Now, after a century of struggles for better wages, the enormous majority of the workers still constitute an ignorant mass of near-illiterate, racist-minded tabloid readers, interested in nothing but sports, crime news, and movies, and absolutely unable to understand what is really going on in this complicated world. Emphasis added. Is Nomad thinking of the Russian mujiks or of the United States? If the latter, this sounds like an approximate description of Orange County, California, and not particularly of the workers in it. In fact, it is a common pop sociological description not only of America's suburbia but of most of the bourgeoisie too, even the non-Texan section. I do not have the space to discuss the simple-minded vulgarity of this sociological gem, but I do not have to. Because insofar as it is true that American labor and the American petty bourgeoisie and its bourgeois rulers are politically and socially backward, to the same degree it is also true that there is no mass socialist movement in this benighted country. Neither from above nor from below. No need to dupe it. Nomad doesn't even have to explain the neo-bourgeois essence of this socialism. But if Nomad's bitter derision of the working class has any relationship to the reality of world history, it would be impossible to account for the existence of mass revolutionary movements and militant revolts which had to be deceived by the neo-bourgeois misleaders. Nomad's acrid imprecations against the workers who failed to make the revolution can be understood subjectively without difficulty, but it makes no sense historically. I am familiar, of course, with the line that socialism belongs only to the past, but for Nomad nothing ever existed except a great delusion. If we look beyond the borders of Orange County, Texas, and the United States, we see a most contradictory phenomenon. My essay point out for the first time in the history of the world, a majority of its people consider themselves socialist in some sense. For the first time. Yes, of course, they are duped as to what kind of socialism they are handed. In fact, otherwise we would be basking in the delights of a new human society right now, but this duping business always has the side that Nomad is blind to. Put it this way, for the first time in the history of the world, it has become necessary to dupe a majority of its people about socialism. Not in the US, but in most of the world the question of the meaning of socialism, not simply in theory but in day-to-day struggle, is automatically raised high on the agenda simply by the claim that socialism has already been achieved or is the aim. In Britain, the membership of the mass government party consisting, one presumes from Nomad, of an ignorant mass of near illiterate, racist-minded tabloid readers etc. is embroiled in arguments over Vietnam, nationalization, wage freeze, and so on, not naturally on the superior level ardently desired by Nomad and me, to be sure, but merely on a level immensely higher than, say, in Marx's day. And it takes Harold Wilson to dupe them, whereas in the US the workers are, well, to summarize, they are duped by an organism like George Meany. In the communist countries, we see a new exploiting social system which has been racked by more unrest and mass revolt from below in its very first few decades than any other social system that has ever come into existence. Enough of that, there is not enough space to continue. Remember, we granted for the sake of argument that all these stirrings from below are doomed eternally to defeat and deception because of the iron law. All we have been discussing is Nomad's question. Is there a socialism from below, and not any assurances that this amazingly ineradicable social reality can ever actually gain its aspirations? I certainly cannot offer guarantees of inevitable victory, that would be charlatanism. But when someone purports to offer guarantees ironclad moreover of the reverse, that a movement which for 2 centuries has pressed for fruition, springing out of the ground with unceasing spontaneous motivation, is eternally never to advance to the first stage of realization, then I merely express the opinion that this is no less intellectual charlatanry, no less than the assurances of some self-styled Marxists that socialism is literally predestined because of the operation of the historical dialectic. If, as Nomad reminds us, a distinction is to be made between what a man thinks of himself and says, and what he really is and does, then there is surely nothing personal in pointing out what is obvious. A would-be ruling class always likes theories which proclaim the inevitability of its victory. Of whose victory does Nomad proclaim the inevitability? If we can assume that he does not think capitalism is eternal, then his variant of the iron law of oligarchy, viz. The theory of the inevitability of the new class is a theory with the same appeal as Burnham's managerial revolution or Eliel's technological autocracy. It is the theory which fits the social aspirations of the main historical alternative to socialism from below, that is, of the long-run enemy of working-class socialist democracy. In the same sense that Marxist theory reflects the aspirations of socialist workers, so the theory of the inevitability of a new class, oligarchy reflects a genuine social reality in a world which is seeing, not the dual pictured in the Communist Manifesto, but a triangular class struggle, the struggle for the world between an historically doomed capitalism, a beleaguered working class, and the new class of the bureaucratic collectivist societies. In the preceding lines I have just equated socialism from below with working-class socialist democracy. Let us put the spotlight on democracy. Nomad's case, at bottom, has nothing specially to do with socialism, from below or anywhere else. The other side of the coin of the inevitability of oligarchy is, of course, the theory of the impossibility of democracy, of democratic control from below. For purely nostalgic reasons Nomad is in the habit of addressing his theories about the impossibility of democratic control from below to socialists, but this is only a personal idiosyncrasy. If the working masses are so illiterate that they are qualitatively different in mental caliber from even the small property owners of the age of bourgeois revolution, so Nomad asserts *, if they are like the slaves and serfs of the past, if they are just an ignorant mass etc., then it is not socialism from below which is proved impossible, but democracy itself, any continuing democracy. Since the utopian element in socialism from below is not alleged to be its anti-capitalism, it can only be the ingredient of democratic control from below which makes it impossible. Indeed, in the bureaucratic collectivist states, socialism from below merges conceptually with democratic control from below. If the former is just an empty illusion, as Nomad assures us, then the latter cannot be any less illusory. Of course, Nomad is not one of the increasing number who have the fortitude to look this thing in the face. All he tells us is that he does not believe that there can be such a thing as real democracy. But, at best there can be a frequent change of masters who will rule in the name of the masses and make concessions to them, lest they be displaced democratically by another set of demagogues, likewise ruling in the name of the masses. Delightfully cynical. But it clearly a very special kind of master who can be displaced democratically. We are not told by Nomad what the quote marks are supposed to mean, whenever the masses demand certain concessions. And it is puzzling how this degree of power over the masters can be wielded by masses who are stupid, illiterate clods. In fact, if the Hungarian Revolution, say, had succeeded in installing such a government of masters who could be replaced at will in more or less democratic elections when the masses wanted different policies, concessions, with the obvious necessary concomitants of certain rights of organization and speech, then I trust that Nomad would not have felt called on to ridicule this development in a very witty expose on the ground that real democracy had not yet been established. A qualitative change would have taken place, an epoch-making stride towards socialism from below. That is all history can be expected to do for people who are not ultimatists, make strides towards socialism from below, toward real democracy however defined. It is a direction, not a dogma. It is a line of struggle, not a finished utopia. But Nomad remains just as metaphysical a dogmatist now as when he thought he was an anarchist. He habitually proclaims things in absolutes. History will always remain a merciless affray, there is no remedy, the Liebknechts are fated to remain uninfluential, and, of course, all power is evil. How does he know all these flat, blown in the bottle absolutes, not just about the past but about the eternal future? It takes chutzpah. Nomad's belief in the sacredness of his absolutes is so naive that he can ask whether Lord Acton's saying about the corrupting influence of power has ever been disproved. The answer is no. Power corrupts. This is the beginning and end of Nomad's wisdom, but there are at least two other things about power that have never been disproved either. 1. Lack of power corrupts. 2. power not only has a corrupting influence but also other influences. It does not have only a one-dimensional effect. Power sets up an inevitable tendency toward corruption, no doubt, but the actual outcome of any given social conjuncture does not depend on this one tendency alone. The same game can be played with other counters. Organization corrupts. Civilization corrupts. Sex corrupts. Ideology corrupts. Yes, even education corrupts. All this is true, in the same context. It is only as a dogmatic absolutist that Nomad accepts Acton's game uncritically. In practice, insofar as he lives in the real world of power, he ignores it. For example, trade unions cannot exist without wielding power, and they also allocate power to people called either officials or pork choppers. Power corrupts, and we well know that its corrupting influence is not exactly unheard of in unions. Yet I take it that Nomad is assuming the existence of trade unions with power when he advocates as against the struggle for socialism, that workers keep on fighting for better wages, etc. No one has heard of a trade union winning better wages except to the degree it exerts power which, as we know, corrupts. If it is to win more and more now, as Nomad advocates with emphasis, it must exert still more and more power, which inevitably must corrupt more and more. Nomad never explains why the wielding of ever greater, corrupting, power for such ends is not only permissible but laudable, to be advocated, whereas if it is proposed that, in order to make more possible, the capitalist class be stripped of its present power, he flies into a fury of denunciation of the working class as a bunch of witless, illiterate dolts. Now why not seek to deprive the capitalist class of its antisocial power? After all, this power corrupts too, doesn't it? All power is evil, but apparently some power is more evil than others. All social systems are exploitive, declares Nomad, but clearly some exploitive systems like the present one, are more tolerable than others, to Nomad, even though he is really against all of them, in principle. The theory behind this differentiation is presented in this article, in the passage already partly mentioned. In it he undertakes to explain why the bourgeoisie was able to become fit to rule in their own name while the working class can never and will never become fit to rule. The italics in the following belong to Nomad. The working class is not like the other classes which, in the course of history, were struggling against the powers that be, classes like the bourgeoisie, the small property owners, and the intelligentsia, classes whose members were not illiterate or near illiterate. The workers, on the other hand, are, like the slaves and serfs of the past, a class which is deprived of the education that could enable it to exert power, and it cannot get that education just by fighting. Well, there is a theory about the nature of social classes through the history of the world. It is all a matter of literacy and education. We have already mentioned the illiteracy of the theory itself, but the crux is this: what Nomad seeks to prove is that the bourgeoisie is fit to rule, unlike the working class. He himself, you understand, we must do him justice, is against all social systems, but literacy is literacy, and at least this rotten corrupt ruling class, which wields power now, is fit to do so. Because it is literate and educated, while we know, of course, that the Vietnamese peasants who are being exterminated by this educated ruling class are illiterate and uneducated. The bourgeoisie in Mississippi is literate and educated, therefore fit to rule, whereas the Negro masses there are even more illiterate and uneducated than the contemptible working class canaille in the rest of the country. The German bourgeoisie, which gave absolute power, which corrupts absolutely, we know from Lord Acton and Nomad, to the Nazis was literate and educated, while the mass German socialist and communist working class movements which fought Nazism, very badly, were just a bunch of moronic slobs, unfit to displace their masters. The Democratic and Republican parties are fit to rule, and presumably understand what is really going on in this complicated world, being educated and all. At any rate, Nomad's theory should explain why it was fit for the bourgeoisie to deprive the feudal aristocracy of power, though it is puzzling to remember that the aristocrats were better educated than the shopkeepers, and to become masters of society themselves, that transfer of power was fitting. It is the idea of the working class doing the same that sends him into a tier. This leads to an unavoidable conclusion, so unavoidable that, seeing it coming on him like an express train on a single track, Nomad asks me not to accuse him of it. Out of sheer amiability, I yield to his polite request and will steadfastly refrain from accusing him of being a Gompersian defender of the capitalist status quo. He therefore has nothing to complain about me, but that hardly ends the matter for him. Although I am good-natured and indulgent and have a weakness for people who declaim against all social systems present and future, what will he say to some rude and indelicate person who merely points to the stuff he writes? After all, Gomperism came to his own mind because his slogan of more and more now is deliberately and literally taken over from no one else than Gompers. Therefore he begs not to be accused of being a Gompersian. He is violently anti-socialist, obviously, and propounds a theory that only the bourgeoisie is fit to rule today, though we must suspect he believes that the intelligentsia may be even more fit to rule. Therefore he insists on not being mistaken for a defender of the capitalist status quo. What brute could resist his plea? All of which proves that Nomad is right, that a distinction is to be made between what a man thinks of himself and says, and what he really is and does. ******. Let us turn our attention to Max Nomad's questionnaire. The following gives terse summaries of the facts behind his questions, or else indicates where the reader can find these facts if he is interested. To make even this much possible, I confine myself to his first and longest set of questions, dealing with Marx and Engels**. Except for one word on Nomad's Luxembourg section, it is necessary to read J.P. Nettle's new 2-volume work on Luxembourg to see how far off the mark is Nomad's silly claim that she wielded despotic power in her Polish party. From Nettle's detailed account emerges a clear view of what was Luxembourg's fatal and basic inadequacy as a revolutionary leader, viz. her thoroughgoing incompetence and even lack of interest in party organizational questions, that is, precisely in the field in which her name has been commonly used as a dead cat to throw at Leninism. The organizational boss of the Polish SDKPL was Jogi Ces, and only Jogi Ces, with whom she carried on an ambivalent personal political relationship which she was never, was Marx. During the German Revolution of 1848, a revolutionist from below when, he avoided any mention of the labor movement in his Neue Rheinische. The brief answer is, yes. His writings in the midst of the revolution itself were brilliant examples of revolutionary appeal for militant mass action from below by the people. 2. As for avoiding any mention of the labor movement in the paper, Nomad doesn't have his facts straight. It was only during the first month of the revolution that Marx, a socialist of some 4 to 5 years standing who did not have any book on Marxism at his disposal, operated on the theory that the task of socialists in this bourgeois democratic revolution was to act as the extreme left wing of the democracy. The crucial part of the story ignored by Nomad is that it was precisely in the course of this school of revolution that Marx learned this line was a mistake. The NRZ's policy, tone, and contents began to change by fall of 1848. The paper began paying special attention to workers' issues and the class struggle against the bourgeoisie. In fact, it was in the NRZ that Marx's Wage, Labor and Capital first appeared as a series of leading articles. Suppressed in 1849, the last issue proclaimed in red type that their last word will always and everywhere be, the emancipation of the working class. The following year, Marx even wrote down, specially for Nomad, a criticism of their initial mistake, in the course of the address of the Communist League of March 1850, a brilliant exposition in concentrated form of the meaning of revolution from below. I have hit only the highlights, omitting the story of Marx's personal participation in the Cologne workers' movement even in the initial period. 2. Nomad's second quiddity refers to Engels' letter of April 1848, whose wording, inaccurately paraphrased by Nomad, reflected exactly the same line of the initial 1848 period that we have just discussed. 3. Nomad points to the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat with a crassness which makes even Professor Henry Mayo sound sophisticated. As it happens, I have written a very long book tracing the history and meaning of Marx's use of what Nomad calls that unsavory term, including a considerable section on the savory origin of the term itself. 3. It answers Nomad's questions in detail. 4. The same book also answers most of the issues Nomad raises with respect to Marx's relationship to Blanky, the Universal Society of Revolutionary Communists, etc. Once again, Nomad doesn't have his facts straight. His description of the society is entirely false. As for the one specific point he makes about Marx and Blanky, the leading modern authorities on Blanky, Maurice Dominguez and Alan Spitzer, do not agree that the Blanquist movement consisted almost exclusively of impecunious students, journalists, and other déclassés. To be sure, it was also not a proletarian party in the modern sense. But observe the nomadic method. Suppose that Marx, writing from London, was mistaken in accepting the general impression held of the Blanquist movement, whose class composition is even today a hard knot to unravel after decades of research. What on earth has this to do with whether Marx was or was not a good revolutionist from below? 5. On the attitude of Marx and Engels toward self-determination, the various East European nationalities, etc., Nomad gives no sign he understands that the crux of this problem for the two men was the issue of panslavism as a tool of Russian Tsarist imperialism, which they regarded as the then prime reactionary force over Europe. Their attack was specifically directed against those nationalities, or Balkanized fragments of nationalities, which were then acting as stooges for pro-Tsarist panslavism. Here, too, for readers who are interested in the real and knotty problems behind Nomad's reference, I freely recommend an article of mine which went into the matter in considerable detail. For however, Nomad's insinuation is that Marx and Engels' approach, right or wrong, was inspired by racism. This is rubbish. There is no question but that, from our contemporary viewpoint, Marx undervalued national self-determination, but what ruins Nomad's case is that this undervaluation was the result of Marx's counterposing class conflict from below to the bourgeois democratic aims of nationalism, in the cases we are discussing. 6. Nomad achieves his insinuation by throwing in Marx's reference to niggers, yes, niggers. I hope he would be less shocked if he also knew that Marx was wont to refer expansively to the fact that his daughter Laura had married a nigger, the nigger being his close comrade and friend, as well as son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, who was part Negro. What Nomad does not seem to know at all is that, decades before our very modern sensitivity to the use of ethnic labels, the word nigger was not necessarily a racist slur in 19th century England, just as Dutchman, for German, is not necessarily so today. 5. Another detail, Marx's intimate nickname was not quite nigger but not far from it for those days, it was more because of his Negro-like complexion. That I have to discuss such garbage is, in my opinion, a commentary but not on Marx. 7. Nomad's small talk about the Jews is out of the same barrel. It is certainly a fact that Marx belonged to a widespread company, that of the numerous Americans who detest Americans above all, of the many Englishmen who despise the English à la Earl, of the Germans who denigrate all Germans à la man, of the anti-Irish Irishmen à la Shaw, and so on through the world. For example, suppose Marx had written this in a letter. I loathe Jewry and the Jews. They themselves stare at me in the street though I was born among them. Perhaps they read my hatred for them in my eyes. Damning, but change the beginning to Ireland and the Irish, and this is a real quotation from James Joyce's letter to his wife. The number of Irishmen who dislike the Irish is a sociological phenomenon in its own right, but that does not make them enemies of Ireland. Of this company, the Jew who dislikes Jews is one of the best publicized, with a long history, right up to the Zionists who proceeded to persecute Yiddish culture in Israel. That Marx was a Jew who had little liking for Jews is evident from a few remarks in letters. But Marx's politics and program was that of unconditional support for full Jewish social and political emancipation in society, and for the integration of Jews into the larger society. Proudhon, on the contrary, advocated a pure and simple Hitlerite extermination of the Jews. Yet Nomad makes an amalgam of the two. What's the difference? This is a defamation. 1. A Jew who dislikes Jews, fights all his life for equal rights for the Jews. The other advocates a program of government persecution of Jews in mass pogroms as well as physical extermination, and Nomad's pen equates the two, thereby graduating from mere washroom gossip to vile slander. The innocent reader should know, by the way, that Marx's letters are full of deplorably sweeping national cuss words. Not only the lazy Mexicans but the lousy Yankees, the French are usually crapods, the Germans are Straubinger, the English well, in short, no one escapes the cutting edge. I have no objection whatsoever if anyone wants to denounce Marx's cantankerousness, especially anyone who is himself sweet and amiable, but he should know how very general Marx's was. Besides, we were supposed to be discussing socialism from below. 8. Next comes Nomad's challenge regarding the marginal notes which Marx inscribed in his copy of Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy. I devote the following points to show, first, how again Nomad cannot even get the facts straight, and second, to exhibit the nomadic method in action. A. Nomad gives the impression that Marx's refutation consisted of the remark reverie. In fact, Marx's marginal notes comprised 15 or 16 passages, some of them quite long and interesting, plus shorter interjections. 6. B. The particular interjection which Nomad quotes, it read quelle reverie, did not refer to the passage he mentions but rather to Bakunin's silly remark about government by scientists as the Marxist aim. Alongside the passage Nomad is talking about, Marx wrote a separate paragraph, and some of his other notes bore on it as well. These I have discussed in the above-mentioned book on Marx and the dictatorship of the proletariat. See, what Nomad actually asks is, did Marx attempt to refute? When Marx scribbled these notes in the book margin for his own eyes, he did not. Know that Nomad would expect him to set down a definitive refutation. But Marx and Engels wrote a number of quite public pieces on Bakunin and anarchism. It is difficult to understand why Nomad refers only to these marginal scribbles, interesting as they are, and expects the refutation there. D. How does one refute a prophetic prediction? E. Nomad writes that Bakunin's invisible dictatorship would have amounted to the same thing as Marx's would have, he says. But as Nomad well knows, Bakunin consciously advocated, planned, and intended to establish a personal dictatorship by a secret elite over his anarchist revolution. This Nomad equates with a prophetic prediction that a government which is planned and intended to be a workers' democracy would turn out to be something else in spite of the well-intentioned aims. We know, of course, that the iron law requires this prophetic prediction about everyone, including Nomad. But does this really mean that a man who proposes the building of a socialist democracy is to be thrown in the same bag with a man who deliberately plots a personal dictatorship? Beside the point, writes Nomad. 9. Then there's Engels and the Union. If Nomad's question means anything at all, it implies, but does not say, that Engels' attack on the Union faction was due to their radical opposition to the official leadership of the German SD Party. This implication is a complete falsification. Engels was himself already worried by the trends in the party, and soon, to quote a letter of his, he found an opportunity to let fly at the conciliatory opportunism of the Vorwärts party organ and at the frisch from frolic frei growth of the filthy old mess into socialist society. In fact, the Union tried to attach their wagon to Engels' already known concern, and to associate Engels' name with their politics. For this very reason, exactly contrary to Nomad's implication, Engels had to publicly dissociate himself, and did so. The Union, while indubitably reacting against the opportunist trends in the party, mingled in amorphous stew of anti-parliamentarism, pro-anarchism, sectarianism, monarchism, elitism, and plain confusion, without even a positive political program of their own to leaven the lot, and, incidentally, they did not represent a criticism from the point of view of socialism from below. 7. 10. Nomad asks about the programmatic point in the Communist Manifesto about centralizing all means of production in the hands of the state, a statement which represented accurately the 1848 orthodoxy of the revolutionary Jacobin elements in the Communist League for which Marx and Engels wrote the manifesto. I'm afraid Nomad has put his foot into it again. He might have been more careful if he had asked himself why Marx never again repeated this formulation in the ensuing 35 years till his death. We know why, because Marx referred back to this very section of the manifesto when he wrote the introduction to the new edition of 1872, explaining that it was obsolete. Why? Because one thing especially was proved by the Paris Commune, viz., that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. Thus we not only know how Marx's view of the state changed and developed, but Marx even published a prominent special warning to Max Nomad not to quote precisely the passage from the manifesto that Nomad insists on quoting. What more could the man do? This brings me to the end of the first section of Nomad's questionnaire, with some loose ends left but no space. The whole thing makes me think of the Rummagers League, this being the name adopted in 1922 by a split-off from the Communist Party. They meant their name seriously, as marking their aim to rummage the field of history and science in order to develop the proletarian intellect. Rummaging has also been Nomad's literary vocation, but as we see, it has its limitations. Finally, let me propose a deal with Nomad. I am more than willing to recognize one theory of inevitability, that it is an historically inevitable tendency that men will continue to fight for more and more control, no matter what new social system is won. That even under an advanced socialist democracy, at least into an indefinite future, the social struggle of the people will have to continue, and will continue, even if on a new level. That there will be centers of privilege to be conquered and power to be socialized, even though my crystal ball does not tell me just where the lines of struggle will be drawn. And Nomad can call the new enemy the masters if he wishes. In return, all I ask of Nomad is that he stop devoting his energies to telling today's fighters for a new society nothing but "you can't win, you can't win." Yet, in that crystal ball looking forward to a time when the agenda is, perhaps, the abolition of the last remnants of state compulsion, I seem to see Nomad still on the scene, repeating, "You can't win, you can't win." I guess it's inevitable. New Politics 1966. Chapter X. In defense of the New Radicals. There have been countless articles on the New Radicals and the New Left, most of which have this in common: they do not explain whom they are talking about. It is the tale of the blind man and the elephant. The New Left is a much more shapeless phenomenon than an elephant, and the gropers come up with a wider variety of reports than the blind men. Let's see what we are all talking about. First, it is generally agreed that these new radicals are to be found among student elements primarily, either on campus or in movements deriving from the campus. In good part, though not entirely, they have arisen where a line representing student movement, not the student movement, just student movement, intersects the line representing civil rights movement. Secondly, there are no new left organizations, there are only organizations or movements in which the new radicals form an important or even predominant tendency and affect the tone or style of what is done. It is misleading to speak of Students for a Democratic Society as a new left organization. It is more heterogeneous than that, but there is no doubt that the tendency is strong in SDS. It may be that the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in the South is a more nearly new leftist organization, I don't know, but SNCC should not be automatically equated with the various Friends of SNCC groups in other parts of the country. Then there are local groups, of which the free speech movement at Berkeley is the best known example. The new radical tendency did indeed constitute the dominant and tone-setting ingredient in the FSM, but it cannot simply be equated with the FSM. Then there are such groups as the Northern Student Movement and the Southern Student Organizing Committee, outgrowths from the impulsions given by SNCC cum SDS. But thirdly, this new radical tendency among student activists does not exist only within organizations, it also precedes organization. This was certainly true of the Berkeley FSM. As for SDS, it was originally set up as an arm of the Hoary Social Democratic League for Industrial Democracy, which is about as far from the New Radical style as one can get, yet it served as a convenient framework into which poured, or seeped, the new elements which were being produced at the crossroads of the student and civil rights movements. The New Radical weaves through these organizations and movements like the chocolate marbling in a pound cake, intertwined irregularly with other things, sometimes mixed into shades, and forming a variable proportion of the mixture in different slices. The rest of the pound cake usually has two other ingredients of varying prominence. One is the pseudo-radical type I have called, in the book on Berkeley, the disaffiliates, by others called the hippie left, who reject society tout court, as well as politics. Berkeley was treated to a costumed charade on the meaning of this type in a strange interlude at its Vietnam Day rally on October 15, when, in the course of serious political attacks on U.S. foreign policy, the novelist Ken Kesey came on, in army garb with helmet, to deride the previous speakers for discussing the Vietnam War politically and to show how it should be done. His contribution consisted essentially of repeating "fuck it" with great emphasis, in between playing the harmonica. The force of this prescription is that it applies both to the Vietnam War and its opponents, both to strike breakers and to strikers, to political reactionaries and political radicals, in fact, to everybody except the disaffiliates. When this clod of JEM and fascism organizes, it is as likely to look like Hell's Angels as like the Free Sex and Pot League. The other ingredient, of course, is old leftism. This is a new radical term which means anybody else. It is characteristic that it lumps together, as if in one political category, such disparate currents as socialists, communists, 6 varieties of Stalinists and neo-Stalinists, democratic socialists and reformists, revolutionary socialists and left-wingers, even Ada liberals and reform Democrats. Just as some articles on the New Left have indiscriminately discussed the disaffiliates as if they were new radicals, some even as the new radicals, so also other articles have, with straight face, discussed, say, the unreconstructed Stalinists of the Progressive Labor Group as if they were new radicals too. Political humor can go no further. Or, a new left school is set up in Los Angeles, and lo, a class on Marxism is given by Dorothy Healy, who has been the Communist Party leader in Southern California so long that sheep were still grazing in flocks on the Baldwin Hills after she had lived through 6 faction fights. I do not mean to insist on purely terminological questions. Anyone who wants to use new radical to refer to these types has a democratic right to do so, but I do not know how sense can be made that way. At any rate, in what follows, I try to define the new radical in a more usable way. 2. These are bearers of an amorphous kind of radicalism, who start from the feeling that there is something wrong, basically wrong, with the whole warp and woof of American society, and want to do something about it. They reject liberalism as too thoroughly integrated with the establishment, there is something wrong with it, too. They are primarily activists, who want to concentrate on concrete issues, issue politics, and who are more certain about what they are anti than what they are for. They think of their views as moral choices, their emphasis on the moral approach has the function of filling the vacuum left by the absence of systematic ideas. They are, above all, non-ideological radicals, that is, uncommitted to any system of ideas about the transformation of society, not only uncommitted but with a more or less strong aversion to committing themselves even when they admit the need. For another slant on this frame of mind, consider one of the few examples I have seen of an attempt by a non-ideological radical to set down a kind of ideology about non-ideological radicalism. This courageous, if not foolhardy, effort was made by a leading FSM activist, Michael Rossman, in a Berkeley magazine. The trademark of the New Radicals, he writes, is a primitive, moral ideology. Their activity is aimed at issues, not at political or economic goals. And the issues are moral issues, peace, civil rights, capital punishment. The protests do not have an ideological base, he says, but always, if one listens, one hears the simple, naive, and stubborn cry that distinguishes the new radicals: this is wrong, it must stop. Occident, Fall 1964, 65. There it is, the words primitive and naive, written not derogatorily but in praise. There is the cri de cur, which performs the same function as stamping the foot vigorously. There is the reduction of peace, etc. to a moral issue only. Behind the cry "this is wrong," is an ideological vacuum, for as soon as you try to examine why it is wrong, or how you know this is wrong but not that, and above all how you choose among the various things to do without making it right, you get into ideology, that is, more general ideas about social action and program. And then at bottom you have only old ideological tracks to follow to the left, because the new radicals have not developed any new ones and do not want to. Politics abhors an ideological vacuum. The new radical knows, just knows, that racial discrimination is wrong because he has already absorbed and internalized this consensus idea from his milieu. Just as people who don't believe in theories merely mean that they accept the current theories of the status quo without examination and uncritically, so also the new radical ideological vacuum is inevitably filled with an unexamined content. This turning of a blind eye to the need of thinking through one's ideas about social action and program, however, is not simply a defect to be decried, though I am willing to decry it. That is the easiest thing to do about it. The harder thing is to understand why it has nevertheless been a necessary link in the road to social activism for a whole stratum of youth. It has gotten them over the ideological hang-up. And what was that? As example, let us take a not uncommon case, that of the boy or girl growing up with parents who were among the 2 million or more who passed through the communist movement or its periphery in the last decades. We are talking of those who passed through and out, either disillusioned with its prospects in this country, or indeed merely clubbed into apathy and withdrawal by the anti-communist witch hunt, but who still retain their self-identification with progressive issues. Growing up in this household means absorbing indiscriminately references to Russia and to desegregation, to the party and the unions, to the socialist world and to social justice for the poor, a package deal of internalized attitudes which demands to be sorted out later. Now then, does one have to wait to think one's way clearly through this ideological maze before being able to act on anything? Do you have to be clear about Russia, the party, and the socialist world, and who is, before you can do something about desegregation or social justice or the poor? This is the ideological hang-up. Why can't you just cut through all the bramble and say, I don't know about all that ideology jazz, but this pointing is wrong, it must stop. For this you need especially an issue that can be adequately expounded by pointing, on the basis of a given internalization, and for this generation the civil rights struggle of the Negro is such an issue. You don't need much of an ideology to feel deeply about it. Something can be done about it immediately, without any long-term program or perspective, and even without organization by individual action. Its solution can be cut up into innumerable small solutions, indefinitely divisible down to getting a job for one Negro. So well fitted is this issue to a primitive, moral ideology that the Rossman article even admitted. Civil rights forms the main thread of new radical activity. So far new radical activity has had no effect on other issues, perhaps it can't, and the new radicals keep turning to the civil rights issue for reassurance. Indeed, this is the only issue on which new radical activity has had a measurably positive